What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, January 16th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours on a Buck Off Thursday. On today's show, Texas basketball wins its 8th straight against Oklahoma. And the Longhorns find their first win in SEC play. We'll recap a thrilling game in Norman last night. Plus, just a couple of days away from the start of the divisional round of the NFL playoffs. We'll discuss which underdog has the best chance to pull off the upset this weekend. Of course, the major news surrounding Texas football, it broke right after we got off the air. Quinn Ewers has officially announced his intentions to declare for the 2025 NFL Draft, which means the Arch Manning era is underway in Austin. We will talk about that. We've got some fun videos to get into. We've got an Austin institution closing its doors and the latest on the Dallas Cowboys coaching search, and so much more. We are jam-packed, locked and loaded, ready to rock on a Buck Off Thursday. Buck, on to you, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. The sun is starting to shine this morning. Should be another lovely day, maybe in the low 60s, mid 60s. All I know is it's going to be 60 degrees today. That's all I need. And I see sun already. So I'm feeling good because winter will be upon us starting on Saturday. So Saturday night, Saturday evening, it's going to start. And we're going to have about 4 or 5 days of some really cold weather. Precipitation, possibly, and hopefully is in the form of snow and not in the form of sleet. So we can take a couple inches of snow. That'll be a little bit of fun. But freezing rain, no thank you. I don't see that in the forecast. I see more like real snow than anything coming our way, but it's okay. Let it hang in here for about 4 or 5 days and then get the hell out of here as quick as possible. And that's so we can get back in the golf weather. Hey, it's January. It's supposed to be golfing time. You know, you don't golf in the summertime here. You golf in January, February, and every other month, you know?
Hey, I'll take it. That's one of the beauties of living in Austin, Texas.
That's right.
Is that every once in a while you do get the opportunity to play golf or do something outside in these winter months. But
oh yeah, man.
Sounds like next week will not be
oh
no
no.
for that.
No, don't.
Yeah,
don't.
we actually going to get some snow. Like, I don't believe it when you say there's going to be.
We're going to get some snow maybe Tuesday. What is snow to you? Is an inch of snow okay, or do you just call it snow when it comes out of the air onto the ground and just disappears? Is that okay with you?
No, it's got to stick to the ground to qualify as snow.
So what you need is 4 good inches.
It could be an inch if the inch is stuck to the ground. No, I don't need 4 good inches. That's if you're into that, go ahead. But I only need 1 inch to be satisfied, Buck.
That's all you need. You don't need a whole 4. Don't need the whole 9 yards, do you?
Oh God, no! I don't want to deal with that. 9 yards. I mean, 9 inches is way too much. 9 yards. What are we doing here, man?
No, I don't care for. Like I said, I've seen it enough in my lifetime that if I don't see it on the peaks of mountains or wherever, it doesn't bother me not to see it. I've seen enough of it. I've been in it enough. I've shoveled it enough. I've pulled my car out of that crap enough. No, thank you.
I'll never have to do that here.
My air conditioning works. That's all I want to know.
You don't miss it at all?
No, I don't miss I don't miss winter months. I've done a lot. You know, obviously I've gone skiing before. I've gone ice skating before. I've never been ice fishing. I've never been fishing. I have never ever had, and I love freshwater fishing. I love trout fishing, you know, back in Pennsylvania, but in New England, I never had the thought of getting in a shack or a shanty and digging a hole through the ice and fishing that way. It just never, I mean, I've been invited before and I've just gone, no thanks. I mean, like go in there and sit in there and get drunk. No, thanks. I don't want it because I'm the one where the whole thing gets too warm and everything just falls into it. I just don't. It's like the roller coaster. Why do I want to get on that? I'm the guy that's in the parking lot in the back of somebody's convertible. You know, 1 in a million. It just never has dawned on me. And snow, no. As a kid, I'd go sleigh riding for a little bit, but I didn't spend a lot of time in the snow. I didn't dig all that getting cold.
I love the snow. I mean, I
You
do
do?
live in Austin, so I guess I don't love it that much, but whenever we do get snow, I very much enjoy it. It was great to see it on the ground last
You
week.
go to Colorado, you'd like to go skiing and spend some time in the snow, like, no?
I've never done it. I mean, I like spending time in the snow. I've never skied or snowboarded in my life. So, like, my family hates the cold. I like the cold way more than anybody else in my family. So our trips were always to like Galveston.
Oh, yeah, where it's warm, to the
Yeah,
beach.
warm weather spots, beach spots. That's where we went growing up. So no, I've never done any of that. Maybe that's why I like snow so much. I just haven't been around it that much, and it seems like there's so much to do.
Nah, I don't. Like I said, I've had enough of it. Going to school in Boston where you got 4 feet of snow and, from your dorm, there was like tunnels to go underneath the snow. It got to be so bad. I just hated it. I hated having to put on boots and, your feet get cold. When my feet get cold, I'm done. That
Mhm.
does it for me. I don't do well. It's hard to get my feet back to warm. I can get cool. I love Texas. I love it. Hey, give me 105 and let me go play golf and get out there and get dehydrated. That's fine. I don't want to freeze to death. No, thank you. That's not me. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you, to your families. Thank you to your families for sharing you with all of us. And we do appreciate it. And do be safe out there, please.
Sir, yes, sir. Appreciate that as always. Plenty to get into on today's show. We won't talk about the weather for all 2 hours, but it is interesting that there's a chance of snow in our neighborhood next week. Let's jump into some Texas basketball, Buck. I don't know if you stayed up till the
Stayed up
end.
long enough into that to when things started to change. And I said, I don't want to be a part of watching this downfall. And that with that 8 to 10 minute mark, I was like, oh my God, something's going to happen bad here. I need to go to sleep and wake up to it. And it looked like for a while, watching some of the highlights now, it got closer than I thought. When it was, that 10 to 12 point mark, that thing got real close. And Texas just started throwing the ball away. I'm like, guys, give it to somebody who can handle the ball. Quit giving it to OU. Just you had them by 23 points. Should have beat them by 40 and really stuck it to them. And then the ball handling just got so bad.
Yeah, well, Texas got stagnant on offense, which we've seen numerous times over the course of the Rodney Terry era. Hell, that's a problem that predates Rodney Terry, if we're being 100% honest. But it was rough. I don't think I've ever used the words disgusting and win in the same sentence. That was a disgusting win for Texas basketball. Like, I almost feel weird coming on here and saying it's 809 and OU still sucks, because I
They
kind of
do.
think
They suck.
I kind of think we suck too. Like, they suck worse than we do, clearly. And Texas has now beaten Oklahoma 8 straight times in
That means they
basketball.
suck 8 times more than Texas.
I'm with you on that. And Texas has now won its last 6 games in Norman. So they have not only dominated Oklahoma on the hardwood, they've done it in their place as well. You got to go pre-pandemic the last
Man,
time Texas lost a game at Oklahoma in men's basketball. But man, I mean, they were in control of that game, up by 16 at halftime. They pushed the lead to 23 early in the second half. This game was 53-30 with about 15 and a half minutes left. And then OU went on a 23-3 run to make it a 3-point game with 7:45 to go. They came back quick. It's not like, it was, garbage time. They made it kind of
right.
interesting on the scoreboard. No, in the span of 8 minutes of game time, they chipped 20 points off of a 23-point deficit. And I was getting nervous, like, oh my God, not only is Texas going to lose, we might lose this game by double digits the way things were going. Thankfully, the Longhorns, and it was really Jordan Pope. He scored 13 straight for the Longhorns at one point in the second half when everybody else was just crapping the bed. Jordan Pope, the Oregon State transfer, stepped up and did enough. Trey
Yeah,
Johnson
finally
hit a
he has
couple more
found his
shootouts.
way that now he feels comfortable, BK, in shooting the ball, and he's not looking to the freshman to take all the shots. He will take those shots now, and that's good for Texas basketball that he gets involved right now, because between he, Kaluma, and Johnson, those three guys can score. They can really score. They moved the ball around in that first half as good as they have that I've seen in a while. That ball got around to everybody. They were coming off screens. They were getting some easy shots too. But then it just went, like I said, with 10 minutes to go in the game, I'm like, something just happened here. and it just keeps happening. And I'm going, it looks like nobody wants the ball. Nobody wants to bring it up because they think they're going to turn it over. They didn't have a way to push the clock out. They were taking bad shots, quick shots, as if they were in the first half and they were up by 23, like you said. They just kept on shooting it as if they were up by a bunch of points. They weren't worried about the clock, and it just went bad in a hurry. And like you said, it didn't take very long.
Yeah, well, Oklahoma ramped up its defensive intensity.
And they just started to finally play deep. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, like I couldn't believe it. Look, I was happy about it, rooting for Texas, but Oklahoma was just playing like a base man-to-man defense in the first half and at the start of the second half, and Texas was picking it apart. And then Oklahoma finally started, pressing a little bit more. They went full court press. They started trapping guys. They just ramped everything up defensively. And Texas, it's almost like they were trying to coast to a victory. They put it on cruise control, thinking they had done enough in the first 25 minutes to win easily. And obviously that wasn't the case. And Oklahoma,
who's their primary ball handler bringing it up? Because I can't tell. It looks like whoever takes it out and throws it to somebody, whoever's around will bring the ball up. They don't have a primary guy. And when they don't have a primary guy bringing it up, they just turn it over. They just start throwing it cross court, sideways. And they don't have it doesn't look like they have a point guard like a general that says, no, give me the ball out of bounds. Let me get up and get things started. It looks like there's three guys, and they're not all great at that. That's not what they do,
Well, the closest thing to a true point guard they have is Julian Larry, the Indiana State transfer. Problem is he's not very good, and he only played 14 minutes last night. He didn't score a point, didn't even take a shot, but he's the closest thing on the roster to that guy. Jordan Pope is point guard size, but he's a shooting guard. Compared him to AJ
take
Abrams.
Pass half court and to pull up and take a jumper.
Yeah. Oh, and Oklahoma was giving him a lot of shots. And I mean, that's why, before the year started, I said, I think Texas has a top 20 roster in all of college basketball. And we've seen it over the last 3 games. I mean, Arthur Kaluma against Auburn last week went for 30 plus. Trey Johnson against Tennessee over the weekend went for 27. Jordan Pope yesterday goes for 27. I think Tremont Mark is a guy who has the ability to go for 25 plus on any given night. So Texas has 4 guys on this team that can just go off and almost single-handedly win you a game. The problem is they're not playing together. And when one guy's on, it's like the other guys are off, and there's no consistent offense with this team.
But you did like the first half. You did like the way they shared the ball with each other in the first half, and the ball moved around a little bit. They just beat them. They just beat them because they weren't playing very good defense.
Yeah, it was more of. They had 8 assists for the entire game. That's not enough. 8 assists to 15 turnovers. They are getting crushed in the assist to turnover ratio every single night. And yeah, the ball movement was better in the first half, but a lot of it was just guys were winning their one-on-one matchups. It'd be just basic picks, and Oklahoma would go under, and guys would get open shots. Or, Texas would just blow by their defender off the dribble. They weren't really reinventing the wheel offensively. And again, when Oklahoma, actually started trying on defense, once that balloon snake started getting made in the crowd, and it's almost like Texas got distracted by that. It's like, oh, what is that? Oh, turnover. Oh, Oklahoma's going the other way and getting an easy bucket. It's just, it's frustrating, man. And that's, look, Texas wins. The key word is win. They needed it. Both teams were desperate for a win, and that was Texas's first quadrant 1 win of the season. So they really needed something to put on their tournament resume, because going into last night, they really had nothing. So now they've got one, but that game was a few minutes away from me maybe changing my tune on Rodney Terry surviving the season. I don't think you would have gotten fired last night if they lost. But
I agree. You could lose your job in the middle of the season if that one a 23-point lead to your rival goes bad on you.
Yeah, to your rival who hasn't beaten you in 3.5 years. If you slip up in that one, I don't think it would have been a fire him on the tarmac last night kind of deal. It would have opened up the door for the possibility of some mid-season change to have happened, but. Thankfully, it didn't. Credit Jordan Pope. Again, he was the entire offense for an 8-minute stretch in the second half. He had me considering conversion last night, Buck. The Pope was playing so well, I was thinking about reaching out to somebody to make that happen. Trey Johnson, a couple of huge buckets, tough shots in the last 2 minutes. He kind of disappeared for a long stretch, but when Texas absolutely needed him the most, the Horns' best player hit a couple of big buckets. And yeah, the Hail Mary home run inbounds pass, because
Oh yeah,
Oklahoma had cut it to 2 with about 15 seconds
they
left.
forgot to come. They played Texas prevent defense there.
No, they did the opposite.
No,
They
that's
didn't
right.
cover.
Oh, they played man to man, and somebody forgot their man.
Yeah. Tremont Mark is a great pass by Kaluma. Tremont Mark decided to just take off and run the other direction, and Kaluma hit him. It turned into an easy layup that was the dagger to make it a 2-possession game.
Man,
So a win is a win is a win. They needed it badly. They found a way, thanks to the first half and the first 5 minutes of the second half.
yeah, Florida will play better defense.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Florida's a lot
Maybe.
better of a team. I mean, Oklahoma's not good. Like, Oklahoma wants to fire their coach. If you think Texas fans want to fire Rodney Terry, look at Oklahoma's basketball Twitter account this morning. They're all ready to move on from Porter Moser, and I don't know if Oklahoma's going to make up or end up making the tournament this year. But it's a quadrant 1 win for Texas. They're now 1-5 in those games this season.
Well, maybe they can build something off of what they did in the first half, because I thought that ball moved around. I thought, well, if you're going to play you man to man and you can beat your guy off the dribble, make your shots. And they made their shots, and everybody got a piece of it. Even the young freshman, passed the ball pretty well. He moved around pretty good, and he took some shots that he's just going to take, and they need to go in, because they're bad shots if they don't. But that dude makes a lot of crazy out of this world. Did he really just shoot that shots? He did. So did Pope in the second half. He did it too, but they were making them. So you can't, if they don't have an offense and you're shooting like that, you better stay hot.
Yeah, he was hot early on. I think 10 of his 16 points came in the first half, but he had a couple of like crossover step back threes.
Oh yeah.
Where the NBA scouts in the building were just salivating over those. But I think Trey Johnson at times makes life too hard on himself, but I also think the Texas coaching staff makes life too hard on Trey Johnson. Like, there's not enough of an emphasis to get that guy open when he doesn't have the ball in his hands.
Right. I mean, no, they don't run any set picks. He doesn't run around things. He just gets the ball, like you said, and he'll back you down and he'll fade away and make that shot,
Yeah, that guy's not doing enough off the ball. I agree. Like, they're not running enough down screens for him to get open, and he's going to attract a lot of attention for a defense. There's no doubt about that. But if you run him around the court, it's going to open up some looks for him. It'll also confuse defenses, and they might two guys might run with Trey Johnson, leaving Caden Shedrick under the hoop by himself.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, they won't let him just do what he wants to do. They're gonna run guys at him all the time. So Texas is gonna have to do something to shake him free.
Well, I had hoped Texas was going to win at least 2 of these first 5 games in this gauntlet to start SEC play. They're 1-3 right now. Obviously, they need a win on Saturday in Gainesville against number 5 Florida to get to that second win. The good news is they won't go 0-5.
Right.
But the bad news is, look, Florida just lost at home to Mizzou, so they are gettable. I also think they're going to be a little extra motivated because they just choked that one against what's supposed to be one of the weaker teams in the league. Yeah. But, Texas is going to have to bring it. They brought it on the road last night.
Yes, they did.
It was a joke of a crowd. Like, I mean, not to brag and say Texas basketball crowds have been all that and a bag of chips this year, but like
you're going to get there at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, winter break, 9 o'clock, really a 9:10 tip-off.
Yeah, that's what I thought, 9:12, here we go.
And then, the way the first half went, I'm sure there were some OU fans who were like, yeah, I'm not staying for this shit. We're getting killed, and it's a school night or a work night. I am out of here.
Tomorrow. No, then they built the snake circle or whatever that was. That was it.
Thank God. Like, that would have been what Oklahoma did in every sport. If they had came back and beat Texas, that would have been their new thing. Like, we got to build
the stadium at the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. The balloon snake would have been at the Cotton Bowl in October.
It's going to show up anyway now. You know that, right?
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? If they would have came back and won that game, then that's the balloon snake would have been like the number 1 story on sports. Well,
so what do they do? Do they just pack a bunch of rubbers in their pockets or something?
You think those were condoms they were using?
Yeah.
Are condoms that stretchy? The ones you're using, they that stretchy?
They got ribbed.
Congrats to you.
They were using ribbed condoms.
Yeah, the condoms I use are expanding about this far.
Well, ask your girl, the condom wearing girl, the ones that she wears on the planes. That's the ones they use.
Yeah,
Her
you're
outfit,
right.
they can just they blow up her outfit. That's what you need. If you can get that outfit on, they just circle that around the stadium a couple times.
Let's check in with her and see what size condom she was wearing on this airplane.
Call me a again. Call me a again. Yeah, you did nothing wrong. I said shut up. No, you shut the up. You shut the up in here.
Goodbye.
You shut the film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut up.
How big do you think that condom was? Like 5'6"?
5'6". No, about 5'4". About a 5'4".
You going 5'4"?
It's extra ribbed and it's stretchy. You can pull that. You can get that around the stadium. Get about 10 of those. Start stretching them out around the, where it's all split in half there.
So
at
you
the
think
stadium there. That'd be great.
They weren't using real balloons. They were using jumpsuits that condom lady was wearing on the airplane.
Yes.
That's what you're going with there?
That's their new bit now. They always come up with water hoses, drinking from a fire hose. They come up with anything at that place.
It's crazy. And they also had Red Panda doing the halftime show last night. Like, they pulled out all of the stops to try to beat Texas. And, they lost to Texas again.
At home. Wow.
At home. Yeah, I mean, they had like the best halftime performer in the history of halftime performers. They're bringing out this balloon snake, which, was a pretty cool and entertaining bit. They do all of this stuff just to try to beat their biggest rival. And, for the 8th straight time, they can't get it done.
Man.
Yeah, I've changed my tune. It's 8-23 and OU still sucks.
They suck. 8 times, really?
They suck. They lost to Texas basketball. They suck. Wait, no, that's not being super positive. Congrats to RT. Congrats to Texas. The first ever SEC win in program history. Hopefully the Horns can find another one.
Boy, if they can get that one Saturday, if they get a down and out Florida Gator team, that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But they're going to get a D'd up a little bit better by some more physical type of guys though now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Florida's a much better team than Oklahoma. And it's crazy. I mean, Oklahoma was undefeated, 13-0 at the turn of the year. They beat some good teams in non-con play, and they can't find a win in the SEC. It just goes to show you how tough this league is, and it's kind of a trend for Porter Moser. He's been a great non-conference coach, but his teams keep missing the tournament because they don't do anything in league play. That was the case in the Big 12, and that's the case so far for them in the SEC. But yeah, now Florida's a much better team. And, Joe Lunardi going into last night, it feels crazy to talk about Selection Sunday and to talk about the bubble already. I mean, it's January 16th. There's so many games left. I think Texas has 14 or 15 more regular season games. So talking about tournament resumes might feel a little ridiculous. But Joe Lunardi, his job doesn't stop. He had Texas as one of his first 4 teams out going into yesterday. So a quadrant 1 win on the road like that helps. That helps. I don't know if the season ended today where Texas would be, but they need to start stacking some quality wins for the resume because they just don't have any. Or now they have 1 after last night. So hopefully they can find another one this weekend and go from there. But the schedule, doesn't do Texas a lot of favors. So the Horns get the win.
You can't help the schedule. Anything in the SEC is tough. It doesn't matter. I mean, you're watching teams like I said, South Carolina, Mississippi State. And any given night, Vandy, and any given night, that group can beat you too. They all can.
I think it's 7 of Texas's first 8 SEC games, or maybe it's 8 of the first 9, are against teams that are ranked in the top 30 in the country in the net rating.
Yeah, by the way, the SEC could possibly get like 11 teams in, some number where they break the record.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's the best league in the sport. I thought it'd be like 2 or 3 years until the SEC took over from the Big 12 as the best conference in college basketball. I undersold the Southeastern Conference. I didn't think it meant as much as it apparently does.
It means more. It just means more.
We knew in football and baseball it did, and we knew in women's basketball it did. I didn't realize in men's basketball it meant so much, Buck.
Yeah, I'm worried it's going to mean more in swimming soon here.
Yeah, it probably does. And volleyball and everything else. I mean, Texas knew, I think, what it was getting into, and I thought we'd have a little bit of a reprieve in basketball.
Now it really
On
just
me.
means more. Now that Texas is in, they don't care about Oklahoma. They know that they can get them at any given sport. Oh,
Is Oklahoma
sorry about softball. Texas will soon be taking over the softball deal too.
good at anything?
They're good at softball. Let's not leave them out of softball now.
Oh, they're the best softball program in the country. But I mean, Texas beat the brakes off them in football. They did split in volleyball this year, which is disappointing. But women's basketball
did have a win in softball last year, right? Over OU.
Yeah, but OU won the championship over Texas.
They always win the championship.
Yeah, well, it helps to get to play it in Oklahoma City every year. I'm convinced that doesn't hurt. Hey, move the College World Series to Round Rock and watch what happens. Just watch what happens. All right. But yeah, I mean, football, basketball, women's basketball, volleyball. What's going on, OU?
They need to straighten their act out.
Yeah, carry your weight a little bit, guys. What's the deal, Sooners?
You knew they weren't going to.
I didn't think they'd be this bad in everything.
Well, the basketball program has always been kind of What is it going to be? You know?
Yeah, well, they have more basketball history than we do, believe it or not.
Well,
but,
yes.
Yeah, now Porter Moser, they're in a rut right now. There's a good chance they're making a coaching change after this season is done, and we'll see about Texas because Texas basketball, their Twitter account posted the win. All right, they posted the final score. Horns win 77-73, and usually it's people replying excitement. Oh yeah, OU sucks, and nice win, Horns. And instead, like, there's all sorts of fire Rodney Terry tweets in there.
I love this. Make me a bicycle, funny man. Yeah, bring out your balloons. Make me a bicycle. That's what you're gonna say that at the football game. Hey, make me a bicycle, funny man.
How about a unicorn? How about a unicorn, guy?
Yeah.
Do you do those?
Come on.
What about Bevo? Can you make a balloon Bevo?
Yeah, can you do one of those for us there, funny man?
We've won 8 in a row against you. You should be making our mascot.
That's true.
Good bit. Hilarious.
That's a bad bit.
It's funny. It clearly worked. I mean, Texas was like so focused on that shit, they forgot playing basketball. If they started that a little bit earlier, I think Texas probably loses. Anyways, we done.
I'm glad they didn't figure out that bit till late. But it got scary there. I'm telling you, at that 8-minute mark, I'm like, what is going on here?
It happened quick too.
That's why I decided I need to go to bed. I don't want to see this. This can't happen. This is all because I'm trying to watch this game and stay up starting at 9:11 or whatever it was, 9:12. I'm like, what the hell kind of basketball game is it? What is this, the NBA at midnight or something?
I wonder, and look, football has set windows, so we won't have to worry about this in football, but like Texas and Oklahoma are the two westernmost SEC schools. So we're obviously Central Time, but if the SEC wants to do double and triple headers, and last night was a triple header of basketball on the SEC network, then we're always going to get shafted, and A&M probably will too. Like, we will always be the latest start time if they want to do stuff like that for television. And it's like, come on, 9 o'clock? Seriously, 9 o'clock Central Time? None of us want to deal with this. Nobody on the East Coast is dealing with this. What are we doing here? Put it on. I'd rather be on ESPN Plus at 7 o'clock than be on the SEC network at 9 o'clock.
How about these games that started like 5:30? There was a bunch of
there was a game. The first game on the triple-header was at 5 o'clock.
I know.
Like, people are working. They can't even watch the game, let alone get there in time. It's like, yeah, that was bad. That was bad by the SEC. Too many channels in the ESPN family of networks to be having 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock tip-offs locally.
They're paying for those games.
All right, there's enough Texas basketball talk. Congrats to the Horns. They get the win. 1-3 now in SEC play. Buck, so much Texas football to get into. We got to talk about Quinn Ewers making his decision. Also, a couple of Longhorns who are coming back for one more season in Austin. But before we shift to football, let's give some sponsor shout-outs.
Hello, our friends over at Relax the Back. Of course, I'm in my Relax the Back chair right now. Feeling absolutely fantastic. My back feels good. Didn't get a great night's sleep. My fault, but because generally I'm in bed before that tip-off. I'm generally out like a light by then. But feeling good in my chair this morning. My thoracic back. I've had problems with my thoracic back forever. And then once I found the folks over at Relax the Back and got into this most unbelievably comfortable chair, this office chair, it's been fantastic for over 20 years. I love this chair. And if you've got lumbar area problems and you've got shoulder problems, neck problems, hip problems, please call on the wonderful folks over at Relax the Back. And the Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Speaking of living pain-free, how about enjoying
baby,
your Olipop? Your taste buds will be living pain-free. Your gut will be living pain-free if you get some Olipop. What is Olipop? Well, it's soda, but it's a new kind of soda. Soda that tastes like soda, but it's actually good for you. Inside of every can, you get 9 grams of fiber. Inside of every can, you get less than 50 calories. You get less than 5 grams of sugar, and you get prebiotics, plant fibers, and botanicals that help support good digestive health. Oh, by the way, they've got 19 different flavors that all taste great. Olipop is easy to find, available wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Costco, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, wherever you go, you can find Olipop. We're always drinking it on the show. A bunch of you people have told us that you are converts and you are now in on the Olipop. This stuff is fantastic. I rep it all the time, and you should be too. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to be a little bit healthier in 2025, Olipop makes it very easy because, well, it tastes great and it's actually good for you.
Nice.
Yeah. Also, a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. Speaking of New Year's resolutions, if you want to upgrade your home in the new year, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are here for you. Don't just take my word for it. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 40 years. That's right. They've been around for 40 years in Central Texas. Not a Houston company, not a Dallas company, not a Florida or California company that just moved to Austin and started doing business. No, they've been here for 4 decades. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and they can turn your home into something truly special. And they'll listen to you. If you've got ideas, you know what you want, they'll do it. Or if you need some ideas, talk to them, and they will turn your home into something special. They will also add a ton of value to your home by upgrading it. So if it's time for that new bathroom, that new kitchen, that new story in your home, McCallCustomHomesATX.com is the place to go. How about this, Buck? Great comment from Bonnie, one of our newest listeners. She says, sports talk and eye candy. I'm liking this.
Wow. Eye candy.
Who do you think she's talking about here?
She's got to be talking about you because she ain't talking about this old dude. Although I did get a little shave in there. Mama said, hey, it's time to get rid. She goes, it's Christmas over with Santa Claus. Bring this down a little bit. So I brought that down. And thank you, Bonnie. That's awful kind of you.
I appreciate that. My mom always told me I had a face for the radio, so I don't think she's talking about me. I think that's got to be you getting a compliment this morning, but we'll take it. We will absolutely.
And say hello to Jay over the guys over at Sue Patrick. You see my gear? My Sue, you got your gear on. I got my gear on. And I got a blood stain on here for some reason, which means told my wife, I got to go get another one.
Oh, no.
This is not coming out. It's down there below, down by the waist part of it. But I can't have a shirt with a blood stain on it. I think it's blood.
What happened?
I don't recall. This one went up to Dallas with me, BK. And, we had double beds in that room. I didn't have a king. I had 2 doubles. So that means I screw up one bed, but I throw my clothes. Because I don't ever, when I travel, I don't ever put my clothes in drawers. I just don't do that or take them out of the bags because I don't know what people have brought with them when they come to hotels. So I keep it in my bag. Like if I get another bed or a chair, which nobody sits in the chair at the hotel. You know what I mean? Nobody's that chair, that stupid one chair that they put there. You just put your clothes on it. So I put my clothes on there. But for some odd reason, I don't know if I went upstairs and brought some jelly or jam, or it looks like blood, but I'm one of those guys. If I get like a little stain like this, like at the bottom, I'm not going to throw the shirt away, but I'm not wearing it. I may wear it to play golf in, but I'm not wearing it out. So I got to get another one.
It's right by your crotch?
No, it goes down by the crotchal area when you pull it down. So I got to do something with it. I'm going to keep it, but it's not for going out. It's like on the golf course. Who cares? I'll blow my nose at the end of it if I have to.
Sounds
so I don't really care.
Well, you might
But
have a problem with your groin area if you've got
I'm
you
not
got blood
bleeding.
coming out of there.
No, I'm not bleeding from the groin area. No, I have
No.
not been going Mortal Kombat or anything. But everything is good. Say hello to our friends at Sue Patrick. Of course, it's $19.75. Free shipping online. How about this? $49 or more. Or you can hang out at 5222 Burnett Road and pick up all the gear. BK's got the most sold hat, of course, right there that he's wearing. Love that cap, but love the gear that they have over at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for more information. As we always say, plenty of parking there. There's still football gear available to you. I don't know what Jay did with all his Cotton Bowl shirts. I'm pretty sure he's probably got some of those available for you. I know before we left, there were some cool Cotton Bowl shirts available. I'm sure he's got those.
Yeah.
So head on over to Sue Patrick and pick up all of your gear.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Shout out to all of our great sponsors here on TSU. All right, Buck. The news keeps breaking like right after we get off the air.
Yes.
So I think every other show on TSU got to talk about this yesterday, but this is our first time to talk about Quinn Ewers declaring for the 2025 NFL Draft. Apologies to NFL Rookie Watch and Twitter accounts everywhere. All of the BS rumors about Quinn potentially coming back to Texas for one more season. All of the BS rumors about Quinn entering the transfer portal and playing college football somewhere else next season. He put all of those to bed. I think most people with a brain realized that Quinn Ewers was headed to the NFL. He made it official yesterday, posted a video on his Twitter account thanking Texas for the last 3 seasons. And yeah, Quinn Ewers is off. We could talk about his legacy. We could talk about where he ranks amongst the all-time great Texas quarterbacks. Obviously, we can transition this into an Arch Manning discussion because the Arch era is officially underway in Austin. But I want to get your thoughts on the news yesterday. Quinn Ewers off to the NFL.
I think we all thought that was coming. I mean, all the rumors of him going to some other college, to play for another year before entering the NFL. I mean, it's just time for him to get going. It really, really is. I mean, I would have loved to have seen him go to. I mean, I wouldn't have loved to have seen him back here. I think it would have been very hard on him coming back. If he wanted to come back, I don't know if they would have. I think they would have pushed him towards something else because it is Arch Manning's time now, and we don't even know how long Arch Manning. We don't know how good he will be. We don't know how long he will stay. He could be here for 1 year and out the door. If he has a fantastic year. Or if he has fantastic numbers, that guy could say, you know what? Been around the college scene and the high school scene and the Texas scene long enough. Time for me to move on to the NFL. So it's time to start that era. But for Quinn Ewers, I think he's done a fantastic job. He's been dedicated to the university. I don't think staying one more year would have hurt him. With the exception, I don't think he would have played. Yeah. I truly don't. I think the timing is right. Him going to another school was just that guy's not going to go play somewhere else. He's been to 2 schools. I mean, I don't think he needs to. He's not some of these other cats that just go off. I mean, he's got an NFL career. I don't know what that's going to mean. Is he a backup? If he's a starter? But I know hanging around college football wasn't going to make him any better. I don't really think one more year of college would have made him any better than to go off and get to the NFL as quick as you can, be coached by NFL guys, have NFL type of receivers, and see NFL defenses. For him to come back at any other college and seeing more college defense, not so much, not so good for him. It's just time to go. I mean, I like what he did here. I thought he was a dedicated player to the university. I think he did a lot of good things. I mean, the guy's gone, back-to-back semifinals is a pretty good thing. That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah.
And when you're hurt, you come back and you play pretty good football. That's a good thing. I mean, I applaud him for what he did and what he did for the university. I don't know where he ranks. I don't figure out any of that. And mentally, to me, I don't know. I just know he was a good player while he was here, and he did some good things for the university. Mm-hmm. And he was dedicated to this school.
No doubt. He did some great things for the University of Texas, and I've got some of his career numbers here. 27-9 as the starting quarterback in his 3 seasons in Austin. Went 21-5 the last 2 years. As the 4th winningest quarterback in school history. Of course, led the Longhorns to back-to-back college football playoff appearances, the first 2 in school history. Led Texas to their first 2 playoff wins in program history this year. Led the Longhorns to their first conference championship since 2009, of course, when he won the Big 12 last season. He's 3rd all-time in passing yards behind Colt McCoy and Sam Ehlinger. third all-time in passing touchdowns behind those two guys as well. And also, Buck, I don't know if you brag about this or not, but Quinn Ewers first all-time and people complaining about him on Twitter. I don't know if he gets to wear that with the badge of honor. And first all-time in Dr. Pepper commercials featured in.
Are you saying first all-time and people bitching more so than Chris Sims?
Well, Twitter wasn't around when Chris Sims
was.
Oh,
really? It hadn't been around that long?
No. I think Chris Sims will always be number one on the
people. He would be number one with that, right? He would be number one with complaints, right?
Yeah. Fortunately for him, social media was not a thing.
Oh, my goodness. He would have never made it here.
In the Sims Applewhite days. Yeah, what a disaster that would have been.
That would have destroyed that kid in every way, shape, or form if that would have been around.
Yeah, I think you're right. But, hey, Quinn, credit to him because there was a lot of hate coming his way for reasons that I'll never quite figure out. Well, I think they are pretty easy to figure out, actually. His backup's last name was Manning. If it was Art Smith playing backup quarterback at Texas, I think Quinn Ewers would have been respected a hell of a lot more than he was. And I think Texas fans would have appreciated him a hell of a lot more than they did. This isn't for everybody. There are obviously plenty of Texas fans who appreciated Quinn and the job that he did. I mean, he brought Texas out of a very dark era of Texas football. Like Sam Ehlinger was great, did a lot of really good things for Texas, but he couldn't win the conference championship.
No.
He couldn't make it to a college football playoff. He couldn't win in the college football playoff. Like Quinn Ewers was able to get Texas back to national relevancy. And he deserves a lot of credit for that. Some great moments, obviously 4th and 13. Just because Texas lost to Ohio State doesn't mean 4th and 13 shouldn't be talked about for years to come. That was a huge moment for him and for this football team. You think of some of the other performances, the win at Alabama in 2023, the job he did in that game. He set a Big 12 championship game record with 452 yards against Oklahoma State.
Absolutely. Everybody's going to have their highlight game here or there, no matter what position you play. But the guy won a championship here, even though he won the Big 12 championship. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Win a championship. In 4 years or 5 years, no matter how long you stay at a place, you win a championship in any conference that you're in. That's plenty. You've done plenty for the program.
Well, Texas won 4 Big 12 championships in almost 30 years in the league.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't easy for Texas. It wasn't easy for a lot of Longhorn quarterbacks to find a way to get that done.
That's exactly right.
I mean, you got to go to your guy, James Brown, and then Vince, and then Colt, and then Quinn. Those are your Big 12 winning quarterbacks for Texas. So, yeah, people dunk on the Big 12 now. It's the cool thing to do. But, well, Texas didn't always have success in that conference. So, absolutely, Quinn deserves love for leading Texas over that hump.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of NFL quarterback he'll be. I just know that for him, as quick as he can get there to learn and be in that type of atmosphere is probably best for him. I don't think he would get another year out of college football except for the incoming freshmen. Here they come. They're all coming on campus.
He's got a girl. He's got a long-term girlfriend.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, that's true. This is the one thing I'll never be able to forgive Quinn Ewers for.
Okay.
One thing. It's not, the injuries. It's not the very up and down 2022 season. It's not the deep ball or this and that. Quinn Ewers has been dating an Oklahoma Sooner for like the last 2 years. That's his biggest flaw. Oh, you didn't know that?
Like a real, not a student there, but like a grad student or?
No, like a student there. Like, I think a girl his age, but a girl who goes to Oklahoma. It's like, come on, man.
Snake maker?
You can't be the starting quarterback at Texas and date a Sooner. Come on.
Bunch of snake makers?
Tell you what, the snake makers. Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe Quinn loves balloons, and she was just making a bunch of balloons every time they hung out. The balloon animals. But,
wow.
Yeah. In terms of the NFL, like I'm looking at Mel Kiper's positional rankings right now on his board. He's got Quinn as his 5th rated quarterback coming out. This is not a great quarterback class. This is not last year, right? We're going to have like 5-6 guys going in the first round. You might have 2 QBs going on night 1 of the NFL draft this year. And that's a good thing for Quinn Ewers. Like I think that's going to help him go higher in the draft because he doesn't have a ton of competition there at the quarterback spot. I think he's going to impress people with his interviews. I think he's going to have a solid combine. I think, look, I don't, he's not a first round pick. He's not a second round pick. I think it's probably third through fifth where Quinn Ewers ends up going, but he's going to make a team. He's going to have the opportunity to be on a roster, probably be a backup to start his career. But if he ends up in a good situation with a good
he'll find
offensive-minded
out what
coach,
he'll find out what he needs to get better at that level pretty quickly, which is a good thing.
yeah, and I think there might be 20 teams who are like, I want nothing to do with Quinn Ewers. But there are going to be some coaches who are like, I can work with that. I can fix that. Yeah, the footwork is still a little choppy. Yeah. The pocket presence isn't where it needs to be for an NFL franchise quarterback.
But if I can protect this guy, he can get it down the field.
Yeah, it's the girlfriend, right? Like, I can fix him. I can fix him. There's going to be coaches at the next level who are like, I can tweak. The arm talent is there. The accuracy, short and intermediate is there. I can do what I need to do to take this guy's game to another level and turn him in to a great quarterback in the league. So, yeah, there might be some teams turned off because of some of the imperfections with this game, but there are going to be a few teams that want to mold the clay that is Quinn Ewers and believe they could turn it into something really good.
Well, you can't. There's no denying that what he does with his arm angles and getting that ball in that 12 to 20-yard area and getting it on time when guys are open. If he can beat zone coverage, he can do that stuff. He's got to get better. Obviously, at the deep ball, he has to understand that. But when he's protected, he's pretty good. He really is. When he's not fidgety with his footwork and he can drop back and there are not people in his face, I think he'll be just fine. But that's next level stuff that he couldn't get. One more year of this was not going to help him with that, I don't believe.
Yeah, maybe not. He didn't quite take the step this year that we wanted him to take. Now, mentally, talk about the best trait Quinn Ewers might have is his mental game, right? I mean, look at what he did in the playoff. The 2 Jaden Blue touchdown runs against Clemson. That was Quinn Ewers calling that play. He saw the look that Clemson's defense was presenting. He flipped to a run. And boom. I mean, obviously the biggest play of that game was the 77-yard Jaden Blue touchdown. That happened because Quinn Ewers made it happen. Then 4th and 13 against Arizona State. Quinn Ewers changed the play, changed the protection because of the look he saw from the ASU defense. And boom, it worked perfectly. So that part of Quinn's game is more than NFL ready. There's just those other couple of things that have to get there. But I think you're right.
Because the NFL is full of guys that are physical and guys get loose on guys. Not everybody, you can't block guys forever. So you're going to have that pocket presence on how to slide and keep your head up. And, you have to be able to protect the ball because they take it away from you in college. They really take it away from you in the NFL. When they hit you, they come with bad intentions. So he'll have to get better at that stuff. But you can always, for him, even though, 5 or 6 years in college football, he can still always get stronger. Strength and development doesn't stop after you get out of college. I mean, he can always get better at that stuff. His footwork can always get better. His arm strength has probably been like that since high school. That hasn't changed. They'll do some other things and tweak that. But his ability to protect, he's got to be able to protect himself,
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, Quinn's career at Texas kind of marred by injuries. He missed, multiple games in all 3 years of his Texas tenure. So, look, he came back and stayed healthy down the stretch this season, but obviously we're talking 3 years in a row where Quinn has gotten hurt, and NFL teams don't love that. But I think Quinn's got the chance to be the 3rd quarterback off the board. Like Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward are going 1-2. There's no doubt about that. But sort of that next tier of quarterbacks, you've got Jackson Dart coming out of Ole Miss. You've got Jalen Milroe coming out of Alabama. You talk about guys who had underwhelming years. Jalen Milroe. Will Howard at Ohio State. Kyle McCord at Syracuse.
Yeah, McCord has made himself some money this year going to Syracuse. Being the nation's leader in passing. He couldn't get that done at Ohio State, where they have tons of wide receivers. He goes to Syracuse and he breaks all kinds of records.
Yeah, that's sort of like the competition that Quinn's going to have. So I don't think any of those guys are surefire franchise quarterbacks in the league.
You got 2 of them that are pretty good. The rest of them are just kind of what are you going to be?
Yeah, Sanders and Cam Ward are going top 5.
Yeah,
in the draft, and then I don't think another quarterback will go in round 1. I'm not sure another guy will go in round 2. Like it might be. Kenny Pickett, a few years ago, Kenny Pickett went in the 1st round, and the next quarterback didn't go until like Malik Willis in late round 3.
Sure.
it might be like you get 2 guys in the first round, but then you might have to wait till late round 3 before any of these other quarterbacks come off the board. So, but yeah, I mean, Quinn, for me, you turn the conversation to his legacy. I think he's the 3rd best quarterback Texas has had in the last 50 years. Now, I can't, like, James Street probably deserves his own category. That guy was 20-0 and won 2 championships here at Texas, but that was, before black players could play football. It's a completely different era of the game. Now, Bobby Lane, obviously a Texas legend. That guy in 4 years as the quarterback at Texas threw 25 total touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
For the position, a little bit different. But if we're just talking the modern-ish era, the last 50 years of this sport, I think it's VY 1, Colt 2. I'd put Quinn Ewers 3, Buck.
Yeah, I would say in front of Sam Ehlinger was a fantastic leader, but we're talking about winning games. We're talking about where you got the program too. Sam was great. Some guys are great for the program. Some guys can have a winning season. Some guys win championships. Quinn Ewers has won a championship. That's very important to the entire program.
Go ahead.
I would say he would be 3rd.
Okay, I was going to ask, like, James Brown, obviously a guy you coached and you were around. You'd put Quinn ahead of James?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as a natural thrower and moving the ball down the field and having the kind of weapons that Quinn Ewers has, yeah, I would say he would be there. And then after that, I mean, James was just a fantastic athlete. He wasn't a great thrower of the ball. He had some good – I mean, he had Ricky Williams in his backfield. I mean, it wasn't like he didn't have anybody to turn around and hand it off to.
Yeah,
he had a few guys who could have done that. That took a lot of pressure off of him, because if he had to be the guy standing back there throwing a bunch of times, it wouldn't have been the same.
Right. No, that's a good point. Yeah, I have Quinn ahead of James Brown as well. And hearing you say that, because I didn't really get to watch James Brown play at Texas.
Oh no, he was good. He was good. He could move around. He had a great pocket presence. He wasn't going to get balls stripped from him and things like that. He was going to take off and move and throw the ball down the field. And he was really a good leader. He was that leader all the time. He was a good and a good young guy. So, yeah, very similar. But Quinn's arm strength and arm talent was totally different than James.
Would you put James ahead of Sam Ehlinger?
Probably not. Probably not. I mean, arm strength wise, about the same. Escapability and all that stuff. Sam was a runner. Sam was a quarterback / running back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
H-back and all that stuff. James was a decent thrower, good athlete type of guy, and a fantastic leader to be around. And Sam was a fantastic leader too. I mean, leadership is a big deal at that position. And both of those guys just were great leaders. They didn't have to always have championships, but James did have a championship.
Yeah, he did. He was able to get over that hump. And for as great as Sam was, he, didn't bring Texas a conference championship. Tyler says, mental game. Sark had to bench Quinn at the end of the first half against Georgia to calm him down. I only benched him because he wasn't playing well. That's just what Sark said after the game. But I don't know if anybody would have beaten Georgia that night. Arch Manning came in and crapped the bed too. That Georgia team was on another level in that first game.
Yes, they were.
Quinn got better. Quinn got better as the season progressed and did some big things for Texas down the stretch. And, this year, once again, he didn't take the step that we wanted him to take, but he had to carry more of the load, I think, offensively, because Texas's run game just wasn't consistently good.
No, and we knew that's the way it was going to be from the beginning of the season, the way it started out. By the way, the offensive line wasn't as good.
Yeah, and no Jonathan Brooks, and obviously had Bijan and Rojo his first year. Like those guys made a difference, and no slight to Contravion Wisner and Jaden Blue. Those guys just weren't those other guys. But anyways, we digress. So best of luck to Quinn Ewers. He's off to the NFL.
And by the way, Chris Bennett's right. James Brown had 3 conference championships. I mean, we have to count the Southwest Conference championships. The last one of those won. And then the last one where he had a tie with a bunch of people, but he was involved in 3 championships.
You're right. Yeah, it goes to that leadership that you were.
Oh no, he was a fantastic leader. I mean, he was a leader. I mean, he was one of those leaders. You'd ask him as a coach. You'd ask James what you thought. Even stuff in the run game. What guys do. What do you see guys? You see them. You watch them make the moves when you hand it off. What's the best run for a certain guy? A Priest or Ricky. What do they do better? What do they do best? You'd go to him and ask him those kind of questions. For most guys, you don't do that. You know?
Where, if you could pick your dream location for Quinn Ewers in the NFL, like someone on the Coda text line is saying Miami, right? Like McDaniel, good coach, kind of that West Coast offense. Tua gets hurt all the time, so there could be some opportunities for Quinn to play. If you could kind of pick the spot for Quinn to end up, what would be your dream scenario for him?
Somewhere where he's got to get rid of the ball pretty quickly, where he can take his steps or take it in the gun, take a step and let it go, period. Somewhere to use his, that they're not afraid to use the tight end an awful lot. Guys that have good tight ends, that seems to be a spot for him. He trusts in those guys, the big bodied guys like that, and big bodied receivers too. I don't think he does as well with like little guys. I mean, those 6 foot, 6'1" wide receivers, those guys 6'2", I think he does well at getting the ball in that spot where they need to have the ball thrown to them, where they have a chance.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think the Rams is the obvious pick. I think that's the perfect scenario, right? Sean McVay, great coach, offensive-minded, good quarterback developer. You get to learn from Matthew Stafford for a couple of years, right? Quinn's not going to be rushed.
He's not going to be doing this for, the next 5 years.
But I don't think he's going to retire like after this season.
No,
right?
no. So, Matthew Stafford's going to play till the arm falls off.
Yeah, I don't think Quinn is ready to be a plug-and-play starter. So to go learn from a Hall of Fame quarterback and a really, really, really good offensive-minded coach who already has a Super Bowl under his belt, like in that offense.
Well, if you told me if you told me that they were, that the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to play the kind of defense that they always play, and they were looking for somebody to give it a shot, why not? I mean, they've failed so far with the two guys that they have right now. They're one and done. They're lucky if their coach is going to be back. But I need somebody that's got to be able to play good defense too, and put you in situations where they can get some good field position where you don't have to go to length of the field too.
Well, the Rams have a good defense, right?
I mean, they got a young defense and they're good. Yeah.
They're still playing football. I mean, the Niners would be another team, right? Because the Sark offense is very similar to the McVay and Shanahan offense. So, Quinn would have to learn a lot of new things, but a lot of the concepts would be identical to what he's done at Texas the last 3 years. So
that guy, as much as his escapability has been better than when he first got here, he needs to be protected. He's not. When he's in the pocket and there's bodies around him, I get nervous with him. I just do. I just don't think I don't think he slides around enough, and that's stuff that he's going to have to work on. Because, dude, if you had a pretty decent line here, they weren't great this year, but dude, you can get overwhelmed in the NFL. One guy can get in your head, and you can be screwed up for an entire game. So they have to be able to protect him. As I said, if you got a good tight end, he's a guy that if you go somewhere that they've got a nice tight end, he'll be good. And you've got receivers that are not little guys, but that 6'1", 6'2" guy. He throws a really nice ball to those dudes. I've noticed over the last 2 years.
Yeah, he's got to work on the deep ball, right? Like that's
doubt
something that Quinn can improve on as well. Yeah, I think it's the footwork, the pocket presence, and the deep ball. Those are the things that Quinn Ewers needs to improve on the most. And
they still take a lot of snaps from center. I don't know what his ability is like when he goes underneath the center and he has to drop back with his footwork. That kind of scares me a little bit. That's stuff that, I mean, well, hell, all you need is before the combine and all that stuff to take a bunch of snaps and do it. That kind of work, and that's just a natural progression for a quarterback to start that. But he hadn't done that for a long time,
No, you're right.
He's done.
You're right. And you see more shotgun in the NFL now than you've ever seen. But
because there's more college plays in the NFL than it ever was before.
Oh yeah. You're seeing way more Saturdays on Sundays now
Absolutely.
in the league. But they still go under center more than Texas did. And does. So, that is something for Quinn Ewers, and that's something a lot of these quarterbacks have to work on when they go to the next level. Almost feels like every quarterback has to learn how to do that or relearn how to do that because of what college offense has turned into.
I'll be interested to see how Sark does with Arch Manning if he doesn't put him under center more and does some things that way too.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I wish he did that at the goal line.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of newness to what's going on.
I will say this. Number one, I wish he did that at the goal line last week.
Yes, we all do. We all do it 4 times, right? Not 3 times, Not 2 times, not 1 time, but 4 times.
I'll also say this. We did see Arch Manning line up under center at the end of the Clemson game, and he muffed the snap. Now, there was a backup center in the game, but that backup center is, I think, going to be the starting center next year with Cole Hudson.
They'll have plenty of snaps together.
So it's those two. It's going to be the same center snapping it, the same quarterback receiving the snap. And I don't know whose fault that was, but on 4th down, it should have been a dagger for Texas to really put the game away and kneel out the clock. Instead, they fumble it. Clemson gets one more chance. So, yeah, I mean, Arch tried it a little bit this year. But I don't know how much the Sark offense is going to change, but I sure as hell hope that in short yardage situations, they do add that to the playbook.
I got a feeling that we're going to hear from people that get a chance to go to the spring practices that guy's under center giving it the push, and people are behind him pushing the 235, 6'5" guy for a yard and a half. Hey, maybe 6 yards. Who knows?
Do it.
Just get that part done. Yeah. There won't be any excuses for anything in the scoring zone.
That's it. That's exactly where I wanted to go, Buck. And Texas was one of the worst red zone offenses in America this year. We ran down the numbers yesterday. They were 111th in the country.
That is amazing for you to be in a playoff in the playoffs with that.
Yeah, the Final Four. They won 2 playoff games despite that, and they played for a conference championship despite that. It's like, God, how good could this team have been if they could just score in the red zone? And it's, last year was a problem. They were 89th in red zone offense. This year it got even worse. They were 111th in red zone offense. And when you have as much talent as Texas has, there's no excuse to be anywhere close to that bad.
Yeah, so. And they'll just have to, and they'll also have to reevaluate how they view their special teams once again. We already know about the kicker. We already know that stuff. But what will they reevaluate now? Because you've now got to find a punt returner, because that guy was valuable.
Yeah.
That guy, one thing he did, I mean, he had that one return, which was great, but he returned a lot of kickoffs. I mean, a lot of punt returns, and wasn't afraid. And you got to put somebody back there without fear that you're going to have to trust in, that won't let the ball bounce, because, we've seen that before where a ball would bounce and go backwards. And that guy, as scary as he seemed back there at times, you thought he was going to get blown up. He caught the ball. Those dudes are hard to replace. You got to find somebody there's going to, and the ones that are coming in generally are young freshmen. Do you put somebody back there?
That's not.
A big deal. Your special teams have to be reevaluated, because they did nothing for you this year. I thought that's just a wash.
Well, the punt return game was really good, and I'm not that scared about the punt return. Quick bow on the red zone offense. The hope is the mobility that Arch Manning provides can help with that red zone offense. I think that's the point you were getting at.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't know who the punt returner is going to be. I just think Texas has enough athletes on this team to where they'll have somebody. Like, I think people were a little nervous after Xavier Worthy left, because he had manned that position for a couple of years, and he obviously had game-breaking touchdown ability back there. And then Texas got Silas Bolden, and they were just fine. So
yeah, whether you go somewhere in the portal and there's some kid on a team that was his primary job and he did it really, really well, you do that for your special teams.
Now, the rest of the special teams, I'm with you. Like, the kicking game has to be better. The punting game has to be better, and it should be better because they brought in an established punter with good numbers. Like the punt block, can we get a punt block instead of roughing the punter in a playoff game, please? Can we bring that back?
Dude, that used to be their thing. I used to always expect there's going to be 3 of those things in the course of a year, at least 3 good punt blocks. I didn't know they were doing surgery where they taking kneecaps off.
Yeah, I don't.
They just have to get better, because that's a part that can win you championships right there.
Yeah,
you've got your team is too good in every other place, that can get you to a championship. But to win one, you need that one not to be a stalemate. You need to win a couple games that way, where you say, you know what, our special teams just won us the game. They got us this field position in a key situation. We had a punt return. We had 2 punt blocks, and they need to get back to that where people fear them.
I think
in the special teams game.
I think Texas ended up ranked 120th in the country
in special teams
in the S&P Plus special teams ranking.
Wow.
Like, disaster. No excuse for that. And that was weird, right? That was an anomaly. The red zone offense has been trending in the wrong direction for a couple of years now. I'd like to say that's an anomaly or a one-off, but it isn't. But the special teams, like Jeff Banks has been great with special teams the last few seasons. Even when Texas was bad early on, I mean, Texas had good special teams.
Oh, they were better off when the monkey was biting people.
They were top 5 in special teams the last 2 years. Even the 8-5 2022 campaign, they had a top 5 special teams unit. And this year, despite everything else that they did right, they sucked in that third phase. They sucked.
Yeah, he had it going on when we were talking about the pole assassin and stuff. I mean, it was going on then. They were blocking punts and doing all kinds of stuff. Now they're getting fake punts on them where nobody's paying attention. Guys are going downfield. Tackles are catching first downs.
Yeah.
That shit can't happen anymore. You got to straighten that out.
He is still with the pole assassin, to my knowledge, but
I think they are married now. They are husband and wife. You know how some of these things change you.
Oh, Jeff Banks ain't the same coach because he got married?
Things can change.
I've never thought about that from a coaching standpoint, right? Like with individual sport athletes, I'm always a little weary. Like Jordan Spieth hasn't been the same golfer since he got married.
Since he had that kid. Oh, no, you're right. Since he got married, really.
So it's always like those individual athletes, it's like they're so regimented and they're such creatures of habit where it's like, I get it. You might be dating somebody for a long time, but it's different when you're married. What happens to them? I've never thought about it from a coaching standpoint.
Well, I mean, when you're not married to somebody and she's got this Instagram deal going on and you can talk about it because that's not your wife. Now everything is like, that's my wife. We got to be careful. That's my monkey. That's like my kid now. So it's not just a cordial thing anymore. Before, when it was just like, oh, just in passing, oh, she's a pole assassin. This is going on. She's Instagram famous and all that stuff. It was okay. Guy was blocking punts and punt returning and doing all kinds of stuff. Now that they're married, things change.
That's hilarious. I love a good conspiracy theory. They did get married in July, so this past off season. And again, this was the first time the Texas special teams unit has struggled.
Now it becomes our money.
Now because our pole assassin.
That's exactly right.
No
talk of that. No talk of the monkey biting. No more excitement with the monkey biting people. They got everything once you get everything under control, sometimes the chaos ain't bad.
Sometimes the chaos ain't. Well, I think that chaos was pretty bad. I think it was also the kid's fault. The kid was reaching his hand in a monkey's cage that said, "Don't put your hand in." And that's why he got bit. And that's why we all found out about this thing like 3 or 4 years ago. But
yeah, but it was all good there. They were blocking punts. Let's go.
Hey, some kid volunteer to get your hand bit by a monkey at the Banks house, please. If you're a true Texas fan, you're going to, hell, you do it, Buck. You put your hand in there and you get bit.
In there, grab that monkey by his balls. I'm not doing that. I'm not having that monkey bite me.
Good luck with that.
I already know what monkeys do. I know what they do. I know where they go first. I'm not going anywhere near that monkey. That monkey, they go for genitalia. They're smart. They understand what's going on. They know it hurts.
You got no shot against that monkey. You one-on-one in the octagon.
With a monkey? I'm not talking about orangutan. I'm talking about a little monkey.
You're screwed.
Oh, I bite hard. Hey, monkey, I bite hard too.
Well, you're going to have to bite down on the feces he throws at you to start off the fight.
I forgot about it as I'm running around going, no, monkey, don't hit me. Don't hit me with that pile of shit, please. Whatever you do, don't throw that. No, I wouldn't be able to take it. If a monkey chased me with a handful of shit, I'd have a hard time battling that monkey.
You're out. The monkey wins.
Yeah, I'm out. You're right.
That's great. All right. We'll take
Hey, monkey needs to understand, I can wield a 9-iron. Ask the road runner. Hey, monkey, put a 9-iron in my hand. You're going to have a problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you're allowed to use weapons, then I would take you over the monkey.
Yeah, maybe not the driver. Maybe the driver's not going to do very much. But if I can get that 9-iron, I'm okay.
Yeah. Rest in peace to that road runner.
Yeah, you put your dukes up, monkey. Here comes the 9-iron. See how you like that?
You can't even beat a monkey fair, huh? You got to use the.
No, it's not. The monkey's an animal. I'm just an old man. Come on, me? No, I don't do that. When I used to say I could fight a deer, if a deer got loose in a room, I could take that deer on. And everybody was like, no, not even in your younger days. Well, in my younger days, yes, I would. I see the bony legs on it. I'd break one of those legs, and that thing would be wheeling around on 3 pegs. You kidding me? It's over. Now, no. I don't fight. I don't fight. I go like this and start praying.
How you get into that deer's leg before it gets to you?
I always saw those videos where the deer got mad, where the bucks were in rut, and some guy walked into a bad spot where the females were, and the big bucks got up on the hind legs and start pounding the crap out of the guy. Those are the best because they're going their little, come on, a little club feet. Oh, come on, tackle them down and break that leg.
All right, it'd be tough to tackle them down. Tougher than you think. I think
it would be. That's pretty hard stuff.
All right.
Plus, with points at the end of the antlers, no thanks. Shishka Buck.
Shishka Buck. I like that. Good nickname for you. Buck on to that. Shishka Buck. And buck off to Texas's special teams this season. Not good enough. All right, Buck, we've got to give some more sponsor shout-outs. We'll get back into some Texas football. We've got some updates for the Dallas Cowboys, a couple of candidates that they are reportedly going to interview. So finally some names are being mentioned for guys who could replace Mike McCarthy.
Besides Dion?
Also have to give a shout-out to a Texas legend getting a piece of great news yesterday. But before any of that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care or you want to go deal with monkeys and wrestle with monkeys, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and, of course, non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, and joint replacement. Dr. Christopher Danny, Dr. Christopher Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there and absolutely great guys. And their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Indeed. Some love to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. How about this for a collab? Our guy Mike from McCall Custom Homes texted earlier today, Waterloo Printing, those guys are the shit. Now, those two dudes have been in contact, and I think Waterloo Printing has some new gear. Or excuse me, McCall Custom Homes has some new gear from our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So we've got the hat that TSU, or the hat that Bucky is rocking right now. I can't speak. All of our hats, all of our shirts, all of our signs, all of our posters, everything was done by Adam and his team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Reach out, 512-300-9641. You can call him, you can text him, and he is going to answer. Adam, a great dude, big Longhorn fan, big TSU listener, and a great guy as well. It is Waterloo Printing and Graphics. And a shout out to our friends at centextickets.com as well. Any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, any Broadway show, any festival, any live event coming to Central Texas, you can get tickets to at centextickets.com. Don't forget to
I saw my guy, Andre Buccelli, tickets are up to $900 a pop.
No way.
At the Moody Center. Yeah, I got to get to my guy at Syntex Tickets. I got to get to Shelby and talk to him. $900 a pop. Just to have some guy right where I was sitting the last time I saw him, or like $900 each. Would I pay that? Yes, I would. To see
that good.
But I wouldn't pay that to have the guy in front of me singing all his songs, though.
No, yeah, that's a risky run whenever you go to a concert. There's always a few hundred, a few thousand people who feel the need to sing every word to every song, and it just ruins the experience. So there's always risk involved when you buy tickets. But hey, a lot of great concerts coming to the city, a lot of great live events coming to the city. And of course, it's not just events happening in the city. They've got you covered. CentexTickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 and you'll get 10% off of your ticket purchase. All right, Buck, the Dallas Cowboys. We've got some names. Now, yes, there were Deion Sanders rumors that popped up a couple of days ago. No word on whether or not Deion will interview for the Cowboys head coach opening. I still think it's a leverage play. Deion and Jerry are buddies, and Jerry's trying to help a brother out and give Deion a nice pay raise to stick around at Colorado. But who knows? We'll see what happens. But it would be pretty out of character for Jerry. I mean, Jerry doesn't pay buyouts, Buck. The last two coaches who left the Cowboys, Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy, their contracts expired. He didn't have to pay any money for them to leave.
Yeah. Is there anybody down the hall from Jerry's office that he can hire? Because generally he doesn't like to go very far. But I don't think there's anybody on that coaching staff that he wants.
No, I don't either. I have a hard time because Jerry won't pay buyouts for his guys. If he wants to bring in a Coach Prime, hell, if he wants to bring in a Coach Belichick, like anybody like that, he would have to pay the buyout to the school on top of the new contract that he's going to be giving that coach. So that's not what Jerry Jones does. Yeah, he's one of the richest people in the world, but he doesn't spend on this type of stuff like that. So I don't think that's happening. To answer your question, I don't think there's anybody in-house. The closest thing would be Kellen Moore, who's not currently in-house. He's the Eagles' offensive coordinator, but obviously he was the Cowboys' offensive coordinator for years. Hell, he was a quarterback for the Cowboys during his playing days. So that is the most realistic candidate about or kind of along the lines of what you just talked about.
Well, I think he's going to be the next guy anyway.
Yeah, he's one of the Vegas favorites right now. I think Dion, because that was the first name people heard, I think he is the Vegas favorite right now to be the next Cowboys head coach, but Kellen Moore is right behind him, and I think that's the much smarter bet.
And it's the deal. Will Jerry really offer Dion more so than will Dion take it? I think if he's offered that job, he's gone. I believe all that talk about him loving the community and the young people and mentor and all that kind of crap. I believe if Jerry offers him that job and is going to do what it takes to get him, he will be there. But if not, I think Kellen is the likely guy to be next. They know each other. He can be the puppet master with that dude. And Kellen also knows what the environment is like in Dallas.
Yeah, that's well said.
In the circus,
I do wonder with Coach Prime, speaking of circus, you bring in Dion into the fold, then oh my God.
I think those two together, that circus is going to be okay. I think it would be okay. I think one wouldn't be able to stand the other guy getting all the pub for it. It would bother them. It would really bother Jerry if that were the case. But it would be all about Dion, obviously, getting here. It wouldn't be about Jerry. Jerry hired him, but it would end up being about Dion. I don't know if Jerry could take that for his ego more so than anything. But I think Deion Sanders, if offered that job, would leave Colorado because I'm not buying that whole bull crap about, oh, I love the community. It's no. You want to be a professional football coach that everybody knows you in Dallas. You don't want to live in Boulder. That's a bunch of crap. It's nice. It's the second best. Okay. How's that? It's the second best thing, but it's not the best thing if you're offered that Dallas job for you to be up in Dallas, Texas. Are you kidding me?
I do wonder if Dion would force Jerry's hand and be like, you have to get rid of Dak Prescott and you have to trade whatever you need to trade to get the number one pick. So we draft Shador and I get to coach my son. If you do all of that, then I will be your next head football coach.
But I don't think Jerry's – that's where the 82-year-old guy says, listen, I just paid a lot of money for that dude. You need to come and coach that dude and let your son go be where he has to be. Let him go live his life now. You're the Dallas Cowboys head coach. I run the Dallas Cowboys. I'm giving you this opportunity to be a part of this. So it would be one of those kind of deals. But Kellen Moore would say yes to Jerry in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And Jerry knows that. He knows he's got a guy.
By the way, if the Cowboys traded Dak Prescott this offseason, be $105 million in dead money next year. They would have to pay. So he ain't getting moved. All you conspiracy theorists out there who are like, oh, could the Cowboys trade up for Shador, for Cam Ward, or for – no, that is not happening. The two guys who are getting interviewed, because Kellen Moore's still coaching, former Jets head coach Robert Saleh will be getting an interview later this week.
There you go, the new defensive coordinator.
And former Vikings head coach and current Seahawks assistant Leslie Frazier is also.
Well, you don't need 2 defensive coordinators.
Well, they'd only hire one of them.
Yeah.
You don't have a co-head coaching situation. Although if anyone's going to do some shit like that, it'd be your Dallas Cowboys. But yeah, I mean, Leslie Frazier, he doesn't inspire me anymore.
No.
He was a solid coach for a number of years, but he hasn't been a head coach for a long time. Robert Saleh excites me a little bit more. His tenure with the Jets didn't end well. And, when he got fired midway through this season, everyone's like, oh, it's his fault. The Jets are about to turn things around. They got worse with Jeff Ulbrich.
Yes, they did.
Guy. So, like, I don't know how much of that was Robert Saleh's fault. The culture was a problem, and that does tend to fall on the head coach, but a lot of that was just Aaron Rodgers not being as good as they thought, and just it was a disaster for the Jets. They got bad ownership too. So Robert Saleh wouldn't be my first choice, but I think the Cowboys could do worse, don't you?
Well, they can do worse than Robert Saleh. Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to talk. They're going to have to talk to they need an offensive guy. They'll find a defense. They'll find Zim would like to still hang around there no matter what. I mean, they can find a defensive coordinator. They need to find an offensive mind that's going to be able to get Dak Prescott, this offense, find a running back, and let's go. The young guy from Detroit, he's not coming into that madness. He may interview for that, but he doesn't want any part of that circus. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy that wants to, after being around the guy he's been around now, he doesn't want a culture that's like the Dallas Cowboys culture.
No, and it sucks because, like, I think if Jerry Jones wasn't who he was,
true,
the Cowboys would be the #1 opening this offseason.
Yes.
They've got a quarterback, and they've got a talented roster. Like, Dallas won 12 games in a row, or 12 games 3 years in a row. Like, that was not 10 years ago, 5 years ago. That was before last season. So they've got some talent on that roster. Is it perfect? No, they've got some holes that they absolutely need to address. But you compare what the Cowboys have to the Raiders, to the Bears, to the Saints, to the other teams with vacancies right now. The Cowboys have a lot more going for them. The problem is you've got to deal with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, because he wants to do all of that stuff.
All of that stuff. So, yeah, I think you're right. Like, Ben Johnson is the top candidate out there. He'd be my top choice. I think he'd be every Cowboys fan's #1 guy. But I have a hard time thinking, even though, he thinks he's
going to get control where he goes.
Yeah, you're probably right. They'll probably let him hire a GM. And that's why Vegas might be the spot, because there aren't a lot of teams that have coach and GM openings out there. And Vegas is one of them. So,
well, he can get a lot done in a place like Jacksonville with a young quarterback like that. I think he can do some things offensively that could help them.
They didn't fire their GM, though. That's why I would mention.
Yeah, you're right. They kept him.
Like Chicago, I think Chicago would make a ton of sense for him, but they kept their GM. And I don't know if Ben Johnson wants to work with a guy that he's never worked with before. So, yeah, you got to deal with Jerry there. But those are the first two, like, real interviews that we've heard. We'll see if Dion gets one. As of now, it's just discussions that those two guys had that went public. But right now, it's Robert Saleh and Leslie Frazier.
And it's interesting. Dion's name is not mentioned in any of these other jobs, correct? It's just this whole Dallas Cowboy thing, right?
Yeah, I have not heard.
Nobody's interested in Dion being their coach on an NFL team, really. You don't hear from, Mr. Woody John. You don't hear about him down in New York wanting Dion to come to New York City and become head coach, right? It's just the Dallas Cowboys. That's it.
I think at this point in the offseason, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I'm pretty skeptical of all of it right there.
Yeah, as I said, if Dion was offered this job by Jerry Jones and Jerry was still going to be Jerry, I think Dion would take the job. I think he would do okay. But it would just still be okay because the guy who really still runs the show is going to be making the draft choices and all that other stuff and letting him be the head coach, getting his fame and glory from being the head coach and maybe falling into something good. But he's not going to be the decision maker. He's not going to be in that draft room when Jerry and his son are sitting there saying, I want this guy. And Jerry says, nope, I'm taking this guy.
Yeah, I do think you're right. I think Coach Prime would take the gig if offered. In large part because he'd get a nice pay raise if he took the job.
Oh, yeah. He can get what Jerry will pay him whatever you need to get.
Yeah. Like the only way he'd leave Colorado is if, like, hey, we want you to be the coach of the Cowboys and we're going to pay you a lot more than you're making right now. And Colorado won't be able to match it. So come on down.
Right.
That's what it's going to be. But again,
But he has the control at Colorado. He's now.
That's why I don't think Sark's going to an NFL gig. Like, we talked about the Vegas odds for this job, and Steve Sarkisian was like 7th to be the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And you've heard all sorts of rumors that NFL teams are interested in Sark. And I just don't think Sark wants to give up the control that you have as a college coach.
No.
You give up a lot more of it, obviously, if you're going to work for Jerry Jones, because that guy is always going to be in control, and he's going to let everybody know about it, too.
Security in a place like the Raiders for Sark and finding out, going and drafting the kind of quarterback that he wanted to draft, and they gave him the control, and Tom Brady's a part of, ownership there, and Tom Brady's going to look at Sark and say, this guy's pretty smart. Let me let him do this thing. I could see something like that, but I can't see New Orleans or any of that kind of stuff with the quarterback that they already have. No, he's not going to deal with that.
I can't even see Vegas. I get your point about that maybe being a more appealing destination for him, but I can't even see that. I just think that the stuff he learned from Nick Saban at Alabama is going to keep Steve Sarkisian in college. Perhaps wishful thinking. Definitely wishful thinking. I don't want Sark to go anywhere, but
no, I don't want him to go anywhere. But I'm just thinking if he made that kind of move, the kind of place that he would go to,
yeah,
he's not going to be anybody's. He's not going to be anybody's puppet guy. He's now learned, as you said, from Nick Saban how to run a program, what he's interested in, and he's been around pro guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in California, I mean, the Raiders, I mean, in Vegas too. I mean, it just seems like they will solidify their organization, even with Mark, with their owner. But I think they'll, with Tom Brady being a part of that, there's not a lot that Tom Brady is going to say yes to that's a bunch of bull crap.
Yeah, I don't know. That the sigh I just gave was because of Mark Davis. Like that guy.
He's still there. He's still in control.
And the Raiders have hired and fired more head coaches than any team in football in the last 20 years. Like, does Sark really want to do that? Do you really want to go to a spot that will give you like 1 to 2 years? I mean, Antonio Pierce got 1 year. Josh McDaniels got a year and a half before him. Like, why the hell would you leave Texas to go there when if you can't prove that you can win in the span of 1.5 seasons, your ass is going to be on the streets?
Well, like I said, what does Tom Brady, how involved is he going to be in that kind? He's got his other, I mean, that guy's in the
broadcaster guy.
Yeah, broadcaster guy doesn't have much. He's not saying much at meetings there, probably.
I don't know if his stake is big enough to get the speak.
Nah, he's just using his name.
Yeah, it's I think he just wants the money. Like, oh yeah, the NFL is growing in value by the minute, so this is going to be a good investment for me. I can afford it, and my money's going to grow.
Like more of an investment than an actual. I'm involved in it.
If he's not at the games, he's calling other games.
He's calling games on that day.
Like every week, he's doing research about other teams. Which
he doesn't have to be the coach. All he has to do is sit up in the box and nod his head.
Doesn't even do that
when he comes on camera.
Doesn't even do that.
No.
And he doesn't get bye weeks to where it's like, oh, he can go to 1 or 2 Raiders games a year to show face. It's like, if he ain't calling the games, and oh, by the way, the Raiders suck, so Fox's #1 crew isn't calling many Raiders games these days.
Why is New Orleans such a bad place, with the exception of it's New Orleans and they pee on the floor? I mean,
well, they are in cap hell. Like Sean Payton knew what he was doing when he departed a couple of years ago. They are in a god-awful financial situation. It's a roster bereft of talent. They don't have money to address it. They weren't. Where are they picking? They're picking 9th, so like not bad enough to get one of the quarterbacks. They've got a lot invested in Derek Carr, who stinks. It's bad. The Saints are in a really bad situation. So, yeah, I mean, that division sucks. And there are worse places to live than New Orleans, but
not many worse.
Yeah, you hate that place, don't you?
No, I'm not a big New Orleans fan. I've always thought of it as a nice place to visit for 28 to 48 hours and then run away. Forget it. My daughter went to school in Baton Rouge. When I dumped her off, I got out of her, I gave her a kiss and said, out. I'll see you for 1 soccer game. I'm not coming back down here.
Is Baton Rouge better than New Orleans?
I'm going to say surrounding areas of Baton Rouge are better than New Orleans.
Okay.
New Orleans is place a dump, man. You know what New Orleans is.
It's very grimy.
Yes.
That's the word I would use to describe New Orleans if you gave
Plus,
me
I'm too old to party hard like that. They party hard. Old people party hard in New Orleans. And I'm talking about old dudes, old ladies. People just party hard there. It's a hard place to live, and they party hard.
I mean, shoot, we were there, on our drive to Atlanta for the SEC championship game. We spent a night in New Orleans.
Were they partying hard then? Were they?
Well, we went out to Bourbon. It was like a Wednesday night or something, or Thursday night.
Act like nothing.
Yeah, not like insanely packed shoulder to shoulder, but there were plenty of bars that were occupied.
On a
Live,
Wednesday night?
yeah, live music, and you got people of all ages. Hell, there was an older broad like passing out on the bar, like literally asleep. It's like 9 o'clock at night, and she's like asleep on the bar. And finally, she wakes up to throw up all over the floor. And oh my God, I don't know if I ever shared this story, but she was like sitting in a tall bar stool. She was by herself. The bouncers and the bartenders kept trying to like wake her up to get her to leave. And she's like, kept shoving them off. Like, no,
They kept serving every time she wanted to drink. They'd throw another one down there.
She was passed out by the time we got there. And she kept saying like, yeah, give me 5 minutes. Like I'll be good. And the next thing we know, she is yakking all over herself. And then she falls out of the bar stool.
From way up there?
From way up there. And this ain't no spring chicken. I wouldn't call her an old, but she wasn't a youth. And
she was just slightly younger than me.
Dude, a random guy and I was with intern Brock. He's like, I ain't dealing with this shit. And I'm like, dude, she was like laying on her back and she had just thrown up. And it's like, she might die if she stays like this. So some random guy and we like lifted her up.
Mouth to mouth?
No, God, no.
But she would have been dead. She'd have been a goner.
I went hand to throw up. I mean, she had yak all over her clothes, and like I had to, help pick her up and put her back in the seat, make sure she was
on the bar seat.
Yeah, I do this again. And then and at that point we're like, we're leaving. Like I've done my part here. I'm not staying around to see what happens next. We got our picture of her with throw up on her, and that's hilarious. But I'm not going to watch somebody die tonight, and I'm not going to get my hand and throw up again, please. No,
it's just, I mean, people die all over the place every day, but that place is like, seems like there's a death a minute in that area. I'm like, nah, I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be some rando that gets run over by some terrorist while I'm just partying there. I just don't want to, there's a lot of ways to go, but that's not the place I want to go at.
Obviously that tragedy a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. I mean, that's just the place is, and now the Super Bowl's there. What are they? You don't want security for the Super Bowl. Yo.
Yeah. They got to up it. They didn't have enough on New Year's. And yeah, that's,
well,
right.
I mean, and that, forget about where it is. There's certain things you're not going to stop. If somebody wants to do something, you're not stopping it. You can have all the security you want. You can say, we did this, we did that. But if somebody wants to get something done where they want to harm some people or you, or they can, there's plenty of places they can do it at.
Sure.
It's just that place is opened up to just random, what you think are regular people that become killers. You know what I mean?
Right.
No, thank you.
You're right. Not for you. So no TSU road trip to New Orleans then in a couple of weeks, huh?
No, no, the Super Bowl. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
When does the Super Bowl come back to the ice storm of Dallas again?
I don't think it ever will be. That's the thing. I mean, there hasn't been a Super Bowl at Jerry World since 2011 when you had that ice storm.
Yeah, that was a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, people got hurt. Like ice fell off the top of the building and landed on people.
Jeez.
So I don't think Roger Goodell, and it's got to piss Jerry Jones off, right? With how nice that stadium is, how much money he spent on it. Like, it's got to tick him off that the NFL is not coming back, but I don't think the NFL wants to risk it.
Well, we got to have some of these championship games where we don't have to go to Atlanta. They don't all have to be in Georgia.
Well, the SEC championship will, at least for the foreseeable future, always be in Atlanta. The Peach Bowl will always be in Atlanta. The national championship will not always be in Atlanta.
Good.
That one moves around every single year. And look, I would have loved to. We'd be on our way to Atlanta right now, or maybe going tomorrow or Friday. Who knows? Or tomorrow is Friday. I would love to be.
Oh, hell yeah.
That road trip one more time. But yeah, not to be.
So Michael Taft is an second team All-American.
Yes.
That's awesome.
I don't know. There have been a bunch of All-America teams. This isn't the first All-America team he's been on, but one of them came out yesterday. And yeah, Kelvin Banks, Anthony Hill, Jahdae Barron, all first-team All-Americans, and Michael Taft, a second-team All-American. I got to double-check, or maybe Longhorn Bear can comment and let us know which publication gave those Longhorns those honors yesterday. But
very good news, him coming back yesterday. Awesome news.
Yeah. We've got a couple other Longhorns who are coming back that we'll talk about in a second. We've got some fun videos and some fun stories as well to wrap up the show. But before any of that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. You're thinking about having that weekend party here for the NFL and, of course, for the college football championship on Monday. Call on the guys there. 4601 Southwest Parkway. They've got all your beverages, all the beverages that you want. They've got your All-Stat there. They got all your liquors, all your wines, whether it's the weekend or just a little private party. But if you're having a big company party, they are wholesale distributors. They can get the alcohol to you if you're having a big party. Just call them. Once again, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway before Mopac, 4601 is where you'll find 34 Wine and Spirits.
Oh, yeah. Get you some Alt-Stat beer
Mm-hmm.
the next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits. Alt-Stat is the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but you can pick it up all across Central Texas, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, wherever you are. They've got the greatness that is Alt-Stat beer. And they've got a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. Hell, I said it earlier this week. I had some Alt-Stats at the Sheraton in Arlington.
How about that?
Watching the Orange Bowl last week. They've got you covered. The Lager and the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers. These are award-winning beers. They've got a great Hefeweizen, a great light beer, the Schwartz beer, some seasonal brews. They've got so much going on, something for every palate out there. And every Alt-Stat not only is brewed locally, but they're brewed without preservatives, out additives, out unnecessary sugars. So trying to be a little cleaner this year, but you're not willing to sacrifice drinking beer. Alt-Stat beer should be your choice. It tastes great. I always call it liquid gold, and you're not putting a bunch of crap into your body, so you can feel good about what you're drinking that night, and you're also going to feel a lot better the next day. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Alt-Stat beer. No impurities. No regrets.
Now, you told me about a place that's going out of business. You said a landmark, Austin Landmark.
Yeah, we can do that now.
Yeah, tell me which one is gone? There's so many of them that have come and gone, and some that are even making returns. But you said there was another one that's saying goodbye.
Yeah, pour out a Mexican martini because the last Trudy's in Austin is closing.
I would think I would have been the one who would have closed the last ones in this city because I was the king of Trudy's now. Whether it would be the night of a game during the week, after a coach's meeting, when I was drinking, I was there. I've done shows at Trudy's on the radio, and the Trudy's, the last one that's going out of business up there on Burnett Road. That was one of the I used to live there when I first moved to Austin. I lived off of Anderson up that way, and they had a seat there that said, there's a little plaque over it said Michael, the quiet one. That was me. I would go there. I would go there and drink my Jack Daniels. And I wouldn't tell anybody that I coached at Texas they didn't know that for a long time. I would come there after we'd be done at the coach's office and it would be late. BK, I'd stroll in there and get myself 2 shots of Jack and head on home. But they ended up having a little plaque. The plaque may still be there. It says Michael, the quiet one. I wouldn't say anything to anybody. Oh yeah.
The quiet one?
Yes. I didn't say anything to anybody. I didn't want them to know I coached there.
I guess you weren't a professional talker at the time, but the guy who turned into a professional talker was known as the quiet one?
Yes, and then I became a professional talker at all the other Trudy's, the one down by campus, even the one out at Belterra that went out of business. I hit them all. The one down by campus was my grounds of some real Jack Daniels nights there. And so, they had the margaritas. I never was into margaritas. I couldn't drink that stuff with all that sugar and salt on the rim and all that other stuff and ice, that wasted ice.
Oh,
Are you kidding me? Why waste the ice? Give that to somebody else.
And so, martini at Trudy's.
So you tell me the last one is gone, huh?
Yeah, last one's gone. Trudy's posted on social media on Monday. They said, quote, "The spot has been so much more than a restaurant. It's been a place where memories were made, margaritas were shared, and the spirit of Austin came to life. To our amazing team and loyal customers, thank you for making North Star so special," end quote. And apparently it's already closed. It wasn't like, hey, we're announcing that we're closing. Come by for the next couple of weeks to get your final Trudy's experience. It was like they posted that and they were done.
Yeah, I was out. Like I told you, I was out there last week just as they opened up and I had my breakfast migas. That's where I learned about migas. That's when I first came to the state of Texas. I went to the Trudy's, and that's when somebody shoved some red sauce, some salsa, and some chips in front of me. I'm like, chips and like it's breakfast time. I don't want this stuff. What are you doing? What do you mean chips and salsa? Do I want I want that stuff. I'm looking for some eggs up in here. You know, some bacon and eggs. You're bringing me chips with red sauce at 7:00 in the morning. I'm like, what have I come into here? You know,
chips and salsa is what most people call it. Red sauce,
whatever that crap was. That's when I first.
Come on, there's never a bad time for chips and salsa. What are we doing?
When you first enter the state of Texas and they throw that as a breakfast mix, that was not cool with me. And then I started. Then I had my first migas at Trudy's, and to me, that was the best. It is. Now I've had migas in so many different spots, obviously in this area, but that's where I had my first migas with flour tortilla. It was delicious.
Yeah, well, the food kind of fell off over the last few years.
It fell off. They had a place out here in Belterra that somebody built this massive one up there that looked like, well, they made that because they wanted to have events, as I call it, like the event center, but they weren't much on the taste of the food, and they weren't much on service. It was not the old Trudy's of old. It wasn't good.
Yeah, because you can't have bad food and bad service. You're not going to last very long as a restaurant if that's what you've got.
But I always thought the one right by the university there, off of Guadalupe, there was absolutely awesome. You could roll into that bad boy any time of night.
Oh yeah, West 30th Street.
It was crazy. I loved it.
The first Trudy's opened in 1977. It's a hell of a run, but it's been a rough couple of years. The company was purchased out of bankruptcy in 2020, and they hope to keep the brand alive. The group that purchased them hoped to keep the brand alive, but they had to close the one near campus.
Yes.
In 2022, and they changed South Congress Cafe into a Trudy's back in 2021, but they had to close that one in 2023. And then last May, Trudy's announced it was closing its South Star location on Little Texas Lane. And then the last one that was still around, the North Star location, the one on Burnett that you're talking about, that one just shut its doors. So, yeah, there was some optimism a few years ago when they were bought out of bankruptcy. It's like, this new group, they're going to get Trudy's back on track. They're going to save the day, and they're going to turn Trudy's back into what it used to be. I mean, I didn't grow up in Austin, but my parents went to Texas. Like, I grew up coming to Austin, and they would always talk about Trudy's. Like, all of my friends' parents, everybody went to Texas knew about Trudy's.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And it wasn't quite as big of a deal when I was there, in the 2010s. Like, it had already starting to fall off a little bit.
Yeah,
still, it was pretty crowded more often than not. And it just, I guess, got worse and worse and worse, and less people started going. And I think I went one time, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, was probably the last time I had gone to the West Campus, West 30th Street location, not West Campus, near campus location. And it was almost empty. It was lunchtime. It wasn't like a super popular time, but it was like a Saturday lunch.
That place would be packed for breakfast, lunch, dinner. I mean, Friday nights after I'd put the team to bed, leaving the hotel and hanging over there for hours on end, slamming Jack Daniels before going back to the hotel for the game the next day. I was there, man. Yeah. I was a fixture at that Trudy's.
I take back what I said. I think it was a Saturday lunch. So that should have been a packed house at Trudy's. Oh, yeah. And there were like 3 or 4 tables in the whole restaurant. So, yeah.
That's where I learned about that. That was my entryway into Mexican food. They did such a good job. And the service there was always fantastic. But I never, I probably had one of those margaritas, the big ones they would have.
Oh, the Mexican martinis?
I had one Mexican martinis because I think they allowed you to have like 2.
Mm-hmm.
I had one of those deals, and after drinking Jack Daniels all my life, I drank some of that, and dude, I was in a different world now.
Yeah, tequila will get to you, huh?
Yeah, that stuff was nasty. Mm. But like I said, it was too much mixture, too sugary and too salty at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, it is that. And that's why people love it so much. Like you wanted the bite of the alcohol. A lot of people are like, I want this to taste as little like alcohol as possible. And the Mexican martini, it would get you. It would get you.
Some of those famous places have gone. I got an opportunity to to sit with Jack Gilmore from Jack Allen's yesterday at his new place, Daymaker, which is right beside Salt Trader that used to be the old IHOP. And that has become a breakfast place now. And what a fabulous breakfast they have there. I mean, it's breakfast and lunch, and then I think they're like closed at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
But they have a breakfast and a lunch there. And boy, anything that Jack Gilmore is involved in, boy, is the food there fantastic.
Yeah, I'm
so
glad.
People will remember that old IHOP because that damn thing used to be packed with people.
Yeah, I'm glad he's sticking around and keeping his restaurants around because it's.
Oh no, he's continuing to move forward. That dude.
Good. I just think all the great Austin institutions that have closed over the last few years, like a Shady Grove, Threadgill's, Hut's Hamburgers, Dart Bowl Players, like these were iconic spots in Austin for decades upon decades.
Dart Bowl just for lunch.
And the truck stop enchiladas, people love those things. I only went, I think, twice. I wish I had gone a lot more because those things were freaking good. But I'm sure there's 10 to 15 more that I'm not thinking of. But we've lost some great restaurants. A lot of it was pandemic related, and some of it just the times have changed and everything's way more expensive here in Austin now. So it's tough. But R.I.P. Trudy's. Hopefully they figure something out and open something. They kind of hinted towards not being completely finished, but as it stands right now, there are 0 Trudy's locations that are operational. So end of an era.
One on South Congress. What was that? That the name, the part of it was Trudy's, but it used to be something cafe. You said?
Yeah, South Congress Cafe. Yep.
Yeah, they had a real nice meal in there too. They served really good food in there for a while.
Yeah, they turned it into a Trudy's. I guess it was the same ownership group.
It was.
The group that bought Trudy's when they sold also owned South Congress Cafe, and they went with that switch, and they were only around for like a year and change.
Yeah, it was fabulous. I think I remember. I mean, we used to do shows from the radio there at the Trudy's out near where it used to be Toys R Us. There was one out there, and that was owned by, I think at that time, Gary Trudeau. I think Gary Trudeau was a former cop in Austin, but he was the guy who started these Trudy's, I believe, years and years ago. And they changed ownership numerous times. So
that name makes sense, right? Trudy's, Trudeau. If that was the first guy, that would check out. But R.I.P. Pour out a Mexican martini for our friends at Trudy's.
Oh yeah,
1977 when the first one opened, and here in 2025, the last one has shut down. That city sucks. You gotta stop moving here. People are ruining everything. This generation, awful. Awful.
Now, are they moving anything that's special that is downtown? I mean, I know parking is tough and everything else. I know there's stores, but are they moving any of these places? Antone's is still going on, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I talked to my son because they delivered to Antone's. They said that place is still hopping and bopping down there.
Oh yeah.
But people don't go to 6th Street and do those kind of things as much. It has turned into a big city. It's not as easy going as it used to be. Things can happen like they do in big cities. So people aren't as leery to have their guard down just strolling around down here any longer.
Yeah, 6th Street definitely not as safe as it used to be. I don't know if it's ever been the safest spot in the city, but now it can get dangerous.
Dude, I used to you can just used to be able to roam around there and stroll around at 1 a.m. and stumble through 6th Street and not have to worry. I mean, I've got folks that want, nieces that want to come visit and they want to go to 6th Street. And I'm like, Uncle Buck can't be involved in charge of you there now. That's a little bit, you got to be old with an old man with you to go down there now.
Yeah. Yeah. They've got cops there.
There's got to be some fun down there somehow.
Oh, of course. Yeah. You can absolutely still have a good time. And, 6th Street has gotten so big. Now it's, Dirty 6th, West 6th, East 6th. What used to be known as West 6th is now Dirty 6th. Mm-hmm. And then there's a separate West 6th that's obviously more west. And then now east of 35, there's
east of 35,
6th, bunch of bars in that area starting to pop off a little bit more. So, you could still have a very good time down there, but there are certain parts of that area that it's you're risking yourself a little bit if you're going out there late at night by yourself or without anything. So there you go. All right. Hey, congrats to Michael Huff. Yesterday, the College Football Hall of Fame class of 2025 was announced. 18 players selected, one Longhorn on the list. That's Huff Daddy, Michael Huff.
That's awesome.
National champion, Thorpe Award winner, and still around Texas football, a part of this staff and a big-time mentor for a lot of these young players. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for the way the secondary played this year, turning some things around. But yeah, Huff Daddy, one of 18 players selected. Some other big names, Michael Strahan, Michael Vick, Graham Harrell. Remember him at Texas Tech?
Yeah, for sure.
Sling it. Monty Ball at Wisconsin.
Monty Ball.
Yeah, Steve Slayton at West Virginia. Guy was electric. Haloti Nata. Just some of the few names. And 4 coaches are getting in. 2 coaches I've never heard of, but 2 that everyone's heard of. How about Nick Saban and Urban Meyer going in this December?
That's awesome.
So there's your class. So once again, Michael Huff, the only Longhorn on there. But yeah, Nick Saban and Urban Meyer, all of these guys will be inaugurated in December. But there's some of the big names for your College Football Hall of Fame class of 2020.
One of the great events I went to when Ricky got inducted to the College Football Hall of Fame in New York.
Forgot about that.
Stayed at the Waldorf Astoria. That was, yeah, that was awesome.
How long were you up there for that?
I was up there for about 3 days. That was fantastic going to the event. That's where Jerry Jones spoke that night. That's where I met Condoleezza Rice at the hotel.
And you haven't forgotten about that interaction.
She was buffed, man. She had some big old. She had one of those shirtless deals on, and she had some guns. I talked to her about her knowledge of football, and as her dad used to make her watch the Cleveland Browns every Sunday. Like,
that is child abuse.
I know. She used to tell me how she had to sit there with her dad and watch Cleveland Brown. I'm like, wow. And I always thought that she was going to stay more involved in college football. Maybe, I'm not saying become the commissioner. I just thought her involvement, I think she's still the provost out at Stanford, I believe. But you don't hear about her being much involved. And I knew she wasn't, I'd asked her about politics and she goes, out. Just plain out. But wow. I said, but your involvement in college football, I thought she would stay involved. But she likes sports, but she's not involved in it that much any longer.
Right. Oh, how about, I got some sad breaking news here. This is a tough one. I just confirmed this. I saw CB's comment. The legendary Bob Uecker has passed away at the age of 90. The Milwaukee Brewers official Twitter account just tweeted that 6 minutes ago. Brewers icon, baseball Hall of Famer, movie legend.
Wow.
The voice of the Brewers for the last 54 years, known as Mr. Baseball to fans all over the world, passing away at the age of 90.
Lived to be 90. Good thing for
him. Run. That's great. And he was still doing it. It's crazy that he was still calling games for the Crew, and he was still good.
Yes.
I don't know if he was as good as he was in his prime, but it wasn't like, we're just keeping this guy around. No, he still had it. And damn.
Just a bit outside.
Harry Doyle. Just a bit outside. Bob Uecker. Rest in peace. That's some tough news there.
Yeah, right. 90 is a good spot.
90 is a great spot. Yep. And I hate that he didn't get to see the Brewers win a World Series for him. Not that I really give a crap about the Brewers, but I think, I'm a Texas Rangers guy, and Eric Nadell's the longtime voice of the Rangers. He's also a Hall of Fame broadcaster. He's been calling games for the team for decades, and he still does. And I was obviously happy for myself that the Rangers won a World Series.
You were happy for yourself. You were more happy for yourself than anything in the world.
Well, yeah, but your mind, you think of guys like that. I'm happiest for the players and the coaches, but I'm happy for the fans who have been around since the team got to Arlington in the 70s, and the broadcaster who has called so much heartbreak and awful baseball for the Rangers over the years because they had no history. I was really happy for him. So it's I wish Bob Uecker got to see his team win one because that guy gave his life to that organization, and they didn't give much back because they've been ass for a long time. But I digress. All right. Quick shout out to who do we need to shout out to? Woods Comfort Systems. Have we talked about them?
Of course, Woods Comfort Systems, because in the next couple of days, it's going to get cold up in here, and you want to be prepared for that. So if you've got any problems and things aren't working the way they should be right now, if you're thinking of getting a new unit, they probably could put that in. But if you've got problems with your old unit, you want to call and make sure over the next week or so that everything's working properly when it comes to heating. And Woods Comfort System, folks, for over almost 70 years, they've been doing it in Central Texas, whether it's heat, air conditioning, and now plumbing. You can call on Woods Comfort Systems.
Amen. 512-842-5066 is their phone number, or you can find them online, woodscomfortsystems.com. And how about a quick word now from our buddy Tom McKay and the kid over at Audiovisual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
We only pretend to be annoyed. I don't know about that one, kid. Sometimes I get annoyed, and I'm sure sometimes my parents got annoyed with me as a kid. Still do.
Oh no, they are annoyed. That's not a thing. They are annoyed with you.
Yeah, well,
parents are annoyed with the kids. The kids do pretend because they know in the long run they still have to depend on those people. But for the parents, they don't depend on you for anything.
Yeah.
They can just as well drop you off at the corner and keep on moving at any time. No, they don't get annoyed. They're fine. But for the kids just pretend is right. They don't. Yeah. They know what they need. They know that they can't go out on the street and live for less than 15 minutes by themselves.
That's the great bit, right? Like every kid runs away from home at least once. Yeah. They like pack a tiny little cute suitcase and they're like, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back. This place sucks. And then like 20 minutes later, they're right back at the front door. It's like,
yeah, I tried that bit when I was in like 4th grade in North Carolina. And I was pissed. And my mom said, well, you can leave. I said, okay, I'm leaving. I'm going now. And when I went out the door, my grandmother lived about a mile up the road. And then my old man came home. And dude, I was hiding behind trees when he was going up and down the street. And when I got back, I got the whipping of my life. And my mom stood there and she laughed. Dude, it took me a long time to forgive my mom. She said that I could leave, go ahead and run away, because she knew I wasn't going very far, maybe to a friend's or whatever. But she told me to leave. I got home. My dad beat me with a belt, BK, with a belt, and had me between his legs with my butts up. And he rode me like I was Secretariat. I thought I was a horse coming down the stretch. I never got beat so bad. And my mother was there and she was like giggling and laughing while I was getting hit. It took me a long time to forgive my mom you told me I could go. You didn't tell me that Genghis Khan was going to be coming down the street in his station wagon with his wood paneling looking for me.
She was walking you into trouble there, wasn't she?
She walked me right into that. Yeah, she suckered me into that move, knowing that I was going to take it. I was the one that was going to take it. She said, go ahead. You don't like it? Go. I'm like, okay, I'm gone. I went out that door, headed straight to my grandma's house. And then I got to my grandma's house. She said, you need to get your tail right on back home. I was going out the door and I could see this.
Oh, your grandma let you down too. She's got to have your back there.
Oh, she wasn't going to let me stay overnight.
Yeah, why not?
4th grade. My grandma My grandma said, get your ass right back on that street, get down Benbow Road there and walk back down to where you live down there and go back home. That's when kids in 4th and 5th grade at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night could walk down the street without worrying about some creeper picking them up.
Yeah, it's a very different time. Very different time. Yeah, come on. Like, shouldn't they have been nicer to you? You just ran away because you were pissed and instead they beat your ass?
Oh, my dad put one on me. That was one of the worst I ever took. That was with like one of those straps from the barber shop.
My dad rode me like Secretariat.
Dude,
the phrasing on that. The phrasing on that one could be could be improved.
And every time I got one of those, it was always, now go take a bath. Oh,
hey, speaking of beatings, how about a quick video to end today's program?
Yeah, man.
We'll bring Wags and Smash on in a moment to get their thoughts on this, but we've got a little road rage incident, Buck.
Oh, no.
And I know you're a road rage guy. You told a story a couple of months ago about you getting out of your car and like
ducks
fingering a guy.
Yeah, you know what? The guy wanted me to run over the ducks. I refused to run over the whole gaggle crossing the street. So he goes flying by me, and I get up behind him, and I get beside him. And, dude, I am pointing at him. I'm ready to go. And I'm like, one thing I don't do is I don't get out of the car, but I was hoping that he would get out so I could pin him between his car and mine. I would have just slid right over and pinned that dude.
Yeah, well, you ran some risk there getting out of your vehicle.
Don't do that. Don't get out of the car.
Well, how about this? I don't know where this is, but this is very recent. I found this a couple of days ago. Really, this found me a couple of days ago. Y'all know how it works. We got ice. We got snow on the ground.
Oh.
We've got a road rage incident. We'll start with the sound, and then we'll do slow-mo, no sound.
Let's go! Get out of the car! You want to run your ass? Get out! Get out!
And yelling
Get
at
out!
the driver.
I didn't touch you.
Boyfriend gets
You were
out.
on my gun. Come and touch me because my man's right there. Come and put your hands on me. I ain't driving crazy. It was on my goddamn ass. I went to another lane. Get out of my face.
Boom!
You know what? That's exactly what you're going to get if you slap a guy. That's exactly what's going to happen. You're going to get jacked up just when you think you're big and bad. You hit some dude. I still wouldn't do that to a woman. Still wouldn't do it. You can slap me. I'll move along.
How's that?
You can slap me like that. That's fine. I'm good.
But
I'm not going to jack you up. He jaw jacked her then, and then body slammed her.
I mean, it looked like he was walking away from her. She was in his face. They were both in each other's faces, and she was yelling at him. He turned around to walk away, and then she throws like this cheap shot punch after he turns his head. And then he's like, okay, you want equal rights? Here's your equal rights. Here's the punch. And then picks up full body slam right on the hard, icy concrete.
I couldn't do that, BK. I couldn't do that to a female. Even if she suckered me right there, I couldn't turn around and then take a shot knowing that's a woman. I couldn't do it.
What would you have done? You just would have walked away?
I just would have walked away and got back in my car. Now, if she steps in front of the car while I'm driving, I have to ba-boom, ba-boom as I run over her. Sorry about that. But I could.
Okay. You're a better man for not hitting her back, but you'd run her over to kill her instead.
If she got in the way of my car when I'm on my way out, and it just so happened it became an accident, that's not an accident. When you do that right here, that's not an accident anymore. I mean, that's maybe defending yourself, but then when you go that far right there is to do that, that's way past it for me. She's still a female. That punch didn't hurt. That's because you got hit in the face. That's not going to do anything to you. Suck it up.
No, it was almost like she hit her with the side of the fist too, and got him like not in a. And it did look like there was.
I mean, who knows what's in her hand? She could have hit him in the face with her keys,
Right.
But
didn't look like it hurt that bad. I mean, the guy like wasn't fazed by that punch at all. It just
because he came right back, punched her, and then jacked her up. I can't do that to a female. I know the whole equal rights, equal fights. I can't do that to a female. I'll walk away, I'll run away, but I won't do that. I won't put my fist up against a woman. Like, I can't do that.
No, I wouldn't either. I'm kind of glad he did though, because it gives us great content on this show. So shout out.
You may have tripped her on the ice,
No, I mean, I would have like de-escalated. I would have de-escalated the situation. Like, she gets out of her car, say my girl's driving, she goes up to my girl to yell at her. I would have gotten out like this guy did. I would have been like, hey, like, misunderstanding, whatever. Like, it's all right. We're good. Just let's not lose our cool here.
Now, if that's her boyfriend coming up, now it's on now.
Oh, you're gonna fight a guy? You got no chance against a guy. I don't know if you can take a woman.
I don't care. I got a better chance in my life going on with my life if that's a dude that wants to go and tangle in the ice. I would go ahead and do that, but I couldn't hit a female. I couldn't do it.
Okay, that's fair. Wags.
I got too many women in my life.
So look, First, the dude looks like he can wrestle, right? The dude looks like a wrestler. He's got a belly to back suplex, right? But also, don't ever mess with a dude that's wearing pajama pants and slippers and can move like that on the snow, right? Like that. This dude, he's got it figured out, man. It's probably Ohio because they just usually know how to walk in those types of conditions and fight like that. But yeah, I mean, one, I didn't even know that was a woman at first. I thought it was a behemoth, and then I thought he was defending himself, and then all of a sudden, I heard you all talk about it, and now I see that this gentleman is in the wrong. I'm with Buck. You can't hit her.
Oh, what do you mean he's in the wrong?
Even if she hits you, you got to walk away. He obviously clearly asserted his dominance there, right? You don't she swung, sure. Put your hand up, block it, get back in the car. Maybe like Bucky said, run her over. You know what I mean?
No, let me tell you. Let me
run her over.
As a boxing analyst, let me break this down for you. You know, the pro wrestler boxing guy here, because like the first mistake the dude made, you should never get out of your car in any of these situations. I heard you guys discussing this. Never get out of your car. We live in Texas, guys. Everybody's got guns. Don't get out of your car. Just try to move along if you can. File the police report later, whatever. Second of all, if you're going to get into an altercation with somebody face to face, don't ever walk away and turn your back. That's his mistake. That was on him. You should have never turned your back.
Walked on out of there.
Exactly, Bucky. I'm like with you. He should have moonwalked his ass back into the car, told his girlfriend to start filming just to make sure something like this didn't happen. And it turns out somebody was filming anyway. So once he got hit, he could have just put the lawsuit, got some money, and got a brand new car. Problem solved.
By the way, if that lady goes down and she dies, that guy's going to jail.
Exactly. And now he's going to catch a case if he caught a body.
Is self-defense not a thing? She punched him.
Well, he already took a punch. He already punched her back. He didn't need an extra body slam.
That's what put it over the top, BK. Yeah. It's kind of like if we went down to 6th Street like you guys were talking about earlier, and we got into an altercation on the street, and it's just turned into fist, and we actually knocked the guy down, and we won, you can't go over and stomp the guy's head. You can't go over there and throw him again.
He wants to slow-mo that. Wags wants that.
Well, look how she lands. I mean, she lands literally like on her. Part of her back.
We stopped this video. I mean, there's another 20 seconds of her just staying on the ground. Now she's making sounds. She's not unconscious or anything.
No, she's hurt.
Yeah, she's hurt.
It took her, and I don't know where her boyfriend that she talked about was, because that guy didn't go out to help her. He's like, "You dumb B, I'm not. You got into this on your own. Figure it out." But yeah, she stayed on the ground for a while after this thing. It's a body slam. It is like he lifts her up. This is 15 yards.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's where right on the back. The soul is coming out of her as she hits the ground.
And first of all, he then got that punch back. He got to throw his punch.
Right.
No matter if it was good or bad, at least you got to throw one. You should have just kept on moving after that. There's no reason to.
No, Jake's right. The jury's in favor of this wrestling move. She started it. Self-defense. He's off the hook. Look, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But
smash it right. Just don't get out of the car. Don't get into it.
Buck, what would you do? Number one, you got out of the car a couple weeks ago by yourself
over some ducks.
If your wife is driving,
yes,
Wags, I know you would do this. If y'all's woman is driving, and someone goes out and walks right up to her and gets right in her face in the window. You're not just sitting in there like, you're getting out and you're talking to her.
I don't know who you guys date, but I got the type of woman that she'll take care of herself on that type of thing.
Yeah,
I'll be there for the support.
If it's girl on girl,
yeah, it's girl on girl. Trust me, she's gonna handle herself. If it's a dude,
first of all, as that lady's coming up, BK Joyce would run her over with the car.
I believe that.
She would say that's on me. I'm sorry.
What? You know what would actually happen instead of y'all's girls all being superheroes and realize all y'all were dating Wonder Women? They would maybe handle it themselves, and then after it was over, they'd be like, "Well, where the fuck were you?
Yeah,
where were you?
I was filming.
You weren't gonna go to bat for me. You just let me do this. Are you supposed to protect me and be there for me? Come on, guys.
I was there in spirit.
Yeah. And then you're getting yelled at. You're getting beat up more at home than you were if you went out of the car.
You can always get a new girlfriend, BK.
I'll take that fight, though.
I get out,
I'll take that fight.
I'll say this, BK. I get out, but I don't throw down. I don't throw down on another woman. I don't care if she's an Amazon. I don't care if she works in the circus and she's a little person. I'm not. Well, as soon as I know it's a female, and there'll be sometimes it's hard to tell. I'm not throwing a punch at them. I'm not going to do that. Never have, never will.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but I'd get out of the car.
Now I may go over and smack her old man who may be still sitting in the car, roll the window down and punch him in the side of the head. I'm not going to hit her.
Twos. What about speaking of wrestling here, we got a tag team fight.
A tandem match.
Yeah, how about a little of that?
Yeah, tandem. I'm down with it.
That's mixed tags, man.
Restrain yourself. People stay in your car like wax. Get your phone out, take some pictures.
Exactly.
But you know what? If that other person gets out, BK, and they happen to be between two cars, and my car slides over, and they get pinned in there, what am I supposed to do? I'm just trying to leave.
Physics. What can I say?
I'm not the best of drivers. Sorry.
Oh, man.
Me neither.
All right. We'll let y'all do your show.
Something like that over some ducks.
Wait a minute. Before you guys take off, I do have to ask you because I've been wondering, did you guys ever cipher this week? Because I've missed out yesterday on all your content, unfortunately. Did you guys ever cipher who was the SEC coach that slid into Sidney Thomas's DMs?
It's Lane.
You think it's Lane? Straight up Lane Kiffin?
It has not been confirmed yet. Everyone thinks it's Lane Kiffin.
No love
let's
for
just
Billy
blame
Napier?
it on Lane Kiffin then.
Yeah, we did see she was with Nick Saban over the weekend at some golf event.
Yeah.
So everyone's like, oh, maybe it was Nick. I don't think it was Nick Saban.
But
Lane
Belichick's back in college football. Anything can happen.
But she said she did specify and said SEC coach.
Yeah,
it's true.
Very specific.
Very specific.
True.
But she didn't say football. She didn't say basketball. She said
it is the Florida basketball coach again. He's at it again.
No love for Shane Beamer? You don't think he's got some game?
No, I don't like that guy.
That guy's weird.
We're not Shane Beamer fans. That dude is all about Shane Beamer.
He's a weird guy. All right. Sorry for the F-bomb. We're leaving.
No, it's good. You know me,
exactly
man. That's in my vernacular. So
later, boys.
Later, Bucky.
Later, Bucky.
There you go.
See y'all tomorrow.
Later, buddy.
Later, BK. What's up, man?
All right, amigo. What's up? Welcome. It's already chaotic. Welcome to Chaos Theory on this wonderful January 16th, year of our Lord. It's Thursday, man. All damn day. Make sure you get us up on your chat channel there. You can do that by smashing that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. If you were out and about, if you were mobile, make sure you hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. And also, make sure you hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags in that Twitter Xverse, and then Smash is at The Smash Simmons. Also, he is at The Smash Simmons on Instaface. I'm at The Wagner Wire on Instaface. Had a good little show this past Sunday on The Wagner Wire there.
Hell yeah, man.
Of course, I missed on a lot of my picks. Hey, dude.
So did I.
Had a little reunion yesterday with Ty Henderson. Ty Henderson came on from his banker position, right? This dude gave 4 picks, hit all damn 4 of them. Clean slate. I hope everybody on the show listened to Ty yesterday.
Dude, yeah. I mean, I saw the tweet, and then I saw his picks last night, and then I was like, oh my god, he hit on all 4. So I couldn't believe it, man.
He gets like that, man. He gets real. I mean, sometimes
I remember.
Sometimes he'll miss, but he ain't bullshitting you. When he says he's up, when he's pushing like 59%, 60%, he ain't bullshitting. Like he's usually that hot with his picks.
I'm not sure if he's watching live. Maybe he'll come back and catch this. But man, I'm so proud of him because he called that Tottenham Arsenal match because he gave him credit. He knew Spurs was going to pull one back, and they did.
I thought that was a loser. I swear that was a loser. I tried to say it on. I laughed at it on.
I know you did. That's why I was like, I
laughed at it on air, and then he goes, Tottenham's up 1-0, and I'm like, you idiot! You just kissed your the kiss of death right there, man. Talking about it, and sure enough, they held on though, man.
Yeah, dude, they bought him time
2-1, but still.
Dude, no, that was good. Hey, good morning, Steven. Yeah, I think RR still with you, right? He's just busy this week, basically. I'm just reading what I see here on the comment lines.
Go ahead. You can read chat channel, of course. Yeah. They are a part of the show too, Smash, our lovely community. Yes, Rodney Rodriguez is still with us. We did have a little bit of a problem, though. He got detained doing some activities right? Of course, he's still trying to get citizenship here. It's been a long time. He did get detained doing activity. We don't know which activities he was doing, but as he was doing some stuff for O'Reilly, maybe he, went on a little bit of a bender and just took a night of hiatus, right? And then all of a sudden, we can't find his ass now. I got a call from a buddy of him at the Pentagon from mine, says that I need to go down there and do some black op missions and scoop Rodney up. So we're going to try and get him back before next week.
Is he in Guatemala?
I don't know. There was a band called Saving Guatemala from where I grew up, though.
I believe that for sure, man.
Saving Guatemala, man. A little indie funk, a little indie punk band. They were wild. But no, Rodney, I don't know where Rodney's at. I can't really give away my position of where I'm going to be doing my my exercise at to extract Rodney, but we got to bring him back.
Okay. Well, you let me know, man. It's like Iron Eagle. I'm always willing to jump in and help.
Oh yeah, where the whole town comes together, and the high school, a bunch of high school kids come together to rescue an Air Force colonel.
Is that Iron Eagle 3?
You know what? I will still say that Doug Masters is a better pilot than Pete Mitchell from Maverick.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you on that. That one's more believable, surprisingly, even though the premise
Maverick's
of Iron
more
Eagle
believable, I think. Not Maverick's more, Top Gun's more believable, not Iron Eagle. I was going to say Iron Wolf, but
is that the helicopter?
No, that was Operation Wolf.
Operation Wolf
with the Apache.
Yeah.
Man, there were a lot of good aviation movies in the 80s, man.
Movies and television shows,
right? Like Operation Wolf was a series, I believe.
Exactly. And I was like,
Free Rodney, we're going to go get him. If you guys want to be a part of the mission, the extraction mission, hit Rodney or hit us up on Twitter. You got to like the video, though. That's first and foremost. The only way that you can be a part of the extraction mission is to have the prerequisite of liking the video. It's kind of like getting a physical, man, to make sure that you can actually go on this mission. But if you like the video for today, that qualifies you to go on the mission and go get Rodney.
I like the video. It doesn't hurt to subscribe to the channel either.
It does not hurt. You get a little bit of a tag, Smash. You get a little bit of a tag. Hey, you know what? We had some basketball last night. Not only did we have some Texas basketball, we had a lot of good SEC matchups. We had some Big 12 matchups last night. A lot of good stuff in college hoops, dude. First and foremost, let's start with the Longhorns, man. Longhorns got it tipped off for us and got the win in Norman. Big night from Pope, which, I mean, dude, his output was probably way more than you wanted. And again, I got to pull up the stat sheet here, but I'm pretty sure that the Longhorns only had 8 assists as a team total. And of course, what does that tell you? That, and more times than not, that's a lot of hero ball, and that's what you've been seeing a lot with the Longhorns. But I mean, you got to give credit to Cedric last night. Zay kind of talked about it on Chip and Zay last night. Cedric had to win his matchup. He did that. I don't know if it was emphatic enough, but he did enough to control the paint. And then also, he was able to get some easy bunnies and easy baskets at the rim. And whenever you're getting point paints, I think that you don't have to rely on the perimeter. Even though Pope went off last night, it's going to result in a good win or a recipe for success. And that happened to the Longhorns last night up in Norman. Now look, again, the 8 assists is daunting. It does scare me as well. But also, look at the other side of the floor. Then Oklahoma has 8 assists too. So a lot of hero ball last night. But your thoughts? I don't know if you were able to see the match or to see the game last night.
No, man.
Have you been watching? Ty said the same thing. Ty hasn't really been watching too much Longhorn basketball. You been watching any Longhorn basketball?
Actually, that's the thing I was going to bring up to everybody that was listening and watching today was just like, due to the expansion of the college football playoff, I feel like I haven't had to watch or haven't had even the inkling to watch college basketball besides what I have to cover at the D2, D3 level on a regular basis. So you have to remember, mine comes with caveats. I'm watching plenty of basketball. It's just not like the D1 basketball because it's my job to cover it. But in this case, it's just okay, my mind's still football. We got the NFL playoffs ever since they expanded. That takes another couple of weeks, out of my additional sports viewing schedule. And now with this extended college football playoff, I'm well, until I see the end of this, then maybe I'll really start getting into men's college basketball. I've actually caught more women's basketball this season than I have men's basketball, and that's because I think that the women's game just has the superstars. You know, you got Paige Uecker.
Well, I mean, we got Uecker.
You got
Trey Johnson, though, right? Like,
yeah, but I don't know. It's just not hitting on the same level for me because it's like I know the best of the best players are still in the NBA no matter what. And it's cool and it's cute that college basketball for men is starting to have more parity. Like everything I've looked at the top 25, everybody only has like 2 or 3 losses. It's still very close. I couldn't tell you who exactly would be the overall number 1 team. I don't think it's Auburn. And especially with the injury that they just sustained, it's probably not going to be Auburn, right? So it's just kind of like, it's really anybody's thing. But that's just kind of a reflection of how college basketball has been for the last decade or so. And especially with now the NIL transfers and stuff, it's just exasperated what has already been a system that had been on the decline for me. But I get it. You know, some people like the pace of play, the zone defense, the scrappiness and stuff, and the way that they call the rules in college basketball. Because, I mean, I'm still pissed off about last night because that's what I was watching, man. I was watching the Mavs get screwed out of a victory because what is a goaltend wasn't called a goaltend. They even had the community notes.
You can, dude. You have the floor.
X.
You can rant. You can rant about it.
They had the community notes on extra 35 minutes from the league. It's saying like, according to people, this is a goaltend. According to NBA rules, this is a goaltend. The referee was right in front of the thing. How do you not call a goaltend? You know, it's okay. Luka's coming back. I'll be all right. But I mean, Texas-wise, though, from last night.
I mean, really, like, it shouldn't be dropping a game last night to the Pelicans or to a team like the Pelicans.
We were we've been shorthanded though, man. I say we like I'm on the team, but obviously I'm a fan.
Hey, you're repping. You're repping.
Yeah, I always rep when I have a chance. That's why I appreciate you letting me come on. You know, I always try to figure out what I'm going to wear that day, depending on what's like really on my mind most of the time. But no Kyrie last night, no Luka. That's bound to happen. You know, there are going to be struggles. Fire Jason Kidd. Jake, who do we get, buddy? Like, not to be condescending, but it's all like, I know there's other coaches, but the guy just took us to the finals last year. He took us to the finals 2 years before that. I don't see another NBA coach capable of doing that. Now, yeah, Dinwiddie, terrorist ball. I get what you're saying there. You know, but we needed that extra help off the bench. He's playing in a position where he shouldn't be getting the minutes that he is getting, but, you know, we would be struggling regardless. Now, I will say this. He should have let Hardy play down the stretch because he was having the better game last night. But, you know, to each their own. It's just one game, and all you have to really do in the NBA is make the playoffs now, and I think you got a chance.
That's it. How about this Jimmy Butler situation? You been watching it,
Jimmy? Yeah, man, and it's difficult.
It sucks too because I like Jimmy's my guy. Like I feel like Jimmy is the type of player that I would be, or he's just got that mentality that I have. And it's winning above, or it seemed to be winning above all, but he seems to be going through some shit right now.
Oh, dude, he's a dog. And I've always appreciated his leadership and his tenacity on the court. And I understand that will rub some people the wrong way because he's that competitor that wants to win. And sometimes, you know, people are just there to make the money because it's your job. Not everybody goes to work at 100% to fulfill what you're supposed to do. You're just there to collect a paycheck.
You're supposed to. Like, that's kind of the contract that you agreed upon, but.
Yeah, but even millionaires and top tier basketball players, that might not be your first love. You know, it's kind of like Gareth Bale, who made all that money with Real Madrid, but preferred to play soccer on his weekends, you know, or golf rather. Right. You know, his passion wasn't soccer; it was golf. He just happened to be really good at soccer, and they paid him a lot of money. So it's kind of like the similar situation in this case, where I'm just like, nah.
What's your overall vibe with the Mavs? Once Luka gets back, this machine gets rolling, and you know, clearly they start to soar, you know, to the top of the West standings.
I just don't want them to try to make a trade for Jimmy Butler because everybody thinks that they're just like one real big move away. But I like the team chemistry.
I didn't bring the Jimmy Butler saga up just to think that you know maybe the Mavs would welcome it. I don't think that Jimmy Butler gets anywhere near this roster. I think it would nuke the roster, honestly, at this point right now.
It's really strange now because in the modern NBA. Not necessarily on the court, but off of the court, when it comes to contract deals, all of a sudden these first round draft picks have become extremely valuable. So teams are being a lot less, or they're being more hesitant, I should say, to kind of leverage the future on what we used to see big packages delivered for guys that are all-star players. Because defensively, I would love to have Jimmy Butler on the team, but Miami's going to ask for way too much to make that happen.
Yeah, what's the return look like, man? And I just don't think it's worth the squeeze there, especially with this late in Jimmy's career. Like Jimmy will night in and night out his body to perform whatever or give you his all, but I don't know how much that is at this point in his career, right?
I think it's kind of like if you take it to another sport. It's like if I'm a playoff team that's just like one player away from winning the Stanley Cup, I'm not making a move for Ovechkin no matter how good he's having a season, because there's no longevity on that.
I think that Dallas found their player in the offseason. And I think once the band is back together again and everybody is off the injury bed, I believe that this Maverick team is going to put it in fifth gear and start to soar, man.
They got a decent
all they were missing last year was an assassin knockout shooter, and they got that with Klay Thompson. Once the band gets assembled or reassembled, it's going to flow, man. It'll be a top 10 hit, or be the top 40, as Casey Kasem used to say. Remember that guy back in the day?
Loved it, man. Oh yeah, the original.
Is he still
voice.
doing his shit? Is he still doing it?
Well, Casey Kasem's passed away a while back.
My bad.
Yeah, it's been a while. You still have the top 40, I think. But the one thing is that everybody remembers is that Casey Kasem used to be the voice of Shaggy in the cartoons.
You're kidding.
No, he was the first one. Look it up. Casey Kasem.
I'll look it up after the show.
Scoob! You think about it. You can hear his voice.
Shit! That's a good pull. Oh my God! I just heard it in my head. That is,
like you can hear his little I'm Casey Kasem, or I can't do the voice, but you know, keep your feet on the ground and keep reaching for the stars.
But you hear like the little pitch and the swoop in the pitch.
Yeah,
that's a good pull. That's a good pull, Smash. I don't even know if I have to look it up now. I believe you. I believe you.
You believe me? Okay, I'm waiting for somebody on the comments line to be like, no, that's not right. Okay, Jake was telling me he would like Chris Quinn from Miami, the assistant. There's got to be some things they picked up from Polstra. They're trying to figure out this whole Miami thing over there. I'm surprised that's even come to this point, but I think that's just Jimmy Butler being Jimmy Butler, though. I don't think it has anything to do with Polstra or the team or Pat Riley. They're always going to do their thing.
Just Jimmy Butler being tired of being in Miami.
But I don't know. But
that's the thing. Like Jimmy Butler is going to give you his all, but when he's happy, right? But when he's not, when it's over for Jimmy Butler, when the honeymoon era is over for Jimmy Butler, and he's not getting along with the team, or maybe he just rubs his teammates the wrong way because of how much he demands. Yeah,
he wants more, and he's never been able to get on a team that had like a real championship opportunity. I believe he's always been like a key defensive player in this league, more so than offensive player. I think that's kind of undermined him, not just contract wise, but where he ends up on most teams, because that's how everybody views him. But like you said, 1 year older, one step slower. Where is the value really in Jimmy Butler right now for a team that's going to be competitive in the playoffs, that's not going to give up too much to leverage the future?
I know it's wild, but I could see him on New York. I could see him as a Knick. Going back with Thibodeau. I mean, seeing if something could reemerge with Thibodeau there, with Tibbs.
But it's like
I don't know what New York would give for that.
Exactly. And Tibbs is one of those guys that really wears out his. I know Jake is still going on about Jason Kidd, how bad he is, and how Spoelstra is being able to win with.
Hold on, but is that what's keeping the Mavericks away? Is it really Jason Kidd's inability to coach?
If you ask the fan base, and obviously yes, Jake, I think he has a lot of very similar ideas with that fan base. They're going to always tell you yes, and I will agree with him on some things that he's brought up in the comments section. Rotations, I kind of question them. It does seem like he doesn't take the regular season that serious, but coming as a former player and one of the all-time greats, I think he has the same mentality that the players do, and I think that's why they like playing for him, because he's a player's coach. And that might not necessarily always translate into success, but he has proven, though, time and time again, on different teams, that he can get you pretty close to contending. And if not having a real chance.
Look at what he did with Miami. Or when Miami was the 8th seed and he put them on a run, put them in the finals. They went to the final. No, they didn't. They went to the East
Spoelstra or Kidd?
No. They did. They went to the finals during the bubble year, right? The Heat did.
Oh yes, the Heat did. So yeah, Spoelstra has always been excellent.
No, but I'm talking. I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say that Jimmy Butler can will your team there.
Yeah, but dude, that was like 5 years ago.
Yeah,
it's completely different. Completely different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a little bit of the miles or the wheels have gained a little bit more miles right now than I guess that bubble season. So I guess that goes back to me saying I don't know how much, how valuable the trade would be or how much you would be willing to give up for a Jimmy Butler at this stage in his career.
He's the third option at best, and you're hoping for a guy that can be a true shutdown D&3 guy. And I don't know if he can
if he went to Dallas, I don't even think he'd be the third option. I think he'd be maybe fourth or fifth.
I mean, he's not going to. It really is determined to Jimmy Butler, right? Because I don't know what he wants. I couldn't tell you. I mean, like, does he want the ball more? Does he need a bigger role? Is he just mad that they're not like, winning a whole
contenders?
lot?
Yeah, that's what I think it is. I think he's just tired. I think he's tired of the scene, man. That's
like
all.
He just knows that, okay, even if
tired of his team and tired of the scene, dude. That's basically Jimmy Butler.
And you know how it is when you get older, man. It's like, okay, you start feeling like I don't got enough time left. You can feel it in your bones. You're like, I'm not going to be able to do this anymore, the same way that I used to. You can tell the difference when you have some drop off between your prime and a little bit after that.
No, you're right. Yeah, it's
and as a regular person,
it's a natural clock. Kind of ticking at you too loud, saying,
it's a different biological clock.
Yeah, for sure. We got to push this thing forward. No, I got you.
Can we circle back to men's basketball real quick for Texas, though? I wanted to ask you, do you see this team at least getting to the tournament? And the reason I say this is because, look, in the SEC, they went through a gauntlet to start off the conference season.
They're still going to go through a gauntlet. Like they're if they survive this and come out and finish the regular season, and I think we've been mentioning it, on Monday and Tuesday too. If they survive this and get to at least 8 wins, they could potentially be a playoff team here coming out of the SEC. But from what I saw last night, now look, there was 4 or 5 different Longhorns had double-digit points, right?
Yeah,
like
4.
That usually doesn't happen, right? Usually it's either Kaluma getting his, or it's Trey Johnson getting his. Usually nothing's really clicking, or there's not really a Robin to the Batman. Last night there was 4 Robins. There wasn't really a Batman last night, which I think if you're playing, complementary basketball like that, and even though there was really a lack of team assists, it still worked out for the Longhorns on the road. And if that can happen with things kind of as wonky as they were last night, then I don't know, Justin. Now I'm so emotional with these damn teams, man. I try to remove the emotion, right? Because my co-host, my partner in crime, Rodney, always talks about the emotional strings tugging at you, right? But if you bet with your head, you don't have to worry about the heart getting in the way and interfering with taking your dollars away. Because usually that's what happens. When you bet with your heart, you lose your money, right?
Yeah, now, I've been on the wrong end of that one a few times.
If I'm sitting here listening to my heart, I think they can, man. If they play like they did last night, or if things seem to go that way, like I still don't think in-game adjustments happen as much as they should. We hold on to the ball way too, or the Longhorns hold on to the ball way too much. They wait until 10 seconds to get the thing going, or until the play clock runs down before they even get into their set or start to, run the first part of the set. And then they usually get out. They got out rebounded last night, but still were able to pull it off. But usually that's what happens with the Longhorns, man. They get beat on the glass, and usually they lose the turnover ratio battle too. So that ultimately it ends in a loss more times than not. Well, or it's going to end in a loss more times than not. Thankfully, they had a really decent non-conference part of their schedule to allow them to have some type of numbers in the win column there, but it's going to be scarce. Wins are going to be scarce moving through the gauntlet of the SEC basketball. But if they can muster at least 8 conference wins, I think they're in.
I'm glad that you feel so positive about that. I'm just like, what? There's like 5-6 ranked teams in the SEC in the top 25 right now as we speak. Not saying that there's not others that are receiving votes. Jeez, man, I'm just concerned because a lot of the stuff you mentioned isn't championship basketball. You know, if you're getting out-rebounded.
Don't expect like, even if they get to the tournament, I don't think they survive week one. They probably, exit out of day one, honestly.
I mean, I'm a Rodney Terry fan, but again, I'm biased because he went to St. Edwards, so it's like I got some love for that school and all the alumni that went there. For
the voice of the Hilltoppers, Justin Simmons here.
Hey, you guys are always welcome to show up to the games. We got 2 next week, Thursday and Saturday next week. If we're surviving the freeze, of course, things subject to change. But I'm just concerned, like how much longer does he get to experiment? I mean, again, it's a new college landscape. You can get players coming in and players leaving on like at the drop of a dime to make more than just a dime. I'm assuming that the NIL deal for basketball has to be almost as good as the one for basketball for the Longhorns, or if not, it has to be getting there, right? Or somebody in the front office. Can I call it the college admissions like front office now? Because is that what that is now in today's like college landscape? Is like, because you have to have a general manager now, right? So yeah, I mean, you're basically running a pro team. So it's like, oh, realistically, how much longer does Rodney Terry get to stay at UT?
I think
if they don't have.
I was kind of asked this question by Ty yesterday. I think he survives if they get to the tournament, which is kind of a cop out, really, because with a dude like Trey, with a generational player or generational scorer like Trey Johnson, you'd think that this Longhorn team could somewhat, make a little bit of an impact. But from what I've seen from Trey Johnson, I think the maturity level in Trey Johnson's got to grow up a little bit. He looks like he blames when it doesn't go his way. He seems to place blame on his mates or just things that really are happening on the floor that you can't control, right? Or maybe the refs aren't going to see. Of course, there's little touch fouls almost every time. It's you're going to pick up contact, man. You got to expect contact, and you got to be able to finish. I think that stuff, the little knickknacks, get into his head a little bit, and until he grows up and gets out of that and puts the Longhorns on his back, it's going to be tough. Take a note from Kaluma.
And that's what I would do. Kaluma didn't even have a big game last night.
No, but that's just it. Like there was, the key cogs had, double digits there to where everybody, took the load off of some of the heroes there last night. And again, it'd be nice to see Kaluma and Trey Johnson go off and have a night where they both drop 25 and they're in the double digits, or at least Kaluma's in the double digits for rebounds.
Isn't that what was expected when those guys showed up, though? Because it's kind of like, especially Trey Johnson. I mean, like, you're supposed to carry this team. This is supposed to be his team. This is what, if you're a superstar, this is what you're able to do. You're able to.
You can't be compared. You cannot be compared to Kevin Durant. I don't even want to hear the comparison to Kevin Durant. You can't even put 20, 25 up each night or 20 up each night and will your team to a tough road victory if need be. Like Durant could do it all. Like this, I'm not seeing the leadership in this dude either
exactly. And that's what concerns me about teams like this that have talent, that are good, that can get hot. They're streaky, right? They can nail shots from 3. Last night, they didn't really need it, surprisingly, but this is what their great equalizer is that 3-point shot. If they're hot, impossible to beat.
But you live and die on the 3-point shot like they usually do, man. And I'm not a fan of it, man. If you can, me, dude, if you can dominate the paint, if you can have points in the paint, you're usually going to have a good recipe for success to get the win.
I mean, Joe makes a great point here on the comments line. Can Texas go 7-5 for the rest of the season? I mean, like, that's what you're looking at to have at least an opportunity to get into the NCAA tournament. And I'm not sure exactly if we got into the point in college basketball where we have in college football where, hey, your conference really, really matters on you getting love if you're just mid-tier in your conference, like an SEC, like a Big Ten, and I guess for basketball, like an ACC.
I'll take a look at the schedule here in just a second. I just wanted to go over a little bit more of these numbers here from the box score. Yeah, Pope, again, 3 from 10 from the perimeter. That's not really something I'm a fan of there. If you're Pope, I'd like to see Pope cut into the basket a little bit more and that assist number being up a little bit. But again, I'm not gonna throw away a win, especially a road win in conference there. It's a much needed game. And again, like this is a game that was absolutely needed. It was a must win last night to get this. And even though it was on the road, you had to capture this one because it's one of the easier teams you're going to be facing in the next couple of weeks.
Well, not only that, you don't want to start off like 0-4 in conference play.
But that's what it was looking like.
That's what it was going to be like. And I mean, again, like all you really have to be, so you got to kind of be at least in the middle of the pack in the SEC to get a dance-in fight. And hopefully you have a good showing during the SEC tournament, to help the bubble not burst, that you're able to get like a higher number. So you're not even concerned about being let go, not being in the tournament. But, again, easier said than done because a team like the way that Texas, from what I've seen so far, has been constructed, it's just all like, you're expecting Trey Johnson to show up every night, but he doesn't do it. So I'm like, okay, you can't. I think basketball is the most reliant on a superstar player of any of the sports because they can change the game systematically by themselves. If you got a Steph Curry or LeBron James, they can dominate a game. They make everybody better. They make the shots easier. You are more than likely to win. But Texas doesn't got that type of player, nor do they have the people around them that can step up consistently to fill the voids.
Right. Consistency is the key, right?
Yeah,
they can't do that on a night in. They can't do it night in and night out, right? It's either one or the other so far, and that's what sucks.
Yeah. Because, I mean, obviously the defensive effort was there last night. Really stymieing Oklahoma on the road. And again, that's always tough in college basketball to get the wins on the road.
But Smash, you're getting beat on the boards. And and to me, when you rely on the perimeter and you're not getting the points in the paint, that's a 1-2 combo there. If you're winning the boards and then also getting the easy bunnies and establishing dominance and physicality inside the paint. I mean, hell, dude. And also, what's that do? It probably puts the opposition in foul trouble, too, and gets you to the free throw line. I'd love to see the Longhorns over 20 attempts from the line almost every night. That tells me that you're inserting your dominance, and right now the Longhorns can't do that because they're living from the perimeter. Now, look, Johnson dropped 16 last night, but still, like if we're going to put up shots from the perimeter, I'd love to see Pope kind of slice and drive in, maybe finish at the cup and draw a foul, right, and get to the line. Or if that's not there, then kick out to Trey Johnson and then have him shoot the three. I love the fact that Pope had his night last night, but still 10 shots from the perimeter for me with Pope. I know he's got a jumper, right? But again, man, establish the pull up for me and then be the distribution guard and allow Trey Johnson to get those points.
Well, my thing is though, Wags, is like you say, he missed 10 shots, and he missed 3 shots. He put up 10. He missed 3 shots, or excuse me, he missed 7 shots. 7. He put up 10 from the 3-point line. Okay, he took 17 shots from the floor, but I'm thinking you go 3 from 10 from the 3-point line. If we're looking at the analytics, that ain't bad. That's 30% from 3, right? And then let's do this. Let's take away one of those attempts from the 3-point line and say he's 3 of 9. That makes him like at what, 35%, 33%, which is a really high number of conversion. You like to be around 35 to 40% if possible. That's
I'd take it. I would take it.
So I'm kind of
but I don't want it
from
his game. I guess my point too is that I don't want it coming from my point guard. Right.
I don't.
There's got to be facilitation with the ball, and it can't just be.
There you go. I get you.
It can't be isolation basketball. It cannot. It cannot be that. You can't rely on putbacks and little bunnies. Like you just can't. You got to be able to run some sets and be able to establish dominance in the paint.
I don't even know what that looks like anymore. Sometimes,
see, right here, I'm right here. I would like to see motion. I would like to see movement on the floor, especially movement without the basketball. That would be refreshing. That would be fantastic to see.
But it's not just Texas though. There's a lot of teams that have changed their style of play because it's like I just mentioned, the analytics and what you're
every time that I see the opposition play us, they seem to be doing some, movement without the ball smash. So
everybody's got these plays in their vernacular, if you will, in their playbook to do these things.
In their
it's just
arsenal?
it's just about like, when does it fit? Can they run it at certain times to where they're going to have success? And because sometimes, like if you're coach like Jason Kidd, I know Jake's going to love this. He's like, you just let the guys freestyle for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then you call a timeout, and maybe we try to run a play.
We can figure out, right? Don't even work on set plays.
I'm pretty sure that's what happens a lot of the time. And just because you call for a play doesn't necessarily mean it gets executed correctly anyways. Just like football, you can have the best play drawn up for the perfect situation, but if the left tackle, stumbles on the snap, that might be screwed. And that's just kind of how it's been.
All right, let's take a look at the road upon us, or the road not traveled yet, for the Longhorns here. They got to go on the road next to Florida. What
top?
And again, that was the question. Can the Longhorns go 7-5 in the remainder of the season? Right.
Well, let's see. They're taking on a number 4, number 5, depending on whatever poll you follow. Florida.
They're 5 right now. They're 5 right now
at Florida. Okay, so that's a game on the road in the SEC. Never easy.
I'm gonna say that's a loss.
That's pretty much a loss. You got to play Missouri at home. Possibility.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna be optimistic, right? I'm gonna be more optimistic than no. We're gonna walk that back. I'm gonna be more realistic than optimistic here. Mm-hmm. Okay, because I'm gonna lean on the side of defeat. I will.
I'm kind of with you on that.
Just because I want to play with house money here. Okay, and I think I do agree with Jake. Jake made the comment he's got to win it. Rodney Terry's got to at least win one game in the tournament to retain his position.
He did bring
I think I'm there at that point. I don't think that you get to keep your job just by getting to the tournament with talent like Trey Johnson, right? You got to be able to kind of put it all together.
I'm with you, and it's up to the rest of that team though to start clicking.
Right, 100%. But you also need to be able to coach and get the set pieces on the floor for the execution. Right?
Yeah, but sometimes
you have to have the chess pieces on the board at least.
This is true, but I will also say this: sometimes you just have to have the players to execute, and maybe Texas doesn't have that because, again, Texas isn't necessarily a top-tier basketball school. This is not where people are flocking if you're a top-tier basketball player in this country to go to. And
they just got one of the best, freshmen in all the land. So
yeah, but listen to what you just said. One of the best freshmen.
A lot of one and dones, but it's too few and far between.
But if we want to talk about freshmen that can make a difference on a team, this guy ain't Carmelo Anthony.
No, he is not.
No, and I remember watching Carmelo as a freshman. I was like, that guy is special.
I would just like to see the maturity.
It takes time.
The growth, right? And it does. It takes some time. And remember, the young teenager at the moment, so it'll come. All right, Missouri, I'm going to count that as a win. All right, that's the one of the 7.
Okay, but then you had to take on
hosting A&M.
Yeah, dude, that ain't happening. I mean, A&M.
They played A&M They played A&M tough.
Tough. I mean, if you call it 80-60 loss tough, I guess. 80-60 at Texas A&M on the road.
But it wasn't. But wasn't it close for the first? I thought it was close for the first half, if I remember correctly.
It was. But I mean, then all that can happen in any game. It can be close because the other team's not hitting their shot. I don't feel that was.
All right, so let's be real.
Let's
be real with it. A&M's a loss.
Yeah, I mean, I know Joe K. I like what you're saying about the devil advocate second season, first one with his player selection from Rodney Terry. That makes total sense. And they played them tough, yes, at A&M. But again, that's cute. Great. You played tough for a half. This game is played for 2 halves for 40 minutes, and you got to be able to do it for 2 halves. And this Texas team hasn't shown that yet. They got it done last night, and that gives me hope that they can build on that. Very cliche. Very few people are actually able to do that.
All right, so right now we just have the one so far. We have the one.
Yeah,
but
look
victory,
at the rest of that schedule, man. Look, and then it's like number 2
at Ole Miss. That's probably another loss.
Oh, easily.
All right.
You should be able to win at LSU. Arkansas is going to be tough. Arkansas probably beats us.
I don't even know if Arkansas is a gimme.
It's not. I think Arkansas can win here. You should win at Vanderbilt. The game against Alabama usually. They have good runs late in seasons, even when they don't have good teams basketball wise. It's just, if you go back and look at the last 10 years, they always seem to turn it on late in conference play. That has doubt. I'm with you. It probably could be a loss. Obviously not beating Kentucky. Should be able to win at South Carolina. Probably not winning at Arkansas. Or, Georgia should win at Mississippi State, should win, and you should be able to beat Oklahoma at home. But we're expecting, a 3-game winning streak to close out the season?
Maybe.
How many wins was that?
5.
5? Jeez, man. And I mean, that's being, kind of facetious on a few things.
Right, but but again, we said we'd be leaning with defeat than optimism here. I don't want to be completely pessimistic, but look at that schedule, man.
Yeah, man.
I thought I was kind. I gave the Longhorns a win when I could. I got Vandy as a win.
Mm-hmm.
But with those 5 victories are the 5 against teams that aren't ranked.
And then, yeah, exactly. And then Jake over here is like, the Arkansas game is about as evenly as matched as it gets. And I'm like, that's cute also, but I'm just like, dude, it shouldn't be even against Arkansas.
So if they split with Arkansas, they're at 6 wins.
That's what we're hoping for, which is sad,
that they're at 6 wins, and they got to beat Oklahoma. They got to beat Oklahoma at home, and because I don't think I counted Oklahoma. Because I figured that Oklahoma would split and get a tough one on the road. If they do that, they get 7 wins. They got to beat Oklahoma, right? They basically got to beat every team that's not ranked.
Dude, how crazy is that going to be?
They got to take care of and split with Arkansas.
The whole crux of the season could come down to a Red River rivalry game here in Austin on the basketball hardwood between Oklahoma and Texas to see who actually gets
into the dance, to get into the tournament. Because you'd like to think that Oklahoma is going to be playing for the same stint too, right? Or
I feel that they're going to be on the same footing, they're going to be right on the cusp of the bubble. I mean, the SEC, give credit where credit is due. I mean, a lot of really good teams. A couple of teams that have already been ranked number 1 in the nation this year. Besides Duke, I really don't know who else will probably walk away with a national championship. I think it really does come from the SEC this year. Maybe you get that Gonzaga flyer, at the very end where they make that rumble again, get to the Final Four. I just don't ever
what's the status on Broom? Is Johnny Broom
that's a good question.
How long is he out for? Was he able to return? I know he went down bad on that ankle the other night, though. I'm not sure what his actual status is. I need to look into that. But I think Auburn, if Broom is absolutely healthy too, I think Auburn's the top team in the nation.
I mean, okay, so Broom will not need surgery. That's what they said. Let's see if I can see anything else. And then all the pop-ups just came up as I was trying to read the rest of all that. The latest update is from 4 days ago, and this is local news. They said he doesn't need. He underwent the MRI on his ankle. It's non-surgical ankle sprain, but they have not provided a timeline for his return. He's just out.
If there's nothing torn and he doesn't need surgery and nothing repaired, then that's good news for Auburn there. I mean, that's fantastic. That means that he doesn't have to leave for the rest of the season, so we'll be able to come back at some point. It's just going to miss probably the rest of the remainder of the year, or not the remainder of the regular season rather, and then probably maybe even conference tournament, and hopefully he's ready to come back for the big dance.
Jeez,
real quick, Chip Brown put some news out there this morning about Quinn Ewers. Now, it's no surprise he was highly touted, right? And people were trying to get him to forego the NFL draft and come back for his senior year, his final year of college football. Reports are that a bag of $8 million in NIL money was offered to Quinn Ewers to leave or to forego the NFL and stay at college football.
I believe that.
I believe it too. My question to you is, if you had your chance to get that bag of $8 million, because I've heard $6 million, I've heard Carson Beck just got $4 million to do the same thing, right? But Quinn Ewers' bag was $8 million, compared to a $400,000 to a $660,000 paycheck from the NFL as your rookie year. Would you not take that $8 million? Or and we've had this conversation a few times here on throughout the week, but I think the bigger the purse has me more reluctant to go to the NFL a little bit, right? Like, you can do a lot with $8 million. You can have a nice life with $8 million.
I mean, he's already making money. Mom's on the payroll as it is. That was my life's goal. It's just to take care of my folks and like everybody else that I'm cool with. Nobody had to worry about anything if I ever made generational wealth, life-changing money like that. But I think I'm also looking at it, and I think you might be too, through like the eyes of nostalgia and with all this experience that we had. Because if you told me I was like a 22-year-old college kid, I got to be like the king of the roost, I was the big name on campus, and I got paid to do it, hell yeah, I'm coming back. But it's different when you've been bouncing around, right, from team to team. Right. You got the media on your back. You're like, you're never going to get it done. You're not a top-tier quarterback. Why put out more footage out there just so they can put me down the NFL draft order, because I kind of feel coming back for this season kind of did that to him anywae.
No, I think his
first round pick, right?
I think his stock went up. He's 21-5 as a starter in the Longhorns, and then also I think the throw that he made, just throwing the pre-snap reads that he had against Arizona State, and then changing the play up, and then getting his receivers to run the right routes, and then making sure the protection was slid over to the right spot or the right side of the ball. I think to allot him enough time to make that throw, to make that deep throw, I think that showed NFL scouts that he has the wherewithal to be a Sunday player, right?
He does. My concern is his arm, though, and his happy feet. He does underthrow a lot of passes
his inability to escape a tough pocket or a tough pass rush. That's my concern with Quinn. I think that's his downfall. I think he can make every throw. He's got a legit arm, and the ball does fly when it leaves his arm. It really does. He's got a cannon. The thing is that he's just got two. For me, he's still got two left feet, dude. He just has showed some flashes of it, right? But also, like, it's not just the fact that he's got the inability to escape. It's also like he doesn't have the confidence to leave the pocket or to take off. Now, in those last couple of games, you saw one or two scrambles to where he was able to, evade a would-be tackler and get 4 or 5 yards. But you need to do that, 3 or 4 times a game in order to unlock the rest of that offense.
Yeah, but I guess the thing that puts some positives in his favor is that he's doing that against NFL caliber talent. Because a lot of those dudes that he was doing that against are going to be playing at the next level.
And also, like this, I think what Rodney says too, I think this kind of plays into the back of his mind, or maybe it's on the back burner, right? Like, if he does do this, he kind of would get like the Chris Sims treatment, right? Like, I don't know if he'd be welcomed or is beloved in Austin as he is now, because right now, it could be 60-40. Some people are like, Quinn, get out, and then 60 or like, Quinn, stay, one more year or whatever. Or hell, maybe people are just ready for the Arch Manning show.
Oh, that's exactly what it is, man. You got like this, you're already driving a Porsche. You got this Ferrari just chilling in the garage that you've been sitting on for a couple of years, and you
got
take
this
it out
beautiful
for a spin.
Porsche that runs fantastic, and he's got a gleam and a glow to it. But you got this Ferrari that's just burning, that's just ready to be revved up and ran the dog shit out of. No, I get you.
Exactly. We're taking it up for a couple of spins this season. We got to see some flashes of what it can do, and it looks promising.
It's like a Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where you got the two garage attendants or whatever. Hey man, relax. I'm a professional. Professional what?
Yeah, professional what?
Professional what? What kind of professional are you? Oh man, good comment. Hey, I'm sorry that I know you wanted to talk a little bit of NFL. I know we kind of did a whole.
My picks didn't go well last week, anyways. Who would have thought the Commanders winning? Who would have thought the Rams were going to win? I didn't see that happening. Minnesota should have won that game.
What's your crystal ball like for this weekend? You got anything good for you? You got any pig? You gonna be reaching out to Ty, the banker?
I might be. It's been a while, man. I need to see what's up. But I'm thinking, maybe the Ravens pull the upset.
BK was on that too. BK thinks that the Ravens can actually make a dent and pull this thing out. Maybe it's the advent of Derrick Henry, to where it's not all on the legs of Lamar Jackson, or Lamar Jackson doesn't have to keep the cape on the entire time, or maybe he's just got a Robin finally that he can kind of lean on there too. But I think not having the weapon that just Zay Flowers is
that's a big loss,
right? Like it's speed that you can't teach. It's speed that you can't cover. And with Jackson's ability to extend the play, those two are just a dynamic duo, right? And then you couple that with Derrick Henry too to kind of keep the opposition balanced. It's great. Now, who's going to step up in place for Flowers there? Bateman seems to be, finding some space and making some separation, but it's too little, too few between. Likely, maybe they'll come out with maybe a 21 set, 21 personnel, whether to get two tight ends on the field and just have Derrick Henry, back there to kind of have like maybe not like a goal line type of offense, but a bigger offense out there to kind of get some mixed matches with Likely there, because if you put like a linebacker on Likely, usually 9 times out of 10 he can kind of get some separation and run away from it. But I think without Zay Flowers, they're not going to be firing on all cylinders, and that's not enough. Even if you get past the Bills, it's not enough to get.
I'm with you, and that's the thing that hurts.
Chargers, Chiefs,
and that's the thing that hurts me though, man. It's like I am. As a Cowboys fan who beat the Bills in their 4 runs to the Super Bowl, I have a soft spot for them. I do want them to succeed. This is probably one of the best teams they've had in a long time. They got a generational talent.
It's weird too without Diggs, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, now the emergence of Cook, I didn't think James
Nobody
Cook
saw
would be
that. Nobody saw that, man.
I knew that this dude could run the rock, but he's like one of the best toters in the league, man.
Yeah, but not like the way he's doing it now. So it's like, okay, now you got Allen a running game. So you got Baltimore light.
Exactly. That's a good comp. It's kind of the same thing that Baltimore's got going for him right now.
And it's like, that's not a bad makeup for success. I just don't know if it's enough to beat Andy Reid and the Chiefs. I mean, whoever is going to advance beyond this, the Chiefs are still the Chiefs, and until they've been proven otherwise, I can't see anybody beating them, especially with the way that they played this year. Championship teams win close games, and they have been able to do that.
Nope,
at home and on the road.
You're right. Hey, dude, I got to do some makeups real quick.
For sure.
We were jiving, so damn much and chopping up so damn good that I didn't get any of our partners and any of our sponsors. So I got to hit them real quick. It is audiovisual consultations. Past 35 years been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Make sure that you give Tom McKay a call right now, 512-255-8678. So that you can get the viewers setup of your dreams and the audio of your dreams as well. We would be remiss if we didn't tell you about all the good stuff that they've done, not just at the home setups, but also out there. Some of your best eateries too. Go out and check Plucker. Almost all the Plucker installations are done by Tom. I think all the Plucker's installations are done by Tom. So make sure you guys check them out and give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Covert Bee Cave, of course, our friends at Covert Bee Cave, they put us in those wonderful chariots that allow us to get all around that Covert Kingdom out there on 71. If you go out there, I guarantee within the first minute, you will have chariot envy and you'll want to be getting a new car. Here's a word from our friends out there at Covert.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, they are. Remember that Covert Kingdom is just outside Austin on 71. Make sure you go out there and see all those chariots and our friends with Real Truck. All the accessories you need with Real Truck. Make sure that you guys get out there and check out Real Truck as well. Go to their website. You make a purchase right now of over $100 and you get a hat thrown in with your purchase. It's a good bonus hat. All right. I see Jeff in the background here. Jeffrey, we're going to bring you on. How you doing, sir?
Jeff Howe. Still muted though, Jeff. So I can't see any.
Sorry. I just got the text. I've been busy doing other stuff this morning. Just found out that Bob Uecker passed away.
Yeah.
Oh,
we didn't get to that.
Dude, that sucks.
That's my dude, man. Yeah, dude. I was always a Bob Uecker guy.
Did you watch Mr. Belvedere at all?
Yeah. I used to watch Mr. Belvedere.
I didn't know if you were familiar with Bob Uecker because of his announcing or because of his MLB
all of
career,
that,
or just because that he was an actor with
he was also part of WrestleMania.
Bob Uecker was involved in WrestleMania. My Bob Uecker fandom it's almost exclusively to do with Major League. Plus, I've heard so many great Bob Uecker stories over the years. I was, one of my favorite assignments that I've had was when I was covering minor league baseball, because you get there a few hours before first pitch, and it's sort of just scouts sitting around, and most of the scouts are old players anyway. So it's a lot of them just sitting around telling stories, and somehow everybody's telling Bob Uecker stories. And apparently when they were filming the first Major League, because they play the Yankees to get to the ALCS, and apparently Bob Uecker, like on the last day of filming, takes a Yankees jersey, wraps it around a bat, lights it on fire, and is stomping it out at home plate just because of how much he hates the New York Yankees. And I'm like, dude, Bob Uecker just went up a few points in my book. So there's also this picture in the Dell Diamond. It was from like one of those ABC like Monday night or Sunday night baseball games back in the day. And it's at Anaheim Stadium, and it's Bob Uecker interviewing Nolan Ryan. It's just a big like 11 by 14 black and white photos. Like, I'm going to walk out of here with that one day and just hanging on my office wall. Never did, but yeah, man, Bob Uecker was.
It's something to go back for.
Yeah, Bob. I mean, how many? Think about like all the one-liners he's got from the Major League movies. How many we like? How often do you see?
Just a bit outside.
Yeah,
just a bit outside.
Yeah, so much stuff. It's all we got. One GD hit, like it's all Bob.
Nobody's listening anyway.
Like,
I think half the stuff I said for IHS fan was Bob Uecker liners, and I hope some of the fan base or some of the parents actually got it. And I wasn't that crude.
Like, baseball season for college is coming up, and I always have to refrain from saying this, but my favorite line is like, "Oh, he's gonna need a rocket up his ass to catch this one. This baby's out of here." Like, I might slip up this year out of respect for Uecker. Just because he's gone now, maybe somewhere at the end of the year. But geez,
I think that was the second Major League. I think it was Major League
That's part two.
That was also the one where he goes, "OS." He's like, "That's not Shaquille O'Neal and left. That's out of here."
That's out of here. Yeah, man, this is some good ones, dude, for sure. Hey, real quick, I wanted to leave you with this question, gentlemen, before we turn it over to you. A lot of good conversation, a lot of good basketball conversation for the Longhorns here on Chaos Theory today. This one was kind of conjured up by listeners here. Can the Longhorns finish the remaining season with 7 wins? Can they survive the season with 7 wins with the gauntlet of the schedule that they have? Doing this, will that get them into the tournament? Gents, we'll bid you adieu. We'll leave you with that. We'll be listening. Have a great Thursday.
Thank you, Wags. Thank you, Justin. There goes the Chaos Theory portion of today's programming. He is Jordan Scruggs. I'm Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. I'll say this, Jordan, because I know you've got recruiting and everything else going on to follow Longhorn basketball. I said the number is 8, and during the broadcast last night, they said the number is 8, and I agree with them. If it's 7 conference wins, it better be the right 7. So I'm going to say Texas, especially with the non-con strength of schedule being what it is, the lack of quad 1 wins. I mean, last night was their first one. I think they got to get to 8. I think 8 is the number going into the SEC tournament. And then you still probably need to win a game in the SEC tournament to feel good about your postseason chances.
Yeah, agreed. I really have nothing else to add. I didn't watch a minute of last night's basketball game, and I do not know the outlook for the remaining games. So whatever you say, we're trusting.
It was a late tip, so it was at 9 p.m. Central tip. It's kind of weird, but yeah, Texas. Anytime Texas beats Oklahoma, doesn't matter if it's in tiddlywinks. It's worth noting. Jordan, let's first off, I haven't talked to you in a minute. In the last 10 minutes since I've been getting ready to get all my stuff set up and get on the – has Trey Moore announced anything yet?
No, he hasn't. So I hit up my source for him last night and asked, like, yo, is he going to announce something one way or another?
Yeah.
And they just said, I'm taking it as he's coming back.
Well, I mean – I think the league will put out, the league meaning the NFL, they will put out the list of early entries at some point today. If he's not on that list, then he's coming back. If he's on that list, then I don't know if he needs to blame his video guy for not getting the edit done in time or whatever. But let's work under the impression that Trey Moore is coming back at this point, because that's kind of – and also I think it's worth mentioning too, anybody that went in the transfer portal, last night was the deadline to turn your name into compliance. So pretty much once we get to Friday evening, Friday night, by the time you wake up on Saturday, if nobody's hit the portal, then you don't really have anything to worry about until after spring practice when that spring window opens.
Yeah, I will say though, with since the portal window has closed, and then it would be guys that get through compliance later. The compliance is like dealing with. Kind of hate to show y'all how the sausage is made for a sec, but 9 times out of 10, it'll get leaked before they're officially in the portal in this situation. So if someone was going to pop up in the portal, it probably would have been leaked last night once they left the compliance office. Pretty much every school in America, including Texas, operates that way in that scenario where they will leak it to the media. And so that being said, they're not completely out of the gate. Like you said, you want to wait till Friday evening till everything's 100% certain. But I do think that if there was going to be another portal guy or a portal guy, it would have leaked by now, just because that's kind of the nature of the beast.
I tend to think so too. Yeah. And I'll say this too, before you continue, when I'm with you on this, and this is how I've always kind of handled it. Anytime somebody pops up as a potential portal guy, especially now in the NIL era, it does us no good to me. And you can agree with me or not. Not you, Jordan. I'm talking about Gen Pop. Does us no good to report names, because there could be instances and situations where there's a player mentioned that could be going in the portal.
Yeah.
It's quite possible the player might not have any idea that they're potentially going in the portal. It could be an attorney, an agent, a family member, the uncle who works down at the bank, whatever. It could be somebody trying to negotiate or leverage for more NIL money that the player has no idea. And as a matter of fact, there's one Texas player that I was told kind of had no idea that there was any buzz going on about them potentially entering the portal. It was unbeknownst to them because they weren't involved in any of the discussions. So Sark had exit interviews with guys this week. I was told the exit interviews went pretty much as expected. So I'm not to say anything's going to happen, Jordan, but like I'm with you. I'm not expecting anything portal wise for Texas to happen at this point.
Yeah. And also, like, I don't think enough people realize that these kids aren't the ones going to the GM or to the collective being like, hey, I need more money or I'm leaving.
Yeah.
It's their parents or NIL agents. Like, do you really think Xavier Worthy was sitting down with Sark being like, hey, I need this exact number because Oregon just called me and said this? No. Everything has gone through third parties and people that negotiate, people that are paid to negotiate. That's how they make a living. So while it might be some unethical practices on how they get to the numbers they want, they're going to get to the numbers they want at the end of the day. And if they don't, they will leave. Right. So, again, I do think for the most part, we're pretty much out of the clear. Again, we'll have to officially wait till Friday, but, I'm very glad that no one on our site released names, because it doesn't do any good when these guys come back. No. As soon as they lose a rep or something, it's, oh, this guy, he's focused on money all offseason, all that, whatever, So we're not going to get into that. And as far as Trey Moore goes, something I was thinking about last night, like, I've known DJ Campbell was coming back for over a month. It was never in question. He was not going to go to the draft or leave Kyle Flood in Texas in the portal. He was going to come back. But he didn't announce that till 7, 8 o'clock sometime last night, right?
It was about 4:30 yesterday.
Or sorry, it felt later in the day.
Yeah.
And again, he knew he was coming back for a long time, because I knew he was coming back for a long time because he was telling other people that, right? But if he waited till then to announce it, why could he have waited? He posted with the video, his season highlights. Derek Ochoa and the Texas creative team can't just click a button and his season highlight tape is edited. So my thought process is maybe Trey Moore is just waiting on his little highlight tape to be done, and then he's going to post it. And I mean, Trey Moore has never really been one for the drama. Had an incredibly quiet portal recruitment, and by the time he posted he was officially, going to Texas, like everyone already knew, right? Yeah. So it would not surprise me at all if sometime today he posts like, I'm coming back, and that's the official announcement, and he had to wait for a video or something. And I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even post anything. He's a quiet guy, always has been quiet. And I mean, yeah. So I'm expecting him to come back right now, even though there's no announcement.
Before we get into what I want to get to Rick W's question. It says, are there any potential late entries to the portal from other schools that Texas might have interest in? We talked about the couple of Penn State receivers that popped up, but you got to understand too, everybody else, the portal window has already closed unless you were still playing. So for Texas and Penn State, it opened up for this kind of 5-day window after they were both eliminated.
Yeah, today is the very last day we could see a player from Penn State show up in the portal because their deadline was Tuesday because they played a day before Texas. And the 48-hour cool down window will, I guess, end midnight tonight for them. But as far as the Penn State receivers go, Amari Evans is a clean shoemaker kid, but not quite a prospect Texas has a ton of interest in. Kind of reported that while he does check some boxes, what Texas usually looks for, I'm not sure if they'll be super interested, and they are not. So look for Texas Tech and some other schools there. I think Tech will be all over them. I know they're already getting a visit. And then for the other kid, Harrison Wallace, Texas did a lot of vetting yesterday, checked around there, and we're really looking deep into him because, again, they need a receiver really bad out of the portal. And they're going to get one out of the portal eventually. But Harrison Wallace is not a guy I would expect Texas to end up with. Upon doing some deep research, deep dive into him, I don't think they came away being like, hey, we need this guy. We want this guy. So I saw he has some visits scheduled, including one to A&M. I don't know how many portal receivers A&M is trying to get this year, but not really expecting Texas and Harrison Wallace to gather any traction. So unless a portal receiver from Ohio State is going to enter, because I don't really think Notre Dame has any receivers Texas will be interested in. So unless an Ohio State receiver goes into the portal after the Natty, I do think Texas is going to have to wait till the April portal window to get, their receiver for next year or a receiver for next year. They're going to need at least one. So
two guys, Jordan, I want to talk about real quick. I just want to get your opinion. If Zachariah Branch, if it's not a package deal with his brother, Texas has got to be more interested than they were, right? It was just the
because they've signed now, and I'm pretty sure are enrolled in classes.
Yeah,
Texas likes Zach Branch, but they're like, if we take the brother, he's the 8th safety in an 8-man safety room.
Yeah.
And I mean, today's day and age, with the entire country increasing to 105 scholarships, or that's set to go into effect soon, and with the SEC still under 85, they have to be smart with who's getting a scholarly and who's not. And with what Texas has in the safety room, Zion Branch is not a Texas level scholarship safety, most likely, or at least that is the vibe Texas gave me and a lot of other people that checked in about that.
I think
they like Zach a lot, but the package deal thing, they were not super interested in that. And I think that's why his top 3 ended up being Georgia, a team that would kill someone for a receiver who isn't a gadget receiver, even though Zion is kind of a gadget receiver, or Zach is.
Yeah.
They needed bodies. They needed receiver bodies and guys who are fast and can take the top off. So that's why they needed them. But who are the other schools involved? Arizona State?
Yeah.
Right.
So wasn't there some buzz that Oklahoma was interested, I think, at some point? Again, that Oklahoma, Emmett Jones is that Will Smith meme looking around at the empty living room in his receiver room, like Nick Anderson, pretty much as Deion Burks and like nobody else.
They got this cat named Zion Kearney, though, that he'll be in year 2 next year. I think he's eventually going to be an NFL player, but I don't know. We'll see how that offense comes together in year 1, because this is make or break year in Norman.
Yeah. But so you have Branch, and I'm with you on Zion Branch. If I'm Blake Gideon or TJ or PK, I want Jonah Williams and Zealous Hicks and Xavier Filsaime and JJR to get those reps in spring, because I've already invested in those guys. You've recruited those guys. You feel like you know what those guys can do. So I would give those guys the reps. And then the other one, Anthony Evans, speaking of Georgia receivers, Anthony Evans from Georgia. Kind of a local-ish kid from this Judson kid, but it never really materialized. He ended up committing to signing with Mississippi State. So here's my thing
I can talk a little bit with him now that he's signed.
Okay.
He wanted someone to guarantee him a starting job Texas is not going to do that with him. They just weren't. I didn't report it as that. I just said they wanted certain things guaranteed to them, and Texas wasn't going to do it. It was he wanted a guaranteed starting job. And, again, Texas is not going to do that, at least for him. And very rarely will they even do that for, like, a guy who's clearly going to start too. You don't guarantee that to someone. You make them compete for it, right?
Yeah.
So Anthony Evans, while Texas and him did talk, a visit was never, on the table, and Mississippi State ended up beating out like Ole Miss, SMU, and Tech for him. But Texas was the school he grew up rooting for. That was the offer he always wanted in high school, and things just never really clicked between him and the Longhorns. So here we are, and he's headed to Stark Vegas.
Yeah. And if I'm Chris Jackson,
honestly, he's a pretty good fit. Him and a Levy offense, I like that.
Yeah,
and everyone's talking about they lost Van Buren. Man, Luke Kromenhoek still has a lot of tools you can work with. That was a borderline 5-star kid who's just playing at Florida State as a true freshman.
Did Blake Shapen medically retire? Did he retire?
I think he came back, and they're going to let him and Kromenhoek go at it. But my understanding of the situation, or at least what I think will happen, is they're going to go through spring, and Shapen's either going to figure out he's the guy or he's not, and then he can portal in April, and someone will overpay for him.
Yeah.
He's a 6-year QB with Power 4 experience that's played in a conference championship and in the SEC.
Yeah, especially
that costs a lot in the portal.
Blake, you can go down to Jordan McLeod's moving on from Texas State, so I don't know. Wait till post spring and maybe. Don't hit me up though, Bobcat Collective, for money. I'm tapped out at this point. But at any rate, if I'm Chris Jackson and I'm looking at my receiver room, I'm cool not taking, if there was a Matthew Golden or an Isaiah Bond that I had access to, then yeah, I'll go get that guy. But I'm cool letting Arch build a rapport with Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore and, one of those returning. It's weird, Jordan. I don't, with Parker Livingstone and Freddie DuBose and Aaron Butler, I don't know how high you are on those guys, but if I'm Chris Jackson, I take those 3 guys and my 3 early enrollees, those 6 dudes, because what you got with Wingo and Moore. Those are proven commodities. I let those other 6 guys just duke it out. And, hey, if 1 or 2 of y'all wants the portal, 1 or 2 of y'all establishes yourselves as you need to be in the rotation, whatever. I don't necessarily need a portal receiver because I want those 6 guys to feel like, hey, I got a fair shot to show what I can do. Now, I think we can assume who's going to emerge from the crop of those 6 guys, but hell, maybe Aaron Butler just balls out this spring. I don't know, but I'm cool. If I'm the offensive staff, I'm cool not taking a portal receiver unless he could be almost a walk-in starting caliber guy and just let the young guys I've got just kind of compete against themselves.
Yeah, unless it's a guy that Texas seriously thinks can start or at least compete to start or rotate in with the second group, they're not going to take a portal receiver. They're not just going to take a guy to have bodies. They already have enough of that.
Yeah. Eric Singleton would have started. He'd have been a starter.
Eric Singleton would have been receiver 1 easily. Eric Singleton, not trying to discredit him, but Eric Singleton, I think, and I'm not even talking about this past season. I'm talking about compare his first 2 years at Georgia Tech to Isaiah Bond's first 2 years at Bama. And I think Eric Singleton is what everyone thinks Isaiah Bond is. Everyone's like, oh, Isaiah Bond is so fast. Guess what? Singleton ran faster in literally every single event and is verified taller, longer, and he weighs more.
Mm-hmm.
I know Bond obviously played in the SEC. He played at Georgia Tech versus the ACC, and that needs to be brought up. But Singleton is an NFL player, a first-round NFL pick, as long as he can continue what he did the first 2 years. Now, considering he's at Auburn and a Hugh Freeze offense, he can have a shot, but the variable is going to be Jackson Arnold. He's going to have to put it together in year 3 of being in college. So
1,000%.
We'll see what happens with Singleton. But with Texas, one thing I've been thinking about, this year was supposed to be the first year there was an actual rotation in their receiver room. In some games, it felt like there was. In some games, it did not feel like there was. Pretty much every game, at least towards the second half of the season, it felt like the only reason Matt Golden wasn't on the field was because he just ran a deep route and needs some rest, and then he's coming back in. Isaiah Bond, even, when he clearly wasn't 100%, they'd use him as a decoy, and they'd rarely take him off the field. So the main guys rotating in or getting on the field were those 2, Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and who's probably 5th in snap count? Silas Bolden, right?
I'm pulling it up right now, but I think you're going to be right.
So with those guys coming back, if Wingo is who he's supposed to be, or who everyone thinks he is, he will be able to be that guy that doesn't come off the field as a year 2 player. Now, DeAndre Moore will be in year 3. The coaches really trust him a lot, but I do think he very much is what he is.
Would you like some wide receiver snap counts?
Yeah, let's hear him in order.
This is according to Pro Football Focus. Matt Golden was your leader with 854. Number 2 was Ryan Wingo, actually with 618.
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah Bond with 527 was number 3. DeAndre Moore with 522 was your number 4, and you were correct. Silas Bolden. This is the difference. So DeAndre Moore was your number 4 with 522 snaps. The gap between him and Silas Bolden at 5, 253.
Yeah.
And then Jonte Cook with 114 in 6 games.
Yeah. So with Bolden's obviously gone. Of the top 5 guys in terms of snap count, only Wingo and DeAndre Moore are coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I really like DeAndre Moore as a player, but I think he very much is what he is. All around, he's really good at everything. I don't know if he's necessarily elite at anything. You know what I mean? That's not bad because he's on the field all the time. The coaches trust him, and he plays a really important role in the offense. He's always going to block the right guy. He's always going to get the safety to come down or whatever they want him to, right? But if those are the only 2 guys coming back that have a really good snap count, Wingo has to be able to not come off the field.
Mm-hmm.
DeAndre Moore, what he is as a player, I don't know if they ever necessarily want him in that role. I assume they do. But that's year 3 guy. So someone else is going to have to step up. Really, 3 more guys are going to have to step up. Well, really 2. But so, we're going to see what happens because this is the most Sark has ever rotated receivers at Texas. And I don't want to say the cupboard's dry, but in terms of experience, the cupboard is dry. What's returning? So,
yeah,
they're going to need another portal receiver. I don't really see Texas getting the 3rd and 4th snap count guys, split up by a committee approach. I don't see that happening. So they're going to need a portal receiver and a guy with experience and a guy that checks the boxes of what they want as a potential walk-in starter, one-and-done guy to the league. Because yes, Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, those guys can develop and get better as freshmen in 2025. But they have to play in year 2. It's a 5-star receiver. That is just how these things work. They have to play by year 2 at the latest. So,
I mean, to give you an idea of what to expect from, to me, more so Khalil Lockett, and it's not a knock on Jamie French. I just think from what our guys reported in San Antonio, what you told me, Khalil Lockett's ready to come in and play right now. Not all that different from where Wingo was. Ryan Wingo played an average about 39 snaps a game, almost 40 snaps a game as a true freshman. And that's with Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden in front of him. So that kind of gives you an idea of where to set the bar for Khalil Lockett. Now, don't look at total snaps because I was like, man, Ryan Wingo played 600 snaps. Okay, you forget it's a 16-game season, so the snap totals are going to get up there. But about 40 snaps a game, yeah, can Khalil Lockett going to do that in the horseshoe opener? Probably not, but by the end of the year, you probably need to be looking up and seeing, yeah, he played 40 snaps a game and was productive. If you want to get back to where you were this year or where you've been the last 2 years.
And one thing I think is going to go over a lot of people's heads, Wingo's ranked lower than Lockett is, and French is ranked higher on some sites, ranked lower on some sites. Wingo is a more ready-to-play prospect. Khalil Lockett, yes, he's all the measurables, but he's like 175 pounds soaking wet. His body needs to develop, and he needs to get accustomed, and, he needs to adapt to the college game in the spring. He will have to. Same with Jamie French. And while they might have potential bigger opportunities in front of them as, players heading into their true freshman season than Wingo did this past year, I don't think they're physically will be quite as ready as what Wingo was when he stepped in.
No.
I mean, Wingo's 6'2", 205.
Ryan Wingo is the most physically impressive true freshman receiver I've seen step on the Texas campus since Roy Williams.
Yeah.
I don't say that like just willy-nilly. Like, I say it because I freaking believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the way he played at times when he got the ball in his hands. Like, was he Roy Williams good? No, but the Roy Williams, even as a true freshman, was a different cat. But
yeah, and it's also like, man, we're talking about how special Ryan Wingo was, like, physically as a freshman, and how, you know, he's further advanced than what Jamie French and Khalil Lockett are. Bro, Xavier Worthy broke every single freshman receiver record at like 145 pounds with Andre Coleman coaching him.
And you know what? Hopefully this is the only thing that we compare to 2021, but you may just have another one of those years where your freshmen just get an abnormally high number of snaps and targets.
Yeah. It's going to depend on what the April portal window looks like. That's going to be the biggest variable for the freshman class, getting a lot of snaps.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I want to talk about, I think most people figure this out, but just saying it out loud, I think will help some people. Just because no one entered the portal after the playoff game or whatever does not mean it can't happen in April.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about it earlier this week. There's still some holes they're going to fill with the portal, D-line, receiver. So a guy might be first or second or third string now. He won't be in a few months.
Yeah.
And guys are going to have some reactions to that, some good, some bad. And some will enter the portal because of it. That's kind of how it happens. I don't know what the exact scholarship count is right now. Do you know what it is, Jeff?
I can do some napkin math if you give me a sec.
All right. We'll do that. I think I bookmarked this. I saw a Texas fan posted a breakdown of the scholarship count. Let me see if I can find this in my bookmarks.
If you give me a second, yeah, I just need to add some numbers here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so quarterback, you got, and I need to update the roster tracker we've got going on at Horns 24/7.
They're at 82.
They're at 82. Okay, I'll tell you how accurate that number is here in a sec.
So that means they have 3 spots to fill with the portal.
Let's see, 10. This is a live broadcasting, folks. Yeah.
I'll answer this question while we wait. Coach 420 says, when the time comes, Scruggs, does Texas land Booby Feaster? I do not think so. I think it's going to be LSU or some out-of-state school. I don't think it'll be Texas, and I think it'll be A&M before Texas too. He originally from Louisiana, grew up an LSU fan. Dad's a big LSU fan. LSU has kind of always been the school for them. Also, I don't know. I know he has the ranking. I don't feel nearly as good about it as I did like the ranking we had for Jonte Cook or Evan Stewart after their sophomore year, going into their sophomore year. Like, Booby Feaster is really ranked the number 1 receiver in the country right now. He has a lot of talent, really good player, but like there were several times this year where I was at DeSoto games and he's jogging his routes or not even coming out of his breaks on a run play. And I get when guys do that as seniors when they've already committed and got the bag.
What did you say you had for the scholarship number?
82.
Okay. I'm showing 83.
Okay.
And it could be off. I'm counting. Let's see if I missed anybody. Go through real quick because I'm counting Bert Auburn in my scholarship numbers right now.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see there. He didn't have an announcement. It just – if you're Texas, how do you let that guy come back? I feel like, I mean, you can't push him into the portal until you get an upgrade at kicker from the portal. Like, you can't be stupid and have Will Stone as their only option, I guess, because clearly they haven't wanted to have Will Stone as their only option. But they need another kicker for next year. They just do. You can't accept what Bert Auburn was this year and think that's acceptable going into year 2. You just can't. But as far as Booby Feaster goes, I don't think it'll be Texas. And I also think eventually someone will be able to unseat him from his ranking. And also, he's very likely to eventually reclass, or at least there's been buzz about that for like 2 years now, and he was still in middle school. If he reclasses, I don't know if he stays in the state of Texas. I've heard potential move out to California is also on the table because it's easier to reclass in Cali or in any other state that isn't Texas. And if or when he's in 2026, I really don't see it happening with Texas. So we'll see. But I mean, yeah. And also a lot of people, whenever the time eventually comes for Boobie Feaster to really get recruited, they're going to say, oh, it won't be Texas because Texas messed up the whole Jonte thing. They didn't mess it up. As you can clearly tell, that was not Texas's fault now that what's happened in Washington has happened. Most people at DeSoto are aware of that. I haven't heard any animosity towards Texas or felt it since I've been at DeSoto since that happened with Jonte. So I don't think that'll have any effect on it. I don't see Texas and Boobie Feaster ever really becoming a thing.
And I haven't heard what specifically happened with Jonte in Washington. Have you heard anything on that?
Yeah, it's online, but I haven't seen an official report about it. It's all over Reddit, kind of what happened, and I was told what happened. So,
I mean, it's just unfortunate, man.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It was very poor decision making. Can't say that on Jonte's end. Not going to Washington, but what happened in Washington.
Yeah, it's for those that don't know, Jonte Cook, and this came out a couple of days ago. He and Washington parted ways pretty much like Jordan, like the day he got to campus.
I think he was there for 2 days.
Yeah, 2 days. He was there 2 days,
something like that.
So yeah, it's just unfortunate. I mean, I think usually when you have a relationship go sour and granted, it's not I can't make this blanket statement, but anytime you have a kid at a prospect factory like DeSoto that doesn't work out, and this is good North Shore, Duncanville, go just pick your school that produces a lot of high end talent. Most of the times that's not going to be held against the school unless the staff there feels like their kid was just blatantly mistreated.
Yeah.
And that's not the case with Jonte. I wouldn't think.
Yeah. And also, like, an example, I don't want to call it Texas getting away with it, but like Texas dropped Anthony Deuce Williams, the linebacker from Shadow Creek. They pulled his scholarship. And I'm going to give y'all all the details on that in our behind-the-scenes story that'll come out sometime in the next few weeks. But less than 6 months after they did that, a kid from his school still committed to Texas, and Chris Stewart.
Yeah.
So now I will say the setup at Shadow Creek with what high school coaches help with is a little different than most other prospect factories. They're less hands-on, and I do think that's part of why the Chris Stewart thing was able to happen. But at some schools, if that were to happen, Texas is never getting another kid from that high school until that staff leaves, because that is how some staffs will take things like that. So, Tyrone Green and his staff at Shadow Creek are great people. And, I think for what the situation was, they handled it really, really well. But other schools, other coaching staffs in high school are not going to handle it that well. So, yeah, they might have dodged a bullet there, considering Shadow Creek produces like a Texas level kid every year, if not every other year. And so does DeSoto. So, again, looks like they, got out bruise free or whatever you want to call it in those two schools, but it can happen in the future. So, something they got to be careful with.
For what it's worth, I haven't heard of. I've heard of a Texas coach who was banned from a high school campus for what he did at a previous job, and that wasn't held against the Texas staff. This was a while back. This was before your time.
Was this a Mac staff, Charlie staff, Tom?
This
staff?
was Mac staff. And
I know what he was banned for doing. You don't have to say his name or the school he came from. I'm just curious. You can also just tell me off record if you want.
I'll say it was just at a previous job, he had bad-mouthed the high school coach who was still there when he joined the Texas staff. So it's not that Texas was not allowed on that campus. That coach was not allowed on that campus. Yeah. And I've heard of I mean, I've heard the difference. I've told the story, when Texas had Kendall Thompson out of Carthage. I mean, I was told straight up that Les Miles tried to get, after Will Muschamp had left and taken the Florida job, Les Miles shows up and tries to recruit Kendall Thompson, and basically Scott Surratt told Les Miles he's not welcome on his campus.
Damn right. Yeah, Scott Surratt's the one dude you don't want to fuck with. They don't even let media in over there.
Yeah, but it wasn't anything personal. It was just like, hey, kid's committed to Texas. He's going to Texas. If you're here to recruit him, no, you're not going to do that.
Yeah, props to Surratt. I'm gonna have to figure out how to go see KJ Edwards and DeQuivis Beck this year because again, they don't let media into practice. So, I don't know. I'll catch them at a track meet or something. They both do track.
This was many years ago, Jordan, when I was at Carthage hanging out with the staff and watching Dwight Smith film and whatnot.
Yeah, I bet. The Jose said, Jordan, with a 5-star like Xavier Filsamy that didn't play year one command as much NIL as a high school recruit, hopeful that market for those types of players isn't insane as well. Pretty good question. He's obviously young. They want to retain him. But I will say, like, each year the market is going up. Like, if what Cade Phillips made this year and what Jonah Williams made this year, if they were in the 2024 class, they could have negotiated everything the same exact way. The number would have been lower. Like, prices just keep going up, and the market's moving at a ridiculously fast pace. I know what they paid Filsamy. It's less than what Phillips and Jonah Williams got. And that's fine. That was the market a year ago. The market has changed. Texas also had to come into the Jonah Williams recruitment from way behind and get him in a month. And with Cade Phillips, they had to flip him from LSU before signing day. When there's dynamics like that, they're going to get paid more because you have to flip them from someone or you have to come from way behind. So with Filsamy, I can't really tell if you're asking what I would do or if they could do that. I mean, they potentially could, but at the same time, I mean, Texas can just tell them, like, hey, we think that this guy that we just got to sign is just as good, if not better than you. So if you want the same number he's making, you have to go somewhere else. And
how do you think revenue sharing is going to change anything?
No. I think revenue sharing, schools are going to be able to hoodwink the kids way easier, though, because they can just be like, dude, look, we're literally out of money, because the kid doesn't know they still have an active NIL collective. They don't know shit. And they can just say, hey, well, all the percentages are filled up for this year. You're only making 5% revenue, which is, I don't know, $500K, So I do think rev share is going to make it where kids can get taken advantage of easier, and it makes it easier for schools not having to deal with the kid 2 days before the portal closes of being like, hey, I need $50K more this year. I'm leaving. But I mean, it'll be fascinating. It's something new that schools will have to handle. NIL was new that schools had to handle years ago, and some handled it really well, and some fell on their face, and it blew up in their face, like A&M's 2022 recruiting class.
You know what else is going to happen, too, once rev sharing becomes a thing? At some point, you're going to have a players union.
Yep.
There's just too much money and too much that can be too much cloak and dagger potential. You're gonna have a players union, and I honestly think the best thing too, your NIL agents, they better be you better make sure that that's why you need to break away from the NCAA if big time power football does, because there's too much stuff that the NCAA doesn't want to deal with that needs to be dealt with. You also need to have a deal, I think, where your NIL agents, they need to be certified with the NFLPA.
Yeah, but that's not happening because then the NFL has to overlook college or whatever.
No, they just got to be certified with the Players Association. That's it.
Yeah, I know, but man, the way this shit works, there's too many uncles and cousins helping out. Like it's,
I know.
I don't think they'll ever be able to really enforce that.
But you see now, this is, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Like it's done, and now it's like, all right, you added this, now you got to add this, and now that you've added that, now you got to put this in place. So it's going to be. College football is in a healthy place overall, but it's going to be years before there's anything close to stability when it comes to NIL money and how the setup runs. At some point, it'll settle in and we'll realize, hey, this is just the way things are done. But until that happens, it's going to kind of be, everything feels like it's ready, shoot, aim.
Yeah. So, Beaver Lance Jason, great comment. My only response back, you're a few years too late because you probably could have given Kai Money a run for his money. No pun intended.
Somebody, CB or somebody asked.
CB could start over Kai Money.
CB asked, somebody asked yesterday, who's the next Kai Money? And with all due respect to Kai,
no one.
I hope there's not another Kai Money.
Yeah, Sark and Chris Jackson take their jobs way more seriously than Tom Herman or Andre Coleman ever did. All I remember is just like, man, during that time of Texas football, so when I was little, my dad was a screamer. He'd scream at the TV. And eventually my stepmom got him to kind of get away from that. But towards the end of the Tom Herman era, that version of Mr. Scruggs would come out. And there was several games I remember being on the couch or whatever, and it's just like, how the fuck is Kai Money on the field? Jackson's better than him. And Jackson's my twin brother, who is, starting wide receiver at Lake Travis' senior year. So I'll always remember Kai Money because of that. And I'll always say, a lot of people could have had a shot to start over him because, again, like looking back, it's kind of blasphemous that he was playing that much in the Big 12, even back then with where Texas was as a program. Anyway, like even Sark has better walk-on selection than he did,
By the way, I was just thinking about Kai Money and Tom Herman and that staff. I'm pretty sure if you look at that 2019 Texas coaching staff, Tom Herman might be the only guy at this point who's unemployed. Unless I don't know if Stan Drayton's found a job at this point.
I don't know. He got fired from Temple, obviously.
I know, like Corby Meekins is a high school coach. Yeah. Drew Marringer's a tight ends coach at Oregon.
Yeah.
Derek Wareheim, Craig Niver, and Tim Beck are all at
Coastal Carolina. Bathrooms in Coastal Carolina.
Why you got to go there?
You knew you could have skipped over him, and I wouldn't have said anything.
I'm
you
just
could
trying
have
to go down
said
the
the O-line coach.
Herb Hand is
Herb
Hand's at Florida State. He actually followed Gus to Florida State.
Man, I cannot wait to see the Florida State fan base realize he's Herb Hand.
You know what's going to happen. It happens everywhere it goes.
Did I tell you? So when Florida State announced his hiring of Herb Hand, I quote tweeted it with the meme from Squid Game where it's, does he know? And I just said Florida State fans right now. And one of the Florida State 24/7 writers DM'd me and was like, yo, what do you mean about this? Let me read you what I said to him. I said, where is this? I said he completely messed up Texas O-line recruiting. The Sark staff had to sign 7 O-line in the first full cycle to combat the shitty job he did for the 3 years prior. Of the 10-ish O-line recruits hand signed to Texas, only 2 of them ended up starting, and both of them started when Sark was there. Almost all the other dudes were so bad they got pushed out after 1 year of Sark. And they said he just constantly missed on the big fish at OL and had sunk Texas on the Herman era in the first bit of the Sark era. In Sark's first season in 2021, Texas only had like 8 scholarship O-linemen on the entire roster. And he says, sounds like what FSU just had happen in Alex Atkins, LMAO. And I said, yep, well, the fan base started calling him Herb Hand eventually, so get ready for that. And he just said, I appreciate the insight.
Yeah, man. I remember, CB, I missed that Craig Niver was let go at Coastal. But anyway, yeah, I remember when Herb Hand got hired at Texas, I was excited. That was when you could add a 10th assistant. And I was excited about it because I knew the Texas offensive line, you needed something. And just looking at Herb Hand's track record with Malzahn and what he'd done at Auburn. And I remember actually Brandon Marcello kind of was who reached out because Marcello was covering Auburn at the time. And he was like, Herb Hand, great guy, but there's all his recruiting and the trajectory that Auburn O-line left a lot to be desired while he was there. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. He's like, just keep an eye on it. And I was like, well,
who you think Biff Poggi is who you think Biff Poggi is who Herb Hand is. Biff Poggi just dresses poorly, and he's a poor coach.
No, Herb Hand.
No, Herb Hand is stealing money. If he does the same thing at every school and just sinks the O-line unit, that's stealing money.
Herb Hand has something Biff Poggi doesn't, and that's respect for himself. to wear sleeves on the sideline. What
you got to do is convince Mike Elko to adapt the Biff Poggi look. Have him cut the sleeves.
Dude,
you know how white his shoulders probably are?
Bro, like
he's wearing the same pullover hoodie long sleeve deal in every, and I get it. Like I would rock that look, but if I'm shaped like a Christmas tree, I'm not.
Look, man, Mike Elko. If A&M fans would embrace it, Mike Elko is the perfect coach for them. He's there. There is nothing. There is zero. Let me say he's the kind of coach A&M needs because there's zero flashy about Mike Elko. There's nothing flashy whatsoever about Mike Elko.
Yeah.
And like he's just a ball coach. And man, if the A&M fans are patient, they're gonna win some games under Elko because that's what they need. They don't need a politician. They don't need a guy like Kevin Sumlin that's all sizzle, no steak. They need a dude like Mike Elko that's just a freaking ball coach.
He gets it. Like Texas fans hate this, but like I actually think he could end up being successful there potentially because he gets it.
You know what, Jordan?
They're going to have to figure out the offense and personnel, but I think in terms of getting it as broad of a statement that is, he gets it more than Jimbo Fisher ever did.
I think so too. I think the other thing is, I mean, what's ultimately going to determine success or failure for them is, like, is Marcel Reed the guy or is he a guy?
I think he's a guy. I think I said this like the day after they got him. I talked to someone very, very close to Jacob Zeno's portal recruitment who's on the visit at A&M. I would not be shocked at all if Jacob Zeno's a starter next year, week 1 in Aggieland. Like, you don't bring in a guy who's in like his 7th year of college football to sit on the bench. Yes, he was hurt a lot at UAB, but go watch that tape. He can end up beating out Marcel Reed, and I would not be surprised.
I felt like for them last year when they were still messing around with Wigman, like I'm not saying they would have beat Texas because the Texas defense was really freaking good, but they would have probably been able to sustain the Moss injury a little bit better than they did if they had gone to Marcel Reed a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Because once Le'Veon Moss got hurt, they couldn't run the football at that point.
Yeah, well, Ruben Owens is also hurt.
But I know they brought him back late in the year, but like, you know.
They shouldn't have done that. I think that was very stupid of them. Yeah. But no, the Marcel Reed game versus LSU was hilarious because he literally attempted like 4 passes and they treated him like he was Jesus.
And that LSU defense was garbage. I mean, it's not Blake Baker's fault. It's just that LSU defense was garbage.
Yeah. So this is a fun question by CB. It says, how many Longhorns do you think are drafted? Some say Texas could break Georgia's modern record. Let's start on the offense. Quarterback Quinn Ewers could go anywhere. He's going to be drafted. Running back Jaden Blue will be drafted.
You think Blue's getting drafted?
Someone's going to draft Blue.
Okay.
It might be 7th round. It might be late. Someone will draft him. Okay. He's going to test like a freak at the combine. The NFL will probably find out the real reason why he didn't play as a senior. But, you know, they're probably going to like that he didn't play as a senior and didn't really have any touches as a true freshman.
Right.
Y'all can get that story one day. I'll wait till he's drafted.
Matthew Golden's getting drafted.
But Quinn, Jaden Blue, Gunnar Helm, Matt Golden, Isaiah Bond, Kelvin Banks, Cam Williams. Are we going to throw Hayden Connor or Majors in here? Or are we just going to do locks?
Let's just do locks. Okay. I'm not going to count Jaden Blue as a lock right now.
I think he's going to get – I don't think there's any way he goes undrafted.
Okay.
So I'm going to count him.
Since I died on the Bobby Lane hill yesterday with quarterback rankings, I'll give you Jaden Blue.
Yeah. So we're at 7 with the offense, and Texas had was it 11 or 12 drafted?
11 last year, yeah.
And Michigan at 13, who was first place last year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so defense, Baron Sorrell is going to get drafted. Alfred Collins will get drafted. Vernon Broughton will get drafted.
So it's 10. It's 10 already.
Yeah. Corner, Jade will get drafted. Drew Makuba will get drafted. That's 12. And so then from there, you got to make up your mind. Is Benda, Lole, Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, are they going to get drafted? Because those are the fringe guys.
Basically, what I think it comes down to is you're going to match the 11. I think it just depends on if Jaden Blue gets drafted, whether you go over 11 and, Jake Majors or Hayden Connor, whichever one of those, if one of those guys were to get drafted, then that puts you into 13. So, yeah, I think at the very least they're a lock to match the 11.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think so too. And I mean, I'm obviously much higher in the chances of Blue getting drafted than you, but I do think of the fringe guys, Benda, Connor, Majors, I don't know, whomever. One of those guys is, I think, going to at least get a call for the draft. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. But I do agree with you that they will at least be able to match the 11.
Here's a guy that's interesting to me because I have no idea what he runs.
Mm-hmm.
What if Gavin Holmes at Pro Day runs really well?
Hey, I texted our group chat about that. Gavin Holmes sneakily played his ass off the last few games of the year. Like the SEC Conference Championship game versus Georgia, they pulled someone out for rest, and immediately Georgia and Kirby Smart threw at Gavin Holmes, and it was 2 back-to-back PBUs.
Mm-hmm.
I really think he played really well towards the end of the season. It's just no one was talking about it because they had Jade Drew Makuba and Michael Taft along with Malik Muhammad back there. Think about this, Jeff.
Gavin Holmes' deal is you know what? The more I think about it, man, with the way the NFL is played today, I'm not so sure Gavin Holmes shouldn't be a position conversion and move him to safety because his big deficiency is he's not a great run defender, right?
Yeah.
And just because of his size. But if you're in a cover 3 scheme and you just want like a good middle field safety that can cover over the top, I mean, I've seen worse guys in the league than Gavin Holmes.
Yeah. Also,
especially
maybe
now,
Silas Bolden.
Sorry to cut you off, but especially now with the kickoff rule changing, now that teams is a big thing in the league again. Okay, you're gonna need a guy or two. Hey, can he cover kicks?
Hey, can Mo Blackwell be that guy?
I don't know about my man Mo Blackwell, but that could get Gavin. I can see Gavin Holmes. I can see somebody being really intrigued with Gavin Holmes. 4 years of power conference experience, played in big games. Measurables are going to be solid. I think it's just going to depend on what he runs. Jake Bayless asked about Silas Bolden.
Yeah.
I think somebody would have to, all it takes is one to fall in love with him, and somebody could fall in love with Silas Bolden. But you only usually have, if you have guys like that on the roster, you only have one.
Yeah.
So, and CB brings up Keelan Robinson. The reason why Keelan Robinson got drafted, and I think this will actually help Matt Goldenstock too, again, with the kickoff rule changing, sometimes you need a kick return guy. You need a guy who's really good at doing that. That's what got Keelan Robinson drafted, is his ability to play on special teams.
Shit, bro. Silas Bolden's brother, Victor Bolden, who's 5'8", 178, or at least was at the combine, which I do think is at least going to be heavier than Silas. Silas probably about maybe an inch a little taller.
Well, if Silas hits 180, it's going to be soaking wet with 2 bricks in his pocket.
Yeah. I will say, though, the weight shit at the NFL is such bullshit. I don't think he told the story on here, but Michael Griffin has given me the story of him drinking a gallon and a half of water before stepping on the scale so he could be over 200. And everyone does that. Everyone does that. I've heard it from multiple other NFL guys too. Everyone does it. And I'm sure the NFL knows as well, but it's just, I don't know. But anyways, Victor Bolden, who was 5'8", 178 at the combine, went undrafted, 49ers signed him. He's been in the league for 7 years.
Yeah.
As effectively a return guy and the 9th string receiver. So Silas is going to have a shot to do it, but he's going to have to find a good fit and somewhere he could actually be for the same team the first 2 years. Because it's harder to stick around longer if you're bouncing around earlier on in your career.
He's one of those guys, he's bizarro. He's bizarro, little Jordan Humphrey. And why I say that is like you look at LJ and it's like, okay, he's a 6'5" receiver that doesn't run very fast. But
still the league.
Sean Payton fell in love with him.
Yeah.
And it was no coincidence that when Sean Payton got the Broncos job, he went and pulled LJ Humphrey from New Orleans, and he's still with Denver. Like, Little Jordan Humphrey's still in the league because Sean Payton loves him some Little Jordan Humphrey. So all it's going to take is one staff. Don't forget, if you're a Houston Texans fan, don't forget who Silas Bolden's high school quarterback was.
Yep. C.J. Stroud. That's how old Bolden is. Antoine said, what do you think of Lufkin head coach Todd Quick retiring? Temple's also replacing their head coach. I've never talked to Todd Quick besides when he yelled at me for interviewing Zion Williams after a game last year. So listen to this. So this was Lancaster and Lufkin were meeting.
Can I time out real quick? Huh. Is this worse or not as bad as the time Todd Dodge yelled at you?
Oh, it's not even 10% as bad as the Todd Dodge shit.
Okay, continue.
So it's week 11. This is the 2023 season. Lufkin's playing at Lancaster because for whatever reason they were in the same district. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
It was one of those deals. The next year alignment, Lufkin got placed in the same district as Galveston Ball and Port Arthur Memorial. Make sense. But anyways, it is essentially a playoff game, the Lufkin-Lancaster game in week 11, last week of the regular season, because the fourth playoff spot was still up for grabs in that district. Both teams had even records, and whoever won was going to the playoffs. Whoever lost, their season was over. So it was basically a playoff game. Dog shit game. Like, it's so bad. Both teams had several D1 kids, but, like, it didn't look like it because the play calling and just organization, everything was very bad. And Mike Roach was also there, same with Jason Howell. We were, like, wanting to die all night. Lancaster wins in, like, the ugliest way possible. The final was, like, 13-7, not because they scored 2 field goals, but because they missed the PAT, I'm pretty sure. And Lancaster wins. It's a huge deal because they're going to the playoffs. I had messaged Zion Williams before because that was when he was very communicative on the phone. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm going to be at your game. Would love to interview you because I did that ahead of time knowing that if they lost, I have a better chance of me being able to talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't going out to Lufkin to talk to Zion Williams at the time, right?
Good on your part.
So after the game, he like immediately comes up to me and is like, hey, man, do you still need an interview? And I'm like, hell yeah, I do. Because there's no one at Lancaster for me to talk to at the time. Corian Gibson, he was a senior and he was hurt and I wasn't talking to him.
He was going to Clemson anyway.
Yeah. Zion Williams gives me a great interview. One of the best interviews, like super, good, great vibes of him, always happy-go-lucky, smile on his face, like gentle giant. And after like 4 minutes, and I maybe asked him like 5 questions, he was one of those kids that would just talk and give you everything with one answer.
Yeah.
The coach walks up and is like, you done with Zion yet? And I'm like, I am now. Like, you can have him. And he's like, yeah, we need to get back in the bus, Zion. And they all went back on the bus and left. But like, he walked over to me. He did this, stared at us for like 30 seconds, and I was still interviewing him, kind of acting like we didn't see him.
Yeah.
Because Zion's back was turned to him. And then he eventually got closer, and I was like, all right, Zion, we got to wrap this up.
Yeah.
But as far as the Temple coach goes, Coach Stu, one thing that I think is really interesting, I have never heard of this in high school football in Texas. You might have, Jeff. Scott Stewart, he didn't resign. He didn't get fired. They didn't renew his contract. But here's the thing. The entire staff at Temple, outside of the head football coach, I am told, has 2 years left remaining on their contracts. And while Temple is looking for a new head coach, is saying, like, you don't get this job unless you coach with these two guys or with this staff for the next 2 years.
Man.
So they haven't hired a coach yet. Stewart has not been the guy for over a month. And, they're about to start spring football sooner or later. They have schools coming by. Texas is by Temple earlier today to see Jamarian Carlton.
I would imagine if they've got, there's got to be something with that just feels like some kind of TEA regulations being violated to give somebody multi-year contracts, because teacher contracts are renewable year to year.
Yeah, well, a player at Temple who is one of their star players told me that because, telling some kids on the team kind of what's going down or what's not. And
Mhm.
because, they asked, like, am I still going to have my position coach even if there's a new coach? And they're like, yeah, everyone's under contract for the next 2 years. So whatever guy they hire has to coach with those coaches for the next 2 years. So, and there's been like, this has been kind of like the snowball has been rolling downhill towards Stewart not being the guy at Temple anymore for like 2 years now. And do you remember how they purposely kind of lost a game so they wouldn't have to run into Longview?
Yeah.
Since then, there's been some animosity towards Stewart from the community. So, like, this was eventually going to happen. And this was his last year in Temple. It's, record-wise, his best record since, like, 2019. And he still was let go. So,
yeah, James, the way that works, James Espinosa says all those coaches are teachers. They can't just fire them right now and have to replace 7 to 10 teachers. Yeah, I mean, most of those teachers would stay. That's why it's dicey, man. I've been in high school when I've gone through a coaching change, and I know for college kids it's uncomfortable. For high school kids, it's one of the most uncomfortable things you'll ever experience is to go through a coaching change because that new coach wants to bring in some of his guys, and some of those guys are already coming in and they've got staff jobs. Well, some of the jobs they're taking are some of your old coaches. And so in my case, there were coaches that I'd known for years that were my middle school coaches, and some of them in some cases coached my older brother, that they're gone. Like at semester, they just didn't come back, or they got reassigned somewhere.
Yeah,
so
Will Stein left Lake Travis. His last day at Lake Travis was signing day. Early signing day when Hudson Card signed to Texas because he was there to teach Hudson Card the Texas offense. We'll say I see the guys waiting in the back. Just want to get to a few comments real quick. Yeah. So Denton High, not Denton Ryan, not Denton Geyer, but Denton High hired David Beatty yesterday. That David Beatty.
Good for Coach Beatty.
I am told he was looking for a job where he can just sit back, coach a few more years and retire where there's not a lot of pressure, can do things his own way, and, well, that's what Denton High is for him. They are a 6A program, or 5A. They're 5A or 6A.
They're 5A, I think, yeah.
And as soon as I saw this news, I'm like, man, I bet the Geyer and Ryan staffs are pissed because Geyer and Ryan have been pulling kids from Denton High since those schools became a thing. Yeah. Like, would you be Jeff? I've never confirmed this myself, but I was told this from someone I really trust. JT Sanders went to Denton Ryan all 4 years of high school. He apparently lived, because Denton High is located in a neighborhood. He apparently lived across the street from the campus of Denton High.
The two schools I'm thinking about, and I was told this by somebody in Houston. They're like, one of the reasons why North Shore is always good and Channelview is always terrible is all the kids from Channelview end up going to North Shore. The only one that didn't was Jalen Hurts because his dad was the coach. Man, Copper's Cove, you know how many kids I've talked to from Copper's Cove over the years that should have, like, Duke Thomas lived down the street from Ellison. He probably should have gone to either Ellison or Shoemaker. Yet he ends up going 15 miles out of the way to go to Copper's Cove.
But there is an 8th grader at one of Copper's Cove's middle school. If the Austin area schools are offering like housing towards his family because he's that good. I'm not joking. Yeah. Like, there are Austin area schools recruiting this kid and his family, and he's in middle school still.
Yeah, Eric and I were talking about it leaving the Clemson game because Eric was asking me about North Crowley. I'm like, well, shit, half the deal at North Crowley was just getting the kids that are supposed to go to school there to stay there.
Yeah, like they barely have any move-ins on that team. A lot of those kids are homegrown.
Yeah.
Last thing I want to answer before we open it up for y'all. The Spark Notes for the Todd Dodge story. I wanted to get in the locker room to film something because I was doing a lot of photography, videography then. Had friend of the show, Jaden Greathouse, send me his number. Sent him a text. Very nice. Included a few sirs, whatever you want to call it. He reads it right away. Or it has the red thing. Does not respond. All he does is read the message. The next day, I'm in warm-ups as they're heading to the locker room. He's walking by himself. My dumbass is like, oh, this is a perfect time before a 4th-round playoff game to ask him if I can film in his locker room.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Coach, I saw you read the message but didn't respond. And he's like, yeah, I know. I read it, and you're not coming in there. And a few other choice words were included. Got chewed out by Coach Dodge. But I don't know. It's probably like 60 to 120 seconds of him just chewing my ass out and basically calling me a dumbass. I don't know if I quite deserved all that, but I deserved some of it. And it definitely impacted the way I handled myself with coaches and stuff and warm-ups going forward. So
that's a Hall of Fame coach, sir, and a Longhorn legend. So yeah, you deserved it.
Hey, I will say though, that's a signing day ceremony. Even after he retired and it was Salazar, he would still be there, and he would say thank you at every ceremony for coming out and covering him. And that was the only time I ever spoke words with Todd Dodge, was when he chewed my ass out and when he'd say thank you for covering his kids. And I wasn't even doing like media stuff then. I was just taking photos and posting them on Instagram, really.
I had fun. I had fun doing his coach's show his last year at Westlake. Craig and I did his coach's show over at the Horn. That was fun. Eric, Keenan, you guys got any Keenan, I know, shoot, man, you go on as much AAU stuff as you've been to. I'm sure you've run into some shady folks along the way. Y'all ever got one of those stories where a coach or a player or a parent or somebody just verbally eviscerated you for looking at them the wrong way, or they woke up on the wrong side of the bed?
Not me, but I've definitely seen it happen.
Yeah.
Jeff, my greatest story ain't even high school, man. It's going back to the old FIU days. It's the 2018 season, memory serves me correct. My third year on the beat there. And there's a player, Noah Curtis, talented guy to South Florida, but, was just a guy. Mm-hmm. And, that was a team that put three offensive players in the NFL. So it was an offensive-driven team. So the parent of Noah Curtis was a defensive end, got tired of me saying, talking about the offense. So he stops me. And again, of course, you guys can imagine this is G5 football. FIU stadium is smaller than most Texas high school stadiums. Okay. So wait for me to leave. You got to walk directly out of what would be the player's entrance to get to the parking lot. So Mr. Curtis is there. He's like, Eric, I need to talk to you. I'm like, yeah, what you got? And he's like, you go talk about the heart and soul of this team. It's not just the offense. It's everybody. And I was like, sir, no disrespect, but like the defense has been garbage over the past few weeks. I'm tired. I'm still living in Tampa in the time, so I got a 4-hour drive home. Yeah. Like I'm not feeling this. And he proceeds to talk about MF this, MF that, challenge me to a fight. I'm like, dude. At the time, I was 27. I'm like, yo, I'm not fighting a 55-year-old man in the parking lot, all right? Like, what are we doing here, yo? So, yeah, that was whenever people ask me, Jeff, what do I miss, if anything, about covering Group of Fives? Yes, I do miss the access, the one-on-one access you get with damn near everybody, and being able to, Jordan, piggybacking off of your story, just being able to walk through the locker room pregame. What I don't miss, Jeff and Jordan, is everyone having that one-on-one direct line of contact to you to just blow you up for anything.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Right. I will say it. This reminded me this morning. This group chat. This is, I don't know why they're still texting in this. It's a group chat from All-American in San Antonio this week. This trainer / handler from Florida texted them, "I have the best QB in 2028 in blah 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 blah." Not gonna say this kid's name. Special throws in this video. Please take a look at it. Usually we don't even respond to these messages, but this one guy at our company was feeling hot, so he texted back, "He hasn't even started a varsity game. How do you know he's the best QB in 2028?" And he says he's got reps on the varsity level from time to time this past fall. That's the confidence I have in him. He will be one of the best QBs in 2028. Been coaching QBs for 10 years as a state champion coach, and he has a unique skill set. He messages another guy 5 minutes later, another guy in this group chat. And instead of saying I have the best QB in 2028, he says I have one of the best QBs in 2028. It's the same video with the same typos in the message.
Man,
so
there's nothing more disheartening than when somebody tells you about a kid that think is going to be a great prospect. You're like, well, I got some JV film. Like, nope.
Yeah,
nope.
It's also like the scouting team is focused on finalizing the 32 5-stars in 2025. They haven't ranked a kid in 2028, and if they do, they sure as hell aren't ranking a kid who hasn't started varsity ball.
Jordan, you know what's funny is I can almost promise you, I won't do it on here. I got 4 names that came to mind. I bet you it's one of the 4 names that when you said text you, I bet you I can name it, but I won't do it on air. Jeff, real quick, one quick thing before you run.
Yeah.
I was late. Like I'd been buried in all types of stuff, Texas related. I knew Carson Beck obviously, transferred to Miami to be quarterback there and be with his girl. I didn't hear the number that allegedly he's getting that $3 million number. Jeff, when are these kids going to learn to get things in writing? Because I'm just going to say this right now, Carson Beck. Miami doesn't have any money. No one in Miami has a real job. The first time a drug bust goes bad, Carson Beck, there goes your paycheck, buddy. Like,
they paid Cam Ward.
I guarantee. Okay, they may have found the money to not miss a paycheck to Cam Ward. I promise you, the first time some of that funny money goes bad, Carson Beck is. No one has a real job.
Yeah, everybody there is like, I own a company that's Verbo for yachts.
Yeah,
those are like Miami companies.
Keenan, you correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Carson Beck's old lady get the last of that Life Wallet money that was laying around?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And Jeff, guess what? Her paycheck is going to clear because she has something that she can provide that Carson Beck can't, as far as getting that check cleared. All right, like she has other avenues. Carson Beck is dependent on Carson Beck. So good luck with that. Buddy, because I one drug bust gone bad and you're not getting paid.
Yeah, I just thought of something like the shady side of NIL. How long? At what point does male or female, one of these athletes, at what point does OnlyFans become involved in the NIL space? You know it's going to happen sooner or later, right?
I'm surprised it hasn't. To be honest with you, I'm being dead serious. I'm surprised it hasn't.
I mean, have you heard some of these salaries that some of these OnlyFans models make? Like,
what's OnlyFans?
It blew.
What is that?
Like,
what's OnlyFans, Jeff? What's
like
that?
seven figures a month. I'm like, dude, that just like it blows my mind. Like, it's an insane amount. Like the dispendable income that some people in this country have. It's like, I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money, but you may want to allocate your resources elsewhere. You know,
more wisely.
Yeah. Keenan, real quick, I just want to get your take. You ever, what's the worst you've ever seen? Or you said it's never happened to you. What's the worst you've ever seen a reporter get eviscerated?
I saw Chris Beard go at a couple guys at different points.
Shocker.
Yeah, I know. Surprising he would have a temper. I'm trying to think. I saw. I don't want to name who it is, but I saw Scotty McConnell go off on somebody once, which you got to really screw up to have Scotty McConnell.
Man,
I don't even know who that is.
He's the SID for Texas basketball. He's
long
like
time in basketball SID at Texas. I don't know that I've ever seen Scott get mad. Like I don't know that I've ever seen him.
The guy deserved it, but like, yeah, and I was like, dude, you got to be a real jackass to make that guy mad. He's like the nicest guy in the world.
Well,
that was like 4 years ago.
Most of the people we deal with at Texas that I deal with at Texas are like that. Like, man, I ain't a whole lot of a-holes walking around, but dude, if you see somebody like the SIDs and some of the other sports get angry, it's like, dude, you must have really screwed up.
Yeah, this guy did. He walked into a live press conference, loudly talking on speakerphone.
Oh, dude, you know what?
You remember that?
I remember that now. Yep.
That was hilarious. I was like,
Jeff, is this person still around the beat? Yes or no?
This was not. It was not a writer.
Yeah, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
Hey, do we have enough time, Jeff? Can you give us a pizza party Tom Herman story?
Dude, there ain't enough time. Like it's, man. All I can tell you is we're sitting there, and when you get asked to an off-the-record lunch with the new football coach, and like it's not just like print reports. Like Eric, you and Keenan, you guys have been off-the-record meetings with coaches, right? But and it like maybe like a writer or two, or whatever. But this is like, hey, it's all the online publications, print publications.
This
TV.
is like a week into Herman getting the Texas job.
You might have been less than a week. It might have been like, I think it was like that following week. And it goes from like, hey, we're just going to sit around and kind of a get to know you type deal to all of a sudden your livelihood is threatened if you don't comply with X, Y, and Z.
The Herman stories are great. One day I'll have Mike on here to tell them. But, I've heard him tell the story several times where he basically wrote like, I wasn't reading the team stuff a ton back then, but it was like a report that had several sources talk about how poorly Herman was handling things and how poorly some of the staff was handling things with recruiting and other stuff. and Mike and Tom run into each other at like a high school coaches event or something.
It was in the
Herman is like, man, the whole story you came up with is bullshit. Like, that's all fake. You made it up. And Mike's response was, well, your whole staff gave it to me, so I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I'll say it for Mike. The line was I think that was pretty good you're pretty good for a fiction writer.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And that's when Mike fired back with the line about the coaching staff. But
Jeff,
yeah.
I will pay money to hear that you tell the pizza party story in its entirety, because there's very few things that I think everyone on this beat can universally agree on. And I have heard the pizza party story from multiple people from multiple outlets, and it rings true. Everyone's version is just to a T.
Yeah,
Jeff, you should write a book, man. You should write a book about all this stuff.
Man, I'm still on my phone. I recorded all of them, and for whatever reason, I've only got one of them saved that I found. I've got the off the record meeting we had with Mac Brown the Monday after the BYU game in 2013, when basically he fired Manny Diaz on the tarmac.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I listened to that like last summer, just as I was like, man, it's been a few years. Let me just check out what's going on here. Yeah.
What was he telling you on an off the record meeting after losing to BYU?
It's off the record, Jordan.
Man.
I mean, he recorded it.
Mac's off the record meetings were productive.
Yeah.
There was a couple nuggets that you could go and get out of there and actually use. That Herman meeting, I'm sure, Eric, you've heard it referred to as the Red Wedding Pizza Party. It's one of the most bizarre days of my life in this business. One of the most bizarre days I've ever had.
Yeah, my weirdest day was definitely Chris Beard going to that courthouse. Me and Anwar Richardson, I was at the courthouse for 3 hours that day, just waiting.
I had the Rona and had woken up from a literal fever dream and saw that on my phone. I'm like, go back to sleep because surely that's not right.
That's
and then
not true.
My phone's blowing
up. And then
up.
there was a game that night, and the feeling at that. I think I sat next to you at that game, Jeff. The feeling was,
no, I was out because I had COVID.
Oh, you had COVID. Okay. Who did I sit with? Maybe and Joe Cook, but
all I think about
it felt like a funeral in there.
All I think about with Beard is a photo of him in the jail where he's handcuffed and he's just sitting there looking down all sad. Every time.
I'll be in Indiana soon anyway, so.
Hey, go Hoosiers.
All right. Everybody stay tuned for False Start. We've cut into their time by about 20 minutes, so apologize, guys. But at any rate, everybody enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Get over to Horns 24/7. Like, subscribe on all our social channels here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And Jordan, that messed around, let us get to Friday. So
they fucked up.
We'll
see y'all
on a football Friday. Take care.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Appreciate it, Jordan. That was It's Only an Hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs, taking you up to around midday. We are your midday crew, False Start. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack, Southside, the realist, Big Tuck. Today is January 16th, 2025. The Texas football roster continues to evolve, it appears, as if Trey Moore will be returning back to the 40 acres. The deadline to declare for the NFL draft was yesterday. We have not heard anything on his status yet. DJ Campbell announces he is coming back, Keenan Womack. So at least Quinn Ewers, at least Arch Manning will get one starting offensive lineman. I'm going to have to get in rhythm there. Got to get in rhythm. It's no longer Quinn Ewers.
Been a while.
Arch Manning will have one starting offensive lineman returning. And last but not least, Quinn Ewers made the expected decision to conclude his college football career on the 40 acres and take his talents to the NFL draft. Just to set the show for y'all today, got a special guest. My guy, JP Acosta of SB Nation, does a great job. You may have seen him on the Mina Kimes show. He's done a couple of draft hits. I believe he's been with, I'm forgetting NFL Network, Daniel Jeremiah. Been with Daniel Jeremiah as well. He's going to come on at 12:30 to talk about Quinn Ewers and Cam Williams as draft prospects. Also, Keenan, the Texas Longhorns men's basketball team nearly gave it away, but in the end, the Longhorns left Lloyd Noble Center with a 77-73 victory. Keenan, first off, what is going on? And before we get to JP, I just want to give you some room because I don't know how much time we'll have on the back end. So first off, how are you doing? And your thoughts on the Texas men's basketball victory last night?
I'm good, man. I mean, it was I just wanted to win. You know, this isn't like old college football where style points matter. They don't matter. You just got to win. It's conference play. You're just trying to get to a certain number of conference wins. And that's your first one. And that's a building block. And I predicted yesterday Texas would win. I didn't think it would look like the way it did. But, hey, man, they went in there. Jordan Pope is a baller and probably the most important player on this team right now. He saved the day. He was fantastic, 27 points. And Trey had some timely shots at the end. He's got that clutch gene. If there's one thing we know about Trey Johnson is that he's good in those end-of-game type of situations. He had 2 really crucial baskets. So, yeah, I'm just really happy they got the W.
I will go to a couple of the comments here before giving you my thoughts. CB, yes, appreciate you watching. As always, FIU is the one who has Pitbull Stadium. Jason Meyer says, Eric didn't want to stand on business, regret it. I mean, I was 27 and I didn't want to beat up. Like,
yeah, you don't want to fight an old man.
That parent was at least 55. Like, I didn't necessarily want to do that, but I will say this. I have had parents, Jason, who were younger, who decided to step to me, and I let them know, like, hey, like, I mean, I'm not trying to challenge somebody to fights, but I'm just also not a person you can just say anything to online.
Yeah.
And if you see me in person, like, we're gonna have a conversation. Now, where that conversation goes, it's up to you. But like, I'm a real ass human being. Like, I'm not just someone on Twitter you just say whatever to. So, nevertheless, Jake says check Devin Shapiro's bank statements. Ike says Carson Beck went to Miami just to stay on top of that cat. The cat. That's what he refers to it as. CB says fans only, as Bucky calls it. No, Keenan, I'm going to give my thoughts on Texas win, but I am genuinely surprised. Like, I wasn't being flippant when I said that, you know, the OnlyFans market and NIL has not converged because, it's the wild West. It's the wild West until you get any real regulation on it, right? Especially in a place like South Florida. Got a couple more here real quick. See that balloon snake nearly saved Oklahoma. Is Chip's Twitter blown up? I'm sure it is because, you know, even my feed was blown up having retweeted it. So what that is referring to is Chip Brown's report that Quinn Ewers was offered or had an $8 million NIL package, but turned that down to turn pro. Last 2, James Cox. Appreciate you rocking with us as always. And Ike, yes, definitely. RIP to the great Bob Uecker, one of my favorite baseball announcers of all time. You know, he's getting older, so you knew that this day would come, but still sad to hear, no doubt. Keenan, I said this on the flagship podcast, taped that this morning with Chip. I'm going to say it here. I would have felt much better, and I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I'm not trying to, you know, be negative or throw cold water, but I felt much better about that win over OU. Had Texas taken it wire to wire. Or it would have been a wire to wire, excuse me. But, you know, taking the way they were playing in the first half and continue that into the second half. Now, Keenan, it feels like, all right, they hung on to beat an OU team that I think we can kind of tell they're going to be in the Texas realm fighting for an NCAA bid, as opposed to, man, they made a Oklahoma team a quad 1 win. So I'm not taking anything away from it. But instead of, you know, making them look like, all right, you guys are a notch below us, and we, on any given night, if we play our best basketball, can contend with more or less the entire top half of the SEC, you now look like you're in a dogfight again, right? So, Keenan, is that me being harsh, or what's your take there?
No, I mean, being frustrated with the game is not a problem. Like, I understand why you would be, and I was. I didn't think they were going to lose it at really any point. Even when they tied it, I was like, I just still feel like they're going to pull this out. But, yeah, I mean, OU's effort was a lot different in the second half. They just needed a spark, and their perimeter defense stepped up, and they started making Texas offense look the way that it typically looks, which is a lot of standing around, a lot of one guy dribbling and trying to make things happen. They're very lucky that Jordan Pope can attack the rim, because if he couldn't, they'd be in a lot more trouble, because they would have nobody that could get to the rim. And it seems like Jordan Pope's the only one who's willing to do that on a regular basis and draw fouls.
SD says, who cares about that? Hey, he'll be up in 30 minutes. You can take that up with him. SD also says that OU win might be the only one to get the rest of the way. I'm not quite that down on the Horns yet. I almost said Chip, Keenan. But I will say this. Again, you let me know if you feel like I'm being harsh. I think what's challenging for me, and listen, football is obviously my sport, right? I'm not a basketball aficionado in the way you are. But when they go through these stretches where Trey Johnson against Tennessee, 7 minutes without a shot, against OU last night, 16 minutes without a score, right? And then they go through these stretches where the offense is only one person, right? Jordan Pope, 13 straight points. I guess I don't know what to make of that, Keenan. It feels like, let's take Caden Shedrick out of it for a second, because I think we feel like Caden Shedrick kind of is who he is. But, and again, I'm leaning on you here as we're going to get to JP in a second. I think JP may be reconnecting, so I'll message him just to make sure he's okay. But when you have, and yeah, looks like JP's hopping back on, so we'll bring him on in a second here. But Keenan, when you have scorers like Arthur Kaluma, Jordan Pope, Trey Johnson, Tremont Mark, should you ever really go through a stretch, unless one guy just has the hot hand, and I get it, and you could maybe say that was Jordan Pope yesterday? Should Texas ever go through these long stretches where it's just one guy?
I mean, ideally, no, but I mean, that happens to every college team to an extent. It's just not as frequent with some other teams. You watch a team like, I guess Alabama lost yesterday, but you look at their offense and they just have so many different guys that can attack the basket, kick out to shooters. Like, they have two really, really dynamic point guards, and LeBaron Filan, who I think is going to be a top 10 pick, and Mark Sears, who's the returner. He's like a fifth-year senior, and those guys can both get to the rim and score in the paint. And Texas really only has one guy that can do that, and they have to rely on him a lot. And what they started doing was blitzing him out of the pick and roll, which is like double teaming out of the pick and roll, Jordan Pope. And so that made it a lot more difficult. He was still able to get to the rim, and OU doesn't have a lot in the front court, so it was like a lot more reasonable to score against their front court once you get past the perimeter. But yeah, no, it was just very frustrating to watch. And I did see a couple things I liked in transition. They ran a double drag in transition, which I was happy to see. But yeah, in the half court, they just don't have a lot of consistency.
Let's take a pause for 30 seconds. If you're on the market for a new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert BK. We'll let them tell you all about it. And on the other side, we'll be back with JP Acosta of SB Nation, who will help us break down some Texas football prospects.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Gonna bring to the show JP Acosta of SB Nation. You can find him on Blue Sky, the first guest we've had repping Blue Sky at Acosta32 JP. He is a Florida man, a fellow Florida man like myself, an internet writer, self-proclaimed, graduate at FAU, and of course, Medill School of Journalism there at Northwestern, offensive enthusiast. And like I said, you can find his work at SB Nation. JP, how's it going, my man?
It's going great. It's going great. We're getting deep into the NFL draft scouting process, and it's really fun now that the regular season for the NFL started to wind down. You're starting really to dig into what these prospects can do, can't do, and starting to build out some of your knowledge base.
JP is a tremendous, really knowledgeable guy when it comes to football. So I can highly recommend him enough. Follow him at Blue Sky and, of course, on X at Acosta32_JP. JP, this is the time of the year where guys like you, cranking up. Guys like me, I'm just looking for a nap after covering an entire season. But let's go ahead and jump into it with Quinn Ewers. Those of us here around the 40 acres here in Austin, Central Texas, seen a lot of Quinn Ewers. Me over the past 2 years, Keenan since day one. Just your general thoughts on Quinn as a quarterback prospect.
So the whole Quinn Ewers experience and Quinn Ewers as a prospect is going to be really fascinating to see how it unfolds in terms of in front of NFL scouts and in front of NFL media, because I think a lot of it can be described as what Quinn can't do versus what Texas's offense didn't ask him to do. And did they not ask him to do it because he can't do it or because the offense really didn't need him to? I'm going to start with some of the pros for Quinn Ewers. He has such a quick release on RPOs, play action. He works really well in the quick game. And that's something that Sark really emboldened with the screens and with the RPOs and some of the quick hitters. And he has a really good pump fake. We see it a lot on the screen and goes in the red zone, which is basically like a Sark staple at this point. He has a good ability to get defenders off of their feet or off balance. It's like a basketball player who knows how to use a pump fake really well. It's able to get defenders off their feet, find lanes. I think Ewers has an ability to throw with touch over the middle of the field when off of play action. He throws well with timing into those voids after you've drawn the linebackers in with the run fake. And now where he kind of struggles a little bit, I know a lot has been made of the deep ball and sort of his inaccuracy with the deep ball. I think a lot of it is because his footwork is kind of off base on a lot of these non-play action attempts. I think sometimes he'll get a little too jittery in the pocket. He'll go to run when he shouldn't. He doesn't know his answers yet against pressure, which is fine because he is a college quarterback. Most college quarterbacks don't know their answers against pressure, especially if you're not a one-of-one athlete. I think Quinn Ewers is a fine athlete, but he's not an athlete who's going to take off and run against pressure and be a legitimate, serious threat like a Jaden Daniels. We saw him enter the NFL, and immediately he was one of the best run threats in the league as a scrambler. I also think Ewers has a little bit of, I wonder if the shoulder or the collarbone injury kind of took away a little bit of the velocity on his passes, because it feels like every time he throws it feels like he puts too much loft on. It feels like he's trying to, the best way I can describe it is if you're trying to make a TikTok of the perfect pass and he's trying to flutter it over defenders and he kind of leaves every deep ball hanging. It's either underthrown or you got to come back to it and try and high point it. It's great for pass interference purposes, but you don't want to make your receivers work harder than they should when, you have guys like Isaiah Bond, you have guys like Matthew Golden running downfield open into the end zone. I also think there's a little bit of hesitation on non-play action attempts. So it's straight dropbacks. This is the meat and vegetables quarterback aspect. I think he has a little bit of hesitation when it comes to reading things out where he'll turn it down. If he doesn't like it, he's going to turn it down and run. But that might not work at the NFL level. So I think a lot of it is what is he asked to do at Texas and what he can do at the NFL level. And I think that's the beauty of scouting. That's the beauty of finding prospects. It's not about what they can do right now. It's what they can become.
JP, I'm going to turn over to Keenan after this question, but I want to piggyback off of something you said there, because that's something to my eye that I have tried to decipher. And you let me know if based on what you've watched, if this is fair or foul. I've long said, since I've covered Texas, that in the Steve Sarkisian offense, there are 70% built-in completions. That's just the way the offense is, right? And to what you said there, what you kind of laid out, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that's why I want to give you the opportunity to kind of opine, is how much of that is, listen, there are things that are built into this offense that are going to provide quarterbacks with success that you can say about ideally many offenses, right? That's not just Texas, versus a guy who's coming in and making those plays, right? If that question makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because you really have to decipher between what is manufactured offense by Sark, who is arguably the best play designer and play caller in college football today, and what Quinn is doing himself. So I think, like you said, a lot of it is the manufactured screens, the designer stuff, the RPOs. Some of the screen and goes are also a little bit designer. Although Ewers used the pump fake well, you design it by having all those all those numbers to the wide side of the field and you draw them in with the screens and you have somebody run behind it. So I think a lot of it is very Sark based, where, okay, this is what the play is, you hit this one. And if it's not there, you hit this one. This is how you go 1 to 2 to 3. And I think for Ewers, it's proving in those non-designer options, in those non-designer cases where it is you have to go out there and do big boy quarterback stuff. He sort of slips off, I think, just in a little bit of panic. I wonder if some of the injuries have kind of made him feel a little jittery when it comes to pocket pressure, because I mean, he even faced injury time, missed games with injury this year. So I wonder if some of that is due to, like, he just doesn't want to get hit. And if he doesn't want to get hit, you worry about some of those scars, that scar tissue developing at the NFL level, where everybody is so much faster and the game is moving so much faster. But I think if you ask him to do that designer stuff that Sark has in the offense, Quinn Ewers can do that. It's just now we cut that out and we get to, it's 3rd and 8 and we got to have a first down. We can't design or anything up in this situation. You got to go do it. That's sort of where I think Ewers takes a little bit of a step back.
Keenan, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for coming on the show, man. We appreciate it. My question was sort of about Ewers and his proclivity for sidearm throws occasionally, and whether that, because I feel like, you know, I scout basketball, so I don't scout football as much, but I obviously love football. But what I've seen from Ewers that concerns me at the next level is that he will get the ball tipped quite often. You know, whether it's a drop back, whether it's a play action, like, it doesn't really matter. A lot of those throws, even the quick throws, get tipped. And at the NFL level, you're going to have bigger, stronger, faster guys that can jump up and bat those balls down. Is there something mechanically that you think he needs to fix in order to have success at the next level? Or do you think that's just the way he throws the ball?
I think it's partially a little bit how he throws the ball. I mean, he's been doing this since he entered college football. We all saw the high school, I think it was like a 7-on-7 clip where he's like rolling out to his left and he throws his sidearm. And that's kind of what Quinn Ewers does. He has a little bit of a weirder release where that's kind of where I think he loses a little bit of velocity, but he has the touch to make it work. But sometimes over those middle of the field passes, when you don't have that velocity, you're going to put it behind somebody. You're going to be late. You can't be late if you don't have the arm strength over the middle of the field.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it is his disposition for sidearm passes. You know, sometimes if you make a lot of money and you get a lot of fame and you put up a lot of numbers doing sidearm throws, you go back to what got you to the dance. But if it doesn't work, you need to develop sort of not a traditional release, but a way to work different arm angles. And that's something that all the great quarterbacks have to learn. You have to learn how to manipulate defenders using your arm. And the fact that he has the sidearm is kind of like a pitcher. You already have the changeup. You already have the curveball. You need to get the fastball. You need to get the one thing that you know will work. So I think a lot of it is just his disposition for it. I think it's mainly hey man, you can't keep doing this. These passes are going to get tipped. You're going to lose arm strength. I think it's a lot like Zach Wilson entering the draft, where everything was a sidearm or off-platform throw. Mm-hmm. And when you get to the NFL, that stuff just doesn't work.
Yeah, and then one more question. So I was thinking about Ewers as far as his maybe player comparisons, right? Coming out of South Lake Carroll, I'm a Dallas guy, so I knew all about this kid before he even went to Ohio State. He got a lot of Phillip Rivers comparisons, I remember. That was a big one just because of the arm strength. He wasn't as big as Phillip Rivers, but, you know, similar. So it's kind of a two-pronged question in that. Who would you compare him to? And then what kind of offense do you think in the NFL would best benefit his skill set? Maybe even name franchises that you think would be a good place for him to land.
So I think for Ewers, I think the answer both my answers come from the same place. I think when it comes to an offense that'll fit his capabilities the most, I think of a team like Miami, the Dolphins, that run a lot of the RPOs, a lot of the spread out offense, where if he can just point and shoot, that's what you need him to do. And I think stylistically, I understood the Phillip Rivers with the weirder release, and I think on occasions he has the ability to throw those corner routes that Phillip Rivers did really well. But I think with the injury to the collarbone, some of the other injuries that he's faced in his career, he's just lost a little bit of that arm strength, to where I wonder like if he can really hammer those routes in at the next level. I think stylistically, optimistically, you're looking for a guy like Tua, who is really good at throwing the quick game, really good point and shoot, and something that Tua struggled with until maybe the back half of this year was operation out of structure. I think that's something that Quinn Ewers has to improve on in terms of his answers against pressure, what he can and cannot do, whether he tries to beat it with his arm or with his legs or with his mind. He has to find better answers against pressure. But I think optimistically, you're hoping for a guy like Tua who can really operate those RPOs, the quick game, and then if you draw it up, if you designer it well, he can hit some of those play action shots.
Thanks, man.
JP, 2 quick questions and we'll get you out of here. The other prospect that we had you on to talk about, of course, is Texas junior right tackle Cam Williams, who I can just give you this, JP, from the perspective of, covering the team. And I don't mean this as a knock, right? Because this is not unique to Cam Williams. But the reason why Cameron Williams is entering this draft, in addition to the fact, of course, that, he got more or less good feedback that, hey, 6'5", 335 with your measurables and intangibles doesn't grow on trees, so go, is Cam didn't come to play school. Cam could have been anything north of a 7th round pick, and he'd have been like, oh, wait a minute, I don't have to do this class thing anymore. And I'm not saying that as a knock on his work ethic. I'm just saying he fancies himself a professional football player. So he was going. But your thoughts on Cam Williams just as a prospect. And I think the thing that really troubled most Texas fans this year is the fact that he was second in the nation in penalties by an offensive lineman.
I think the biggest thing for Cam Williams is, like you said, you don't find many guys like that can grow on trees. He is a first off the bus player, 6'5", 335, massive arms and hands, and he can move. You've seen a lot of the screen game that Texas will call. He's one of the guys out there leading for all the running backs and receivers on those screen passes. And when you get a guy that big, that fast, you're going to try and make something out of him. I think the holding penalties stem from the fact that he's a first-year starter, and he played like a first-year starter in a lot of ways. I think he gets too wide with his hands and too wide with his base, which naturally leads his head down. And if you put your head down as an offensive lineman, the game is over. You have lost that rep. You've seen him a lot struggle with speed. I know the last game Texas played against Ohio State, Jack Sawyer beat him with speed around the edge. And Jack Sawyer isn't a speed guy, so you worry a little bit about the lateral quickness and just kind of the timing and technical aspects of playing the position. But when it comes to the NFL draft class as a whole, I know a lot of guys, a lot of scouts see this class as having a lot of tackles who probably fit better as guard, a lot of guards who fit better as center, and so on and so forth. Cam Williams might be the only true tackle in this draft class. So it's going to be worth somebody going 6'5", 335 with the measurables and athletic talent that you have. We'll figure something out. And I think that's what's, like I said, the beautiful thing about this draft class, specifically this one, is it's about what you think this player can be. And if teams think Cam Williams can be one of the great tackles just based on those athletic tools and measurables, and think like, oh, I can teach him how to play football. Like, I can teach him some of the technical aspects of it. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes high. But again, it's just all the penalties, and it's not just the holdings. It's the false starts. It's the little lapses in play that remind you that this guy just doesn't have a lot of experience. So if any team drafts him, they're going to require a lot of patience with him.
JP, in a nutshell, when I had a chance to talk with Kyle Flood and I asked him about some of the penalties and some of the miscues, he, and that, damn near verbatim said what you said, that just comes with the guy who's a first-year starter. Yes, supremely talented, in moments can look tremendous in terms of blocking, but will have those lapses. So Kyle Flood also echoes those sentiments as well. JP, we like to finish things with our guests on a light note. And we were having a conversation with the show who tossed it to us. And I know you haven't been like a traditional beat reporter, but you obviously have done a lot of stuff for covering football. And the conversation was about times that we've just seen a reporter or someone get chewed out, or like a parent just go nuts, right? And Jeff was talking about the legendary Tom Herman story where after being on the job for like a week, he threatened the writers, and I was telling some stories about FIU and whatnot. I'm just curious if you have a story. It doesn't have to be quite that, but maybe something, being in South Florida, where you've seen a parent or a coach just like have an unreasonable response to something.
So this actually comes from back when I played football. I played high school football in Birmingham, Alabama, and we had just lost a game in overtime. I think the score was like 19-17. Coach was huddling us all up, talking about, hey, that was a close game. We got some things to work on. And one of the parents of one of my teammates was on the sideline, yells across the field, "You blew that one, buddy," talking about the head coach. And I've never seen the coach get as mad as he did. Like he had to be restrained by other coaches from going over to the parent on the sideline. And I'm sitting there like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what do you want me to do? You want me to get up and go yell at the parent? Like, no, that's not my job. In my mind, yeah, he's right. You kind of blew it for us. But it was just such a surreal moment where like, oh, I keep forgetting that parents are here and can actually like yell at coaches.
Oh yeah, you see a lot of that with AAU stuff.
Oh goodness,
the psycho parents at AAU, man.
AAU is one of the wildest things I think I've ever seen.
It's insane.
JP, Keenan, I will tell you very quickly when we get JP out here, and again, can't thank you enough for making the time. Probably my funniest parent story is, and this isn't me working, this is me as a kid. I'm in middle school, and soccer, had, at least in Tampa, had not, it wasn't quite South Florida or maybe some areas where it's a soccer hotbed. So you're just getting any old parent to coach the middle school team, right? And a friend of mine played on the middle school soccer team, and this will make you guys laugh. So the parent is like, "Oh, we're down a goal. You know what we'll do? He's a hockey guy. He pulls the goalie. They can we'll just throw an extra attacker on." Not understand a hockey rink and a hockey puck versus soccer, two completely different things. And you had 4 parents on the team who knew soccer hardcore, and they had to be physically restrained from charging the field in that moment because they were like, "What are you doing?" So with that,
who needs a goalie?
Exactly, who needs a goalie, right? He is one of the best and brightest young minds in football. Go check him out at Acosta32 JP on Blue Sky. JP, appreciate you making the time and us having you on. And maybe down the road as we get close to the draft, we'll talk a couple more of Texas prospects, my man.
Absolutely, anytime. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it.
Keenan, why don't you go?
Dude. That was awesome.
Listen, I could tell a story. JP, like I said, excellent young mind. Met him when he was at FAU, and I was covering FIU, and he was looking to get in the business. So he's done a great job. Like I said, you go check him out. Just punch in his name and Mina Kimes, some of the other people as well. He's done a great job. I'll go to some of the comments here real quick. Naman, I did see your comment about Steve Sarkisian, so I'll take that and kind of want to make sure you saw that. Naman says, in a nutshell, Ewers isn't instinctively athletic. Yeah, I think that is interesting because I think Quinn has good athleticism. We talked about it yesterday, but maybe not the most instinctive athlete out there. Keenan, we got a couple basketball questions coming in here. Let's go with this one. Flipwell27 says, it never looks like we are running any set plays on offense, especially out of timeouts. It's concerning. I'll let you address that. Yeah,
the ATO stuff is bad. A lot of times in college basketball, you aren't running set plays every time down the floor. It's just not done all the time. But yeah, their after timeouts are isolations. There's no back screen. It's just weird to see that. I agree. The after timeout calls are very questionable. I would agree with that.
SD asks this question, and again, I know we'll have plenty of time to talk about it, Keenan, but he is curious after 4 games, how far is this basketball team going? NIT, NCAA playing, etc.
I think they'll make the tournament. I think they're better than an NIT team. They're just I talked to Evan Mayakowski a couple days ago, who's a college basketball analytics guy who we should have on the show at some point too. That guy's super. He's a stats masters from Cal, so he's like a brilliant basketball guy. And he was telling us essentially that Texas is a decent team in an elite league. So, I don't know what their ceiling is, but I think they probably make the tournament if they can hold on to games better and put together a complete game as opposed to playing well for a half and then not playing well for a half. Again, very encouraged with what I'm seeing Jordan Pope do, because college basketball is all about your guard play. NBA, it's more about your wings, but in college, it's all about your guard play, and especially your lead initiator or lead scoring guard, whichever you have. And I like some of the lineups where they're playing Pope and Larry at the same time because they provide different things. Now, it's a defensive nightmare to have both of those guys on the floor at the same time, but it is really productive on offense to have both of those guys playing, I think.
Jake Bayless says the Jason Kidd is full of ATO.
Seriously, man, that is a really good point, Jake. Jason Kidd will draw up some of the worst after timeout, end of game situation plays. They're just like, just let Luka shoot a contested 32-footer. Let's just let him do that.
Naman JP says JP's assessment on Ewers is 100% accurate. Yeah, JP, like I said, a really bright mind. So if you're not familiar with his work, go check him out. Keenan, in the last 5 minutes of the show, your thoughts on Michael Taft returning to the 40 acres?
It's huge. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, with a defensive backfield that's going to lose as many guys as this one is, it's really good to get. The safety rotation is going to be really interesting next year because you have Taft, you have Derek Williams, you have Xavier Filsaime, you have Jonah Williams coming in, you have Jelani McDonald, you have Jordan Jordan Johnson Rubel, yeah. And then so the safeties I'm not too worried about. I mean, getting Taft back is obviously awesome, but I think safety play will maybe hold serve, maybe not be quite as good as it was this year just because Makula was such a baller, but I think the safety group can be really, really good next year. And I like some of the corners. I really like Kobe Black a lot. I think, what's his name? Cade Phillips is going to play probably quite a bit as a freshman. So I like this defensive backfield a lot. I think the defense is going to be pretty solid again next year. I would be surprised if they saw a major drop-off.
Keenan, I'd love your thoughts on this as we close up the show. I sent you a note. We didn't get to it yesterday's show, but Victor Wembanyama signed a jersey for a young fan.
Yeah.
And the fan appeared to be what, Keenan, 7 at top?
Not even, maybe 5.
So we know this fan didn't put it on eBay himself or put it out, on the market to be sold. It clearly was this young kid's parent. Probably a week after doing that, the jersey is now up for sale. Your thoughts on that?
I see it two ways. Like, the first is that's crappy to do that. But second of all, sometimes you just need money, dude. And you're a parent and you got a kid and you just need the money, and it's better suited to – it's a selfish, sure, like whatever. But, like, I remember a story where a young Dolph gave somebody a Lamborghini, like a person who lived in, like, crappy Memphis, a Lamborghini, and they sold it, and people were like, why would you sell the car? And young Dolph was like, yeah, of course they sold the car. Like, what you think you're going to drive around in that car in that neighborhood? Like, why would you do that? So I understand both aspects of it. It is crappy and kind of sad, but like sometimes you just need money when you have a kid, dude, as I very well know. I don't even have the kid yet. We're already scrimping and saving, you know what I mean?
Keenan, I know you're a couple years younger than me, but you remember the show Pimp My Ride?
Of course. Yeah. Exhibit?
So I have Exhibit, yep. I got a Pimp My Ride philosophy on this thing, all right? For those of you who may not remember it, I'm sure most of our audience remembers the show Pimp My Ride, the old MTV show where people would be like, yo, my transmission is busted. I'm going to go to Exhibit and get my ride pimped. And instead of just getting their transmission fixed, they'd come back with a whole damn
TV,
a TV in the front and a fish tank in the back, and a George Foreman grill in the seats. the reason I call it the Pimp My Ride philosophy, Keenan, is this. Do not be shocked if athletes in these scenarios, right, are going to go back to, all right, yeah, here's a wristband.
Yeah.
Here's a headband. All right. Like, you can get that if you are coming to me asking me for something, right? And I'm seeing too often, I'm speaking metaphorically here,
sure.
That I'm seeing all of a sudden you're just doing this just to make a quick buck.
Yeah.
And I don't have an issue with people making a quick buck if said athlete wants to give that jersey, right? But I'm sure Victor Wembanyama's impetus for doing it was so that this young kid can have a Victor Wembanyama jersey,
100%.
right? Not for it to go out on eBay. It reminds me of when Quinn Ewers took the picture with the young fan and the dad is in there telling him to do the horns down, right?
So embarrassing.
Right? Like, that kid could have a moment that's like, hey, man, I got a picture with Texas quarterback. You know, who knows what Quinn will go on to do in the NFL? Nope. All right, you just screwed that, right? So it's like, it wouldn't shock me if more athletes just gonna be like, all right, cool, you want something? I'm gonna give you this, but I'm not gonna give you a jersey. I'm not gonna give you shoes, something you can go out and sell for $5,000, right? So that's me saying I don't have necessarily an issue with the parent or whoever hawking the jersey, because like once you've agreed that you're gonna give it to me, it's mine, right? And I can do whatever. But don't be surprised if athletes are like, all right, nah, you know what? I'm not giving you this so you can go sell it, right? Like, I'm gonna give you bare minimum, bare bones.
Did you see Wemby's response on Twitter?
I didn't.
He just quote tweeted it with a crying emoji.
Exactly, right? You know, because
like, are you kidding me, man? Did you, by the way, real quick, did you see Wembanyama go to the park in New York and play chess with all those people when they were playing the Knicks?
No, I need to look up
He
that.
literally pulled up to, like, I forget the name of the park. Maybe it's Central Park, and just played chess with a bunch of random people, like just for like a couple hours, just played chess against the old heads in the park. And like, I guess he's a good chess player. I mean, he's a smart guy. It doesn't surprise me, but I thought that was really cool. And as a Mavericks guy, Mavericks writer, Mavericks fan, it pains me how much I like Victor Wembanyama. It truly hurts because I am a big fan. It was Washington Square Park. Thank you, Roy. I think he's a great ambassador for the game, and it's really cool to get to watch him develop as a player. And he's down the road, so I get to see him sometimes, you know.
Zay is here. So, Keenan, you are at the office, correct, sir?
I am.
All right. I will just quickly cap the Victor Wembanyama talk by saying I didn't see that, but I saw Ja Yam on his ass, even though it didn't count.
Yeah,
I saw that.
man. That was an all-timer, especially for a dunk that didn't count. Might be one of the best ever.
I mean, you just got it. Yes, I saw that. Keenan, appreciate it as always, man. Thank you for another great show.
Absolutely, man.
Tomorrow.
Peace out, gentlemen. Peace, Zay.
See you, Keenan.
It is the 1 p.m. hour, so of course the illustrious duo of Zay Collier and Chip Brown will take you up to 3 p.m. While Chip is getting himself situated, gonna holler at my guy Zay. Zay, happy Thursday. What are your feelings? One of the highlights, Zay, when I cover a game, a basketball game, a Texas men's basketball game, is seeing what Zay Collier has to say in the immediate aftermath. Your thoughts on Texas's 77-73 escape from Lloyd Noble Center with a victory.
Yeah, desperate times, man. You know, the Horns being 0-3 in the SEC, it looks like their tournament opportunities are slipping away as we watch. And to go into Norman and get that win, that's a big win. I get it. Got a little dramatic in the second half, and you can't allow that to happen. You're up 23 points with about 16 minutes to go. But, hey, a win's a win. You can chalk that down as the first quad one victory for the Horns, which is definitely needed. So, yeah, I liked it. I like what they showed in the first half especially, and, you know, they closed it out. Like the last 2 minutes, they've been playing some weird basketball. If you go back to Auburn and Tennessee, and again, you got to give Bruce Pearl and Rick Barnes' team some credit. They're pretty damn good. Both teams, a lot of people are going to be picking them to hoist that national championship trophy up in their bracket come March. But yeah, Texas, it seems like they've gotten in their own way at times, and they almost did again, you know, against Oklahoma, but you know, a couple of key plays that stood out to me, E. Henry, was Tremont Marks hold up jump ball on Jeremiah Fears. That was huge. That was a huge play. And, Trayvon Mark, his defense, it really said something to me yesterday. Like, that dude, he buckled down. And, yeah, Jeremiah Fear still had 20, but it was a tough 20. It was a 20 that didn't really, flow in the game for Oklahoma. Most of his points came from the comeback, and a lot of that was due to how good Oklahoma was playing pressure defense in that second half. But, yeah, Caden Shedrick, I thought he played his best game of the season. He knocked down 2 big-time free throws in the clutch. He had a big steal at the end of the game to kind of stop the momentum that Oklahoma was riding with to maybe get a last-second shot up. And, for Trey Johnson, it's not always going to be your night, but you got to pick and choose your spots. And that's hard to tell a freshman to do when all he's known is score his whole life. And, Jordan Pope had it going. Jordan Pope was absolutely amazing. So it's okay to, have somebody else on your team go crazy. But then when they need you, you hit 2 pull-up jumpers to, give them the go-ahead for the victory yesterday. So I appreciate that from Trey Johnson. You could see his maturity in that OU game. There was a moment where he was getting double-teamed in the post, and he got the hockey assist by throwing it up to Kaluma on the other side, who swung at the Trayvon Mark for the 3. Like, just little things like that shows growth. And, again, Jordan Pope, man, that dude, he was on a mission. When OU was trying to come back, that guy getting in the paint, pull-up jumpers, hitting floaters, the 3-ball was clicking. Like, that's the
looked like a young
Pope.
Zay out there.
Nah, I ain't have it like that. I wish I did, but
hey, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, Pope, he did his thing.
Eric's on the show and talking on the phone.
Yeah, man, dang.
No, you know who that is? You know who that is? That's our boss, Kevin Ryan. So I'm going to take that call, and I will pass it over to Chip Brown and Zay Collier.
We'll take it from here.
Y'all have a fantastic show.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, Henry.
Any more words of Judy Brown? Happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay on an Off the Rails Thursday. And yes, Texas basketball's in the win column in the SEC. It was a thrill ride of epic proportions. Quinn Ewers turned down big NIL money to move on to the NFL and keep his Texas legacy intact. And we are still waiting. I don't know. Are we still waiting for Trey Moore?
Ain't this the deadline?
What's Big Ocho doing?
What? Isn't this the deadline today?
Yeah. Like, it's a mystery. I've contacted everybody. I don't know if he's trying to get a better deal from somewhere or what, but yeah, we got stuff to talk about. Faux show. Zay, what's going on, my man?
Not much, man. Like you said, glad the Horns got their first SEC dub, and it couldn't have come at a better time. Like I told you yesterday, I thought the team that lost that game to go 0-4 in the SEC probably aren't going to make the tournament.
You said they would not make the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, so I think Texas, they're keeping their tournament hopes alive, and at this point, that's all you could ask for. Now, they're dramatic. They tried to give the game away. Absolutely.
They were up 23.
23, man. Come on.
It got down to 2 with 15 seconds left.
You got to close it out. Like, again, complaining from a yacht here because you just want any type of dub with this team. And Oklahoma's good. Like, Oklahoma, they're a solid opponent. They're just really struggling right now. And Porter Moser, he's trying to figure out what his team is. I thought it was a bad move on his side not to start Kobe Elvis. I thought that was stupid. Like, Kobe Elvis is a good player. Like, he's not the problem at all. And instead, he had Goodline in to be the defensive stopper. But Goodline gives you 2 points. Meanwhile, in 30 minutes, by the way, and Kobe Elvis gives you 7 points in 13 minutes. So, yeah, Porter Moser, I think you're overly thinking right there. But I appreciate it. As a Texas fan, good looking out. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be 0-8, against the Texas Longhorns and your Oklahoma coaching tenure, then go ahead. But maybe Porter Moser needs to hit up 0-8, boy.
Texas won 8 in a row in these Red River games.
Yeah. I think Porter Moser needs to hit up Sister Jean over there at Loyola, Chicago, where he came from. Because Sister Jean, she might give him some words of confidence where Porter could go and figure this out. But yeah, I hope they make the NIT and Texas gets in the tournament. And again, a win's a win. But Texas, they need to stop doing dumb stuff. Like, you got to be able to handle the pressure, baby. Like, that second half pressure, they act like they couldn't dribble. Like, that got them completely out of whack. And Oklahoma, they turned it up. Like, Jalen Moore, I told you yesterday, that dude could play. And when he has that three going like he did, he's a tough matchup because he's physical, has long arms, and he has really good energy. So when you add the three to the mix, which he's shooting over 40%, he's one of the best players in the SEC. And then you throw in Jeremiah Fears, which I love his game. Like, he's just smooth operator. He doesn't seem that quick, but he does a really good job of getting to his spots. And before you jumped on, I was telling E. Henry, Tremont Mark, that was his best overall game. Like, that dude's defense on Jeremiah Fears, it seemed like the points were always tough. If Jeremiah Fears was going to get those buckets that he got last night, and to go along with 15 points for Tremont Mark, like, we've been waiting for that. We've been waiting for Tremont Mark and Jordan Pope to find their groove along with the other guys like Trey Johnson and Arthur Kaluma. So, yeah, you got to keep that going. I thought the Indiana State guys did a hell of a job. They needed everything out of those two. Like, Jason Kent, he had some big offensive rebounds that led to some second chance buckets. And Julian Larry had some solid assists in that first half. So, yeah, you got to, be able to handle the pressure because there's going to be better teams in OU that play that full court style that you saw in the second half. But at the end of the day, a quad one win is a quad one win, and it's on to Florida in Gainesville, I believe, this Saturday.
Florida. Yes, sir. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a real tough one.
Yeah, well, let's get to Quinn Ewers first, because you made a face when I mentioned that Quinn Ewers turned down, according to sources close to Quinn Ewers, turned down $8 million.
$8 million.
$8 million. Man, there's some teams out there trying to get home, and if you're a top end quarterback with Quinn Ewers' experience, people will lose their minds in this kind of final year before, well, once the fall school year starts, we will be in the salary revenue sharing era where students will share revenues, and we have to see how each school tries to divide that pool of money, roughly $20 million. Are they going to divide it because of Title IX? Are they going to divide it 50-50? I don't think so. With the women, I think they're going to, divide it tilted toward the sports that generate the revenue, football and basketball. But we'll see how that goes. That's probably more cause for more lawsuits. But I'm kind of amazed at Quinn Ewers. Look, he could still do some things. He can shift gears if he wants, I guess, in the April portal window, but I don't think so. I don't think he's going to. I think he's all systems go to the NFL, and we'll see how that goes for him. I do think his stock will rise as we get closer and closer to the draft because the ball does come out of his hand. He's got some unique abilities, and when he's confident in playing with a healthy body, he's pretty darn good. So I think this will be a fascinating journey to watch for Quinn Ewers, but he made the move to Ohio State purely for money. Now he's a man of faith. He's got money. As I reported at Horns 24/7 in the Insider today, he's made about $6 million in NIL. Just in the last 3 seasons, he made $1.4 million by signing with GT Sports Marketing out of high school. So that's about $7.4 million already, Zay. And for a guy like that, that may seem like more than he can spend right now. I don't know. But I hope his mom is in charge of his finances. I hope she's doing a great job. I hope she's setting her son up for the future. He's paying her a salary, he said. So we are in a different time, my man.
Yeah. His mama better than my mama, because my mama would have been like, you know what? Them people at Texas, they be all right. Let's go get this $8 million for one season, for a year. Yeah, let's go get this $8 million, which Longhorn fans, it should show you his dedication and love for the University of Texas, because not a lot of people would have, closed out this chapter of their life at Texas and then gone to the NFL. A lot of folks would have taken that money and would have went to who knows where. Like, do we have any clues of who that team was, what university was willing to put up $8 million for your QE3?
Not for public consumption. So
if you had to guess, though, if you had a couple of teams on your play and you had to guess who was throwing around that, kind of Skrilla.
Well, the teams that have the money and have the need are schools like Alabama, Ohio State. We've heard Bill Belichick had a lot of interest in Quinn Ewers. So there are schools that are thinking that they're close, and if they think they're that close to getting home, then someone's gonna throw out some jack like the Dave Portnoy. I don't get it, but there are some people with a lot of money out there who love to be able to say, hey, that guy's at our school because of me.
See, I'm with Naaman. Notre Dame makes a lot of sense.
They're making $20 million. I mean, if they win, but still, actually, I think they're getting $20 million no matter what for being in the championship game. And they don't have to share it with anybody. But yeah, it's
I can't stand Notre Dame. I hope they get their ass whooped, man. The whole independent thing, that just, come on. Meanwhile, Texas out here having to play Georgia again. They're out here losing to Northern Illinois in the championship game. Ain't that about a
What, Notre Dame losing to Northern Illinois and getting
man. Yeah, come on. Which again, they played some good football. Marcus Freeman trying to be pretty all the time. He's been coaching his ass off. Young gun, which I heard a lot of these NFL teams looking at old Marcus and the Cosby kids. I'm talking about, hey, this guy, NFL trying to get younger, have guys that get it, innovative guys that other big-time grown adults and professionals would allow them to lead. I mean, I feel like Marcus Freeman has definitely marked his territory in South Bend, but also, hey, you got to listen, right? You know, these teams come at you, throwing you all this money and stuff. Like, certain guys have those NFL aspirations. I don't know if it's Marcus Freeman, but if you get your ass whooped by Ohio State,
yeah,
open them ears up, Marcus.
My man E. Henry thinks Notre Dame's going to pull the upset. So that would be amazing. I think Ohio State's going to beat that ass.
Yeah, I think it's going to be ugly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough sledding for the Irish. I mean, look, they've been doing just enough, and that's a testament to Marcus Freeman and that team. They were super well coached in that win over Georgia. They just didn't make any mistakes. They made the big plays. Every time Georgia did something you would question, they punished it. Penn State, what are you doing? Just get to overtime. Who on earth trusts Drew Aller to make a good throw when it matters most? I mean,
nobody. Hey, people need to quit comparing him to Ben Roethlisberger.
Drew Aller?
Yes, I've heard that a lot this year. He's out here looking like Roethlisberger, 6'5", big, can move a little bit. Yo, shut the hell up. Please don't disrespect Ben like that. I think people forgot who Ben Roethlisberger was, man. Miami, Ohio. People forgot Big Ben. Big Ben used to be in that pocket. About 3 defenders beyond Big Ben. He's still getting out of there. Taking hits. Big Ben was different, man. Still one of the more underrated quarterbacks of all time. Like, y'all better put some respect on Ben's name. Like, the Drew Aller comparison, horrible.
Ben was a winner. Like, every time you needed a big play, Ben made it.
Yeah.
Drew Aller has never done that. Never. Like Quinn Ewers, 4th and 13. Now he can do it. Ben Roethlisberger, all you got to do is go back and look at the touchdown pass to Santonio Holmes in the Super Bowl against the Cardinals. The window was about this big. And Roethlisberger fitted in there. Santonio Holmes with the toe tap touchdown. One of the best throws and catches in Super Bowl history.
Yeah.
And Roethlisberger, yeah, thank you, Zay. Anyone who's ever made that comparison, just tear it up, throw it away, and never think about it again. Because, like,
I'm black as hell. I'm black as hell. Don't mean I'm the next Bernie Mac.
I don't know. Some days. I don't know. Some days.
Hey, man, I don't mean a damn thing. Respect Bernie. I'm rump roast. If anybody tried to compare me to Bernie Mac, I appreciate it, but Bernie be rolling over in his grave, man. If he heard some crazy
Hilton be rolling. My man be rolling.
Yo, CB. CB, man. Gotta put you on game. Garrett Wilson. Shay Holly's dating Garrett freaking Wilson.
Yes.
She out here playing with the dog, his little husky dog and stuff. She in the pictures. Go see Garrett Wilson's Instagram. One of those 2024, compilation pictures that he did. He posted like 10 pictures or so. Shay Holly made the cut. That's all I'm saying. Shay Holly made the cut. And she reposted it.
Love me some Shay.
Love me some Shay too, but Shay shooting 25% from 3. Last year we were at a smooth 38. Garrett, help. We got to get her back in the gym, Garrett. You can pass her the ball. That'd help. Come back to Austin, bro. Work out so she can have some clear mind for this final stretch run. Because this Texas women's basketball team, we're looking at natties. We're looking at natties with this squad. This team's good. That South Carolina game, it was tough, but I don't think Madison Booker's going to go 3 for 19 very often. So I just got to get Shay going, though, man. That's a big difference. 25% to 38% from 3, that's a huge difference.
Right. Remember last year, it was like, either Shea or Shaylee would be hot from three, sometimes both. And this year, you've got Maddie Booker and Jordan Lee. Rory, sometimes Rory's not shooting it great, but she makes up for it in so many other ways with her defense, her steals, her assists, her rebounds at 5'7" or whatever she is.
With the ACL injury, she can't elevate for that mid-range pull-up that she's been famous for throughout her Texas tenure. Like before the injury, she'd be able to elevate and pause in the air, and while the other girl's going down on the contest, Rory still be up there. She don't got that no more. At least not right now. She doesn't have that right now. I'm not saying in the 2026 season where she's coming back that she can't get that, explosion back. But as of right now, that's what's missing. She's still really freaking good. But yeah, I'm with you. She's not shooting as well as we've seen, especially in that mid-range. And I think that has to do with that big-ass brace on her knee. Like, dang. I don't know how she can move with that. Because it's all
Layla Filia. She had that offseason eye. Huh?
She ain't giving you much because of the eye, right?
Right. I mean, they're talking about whether she's going to redshirt or not, which is it's heartbreaking because she was excited to get down here, get going, but she had this offseason eye surgery, and it's been a struggle. So,
I thought Vic should have played Preston more in that South Carolina game.
Brianna
Preston. Yeah, because South Carolina is super athletic. And when Brianna got in the game, she did some really good things. Like you could play Rory and her at the same time. Not for long, but you could have moments of playing them at the same time where Brianna Preston is just on attack mode. And, she doesn't have to worry about being that point guard distributor because Rory's that. Like, if I'm Vic Schaefer, I'd see what that's about, especially against some of these underwhelming teams in the SEC. Try that out. See what it could get you, because Jordan Lee, she's going to show that she's a freshman, even though she has tremendous upside. So does Brianna Preston, like you saw against South Carolina, 30-something minutes, 0 for 6 from the field. Like, she's going to have her moments where it could be a lot and she could be overwhelmed by what's going on. You just see that from every freshman. They have their moments. But, yeah, I try Preston and Rory in at the same time just to see what's going on, and especially if Shea Holly's struggling, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, come on, Garrett. Come on, bro. Come back home. Work out here. Hit up Baker, because Baker ain't got nothing to do now. You need somebody to throw you the ball. Go down to Lake Travis. Work out all the time, and then go support your woman, man. Make sure, because you in New York and stuff, she got too much to worry about. Garrett Wilson might be a good guy. Good, wholesome dude. Great family and stuff. But we all know that there's a stereotype with these pro athletes, these NFL players. You in New York? Come on, man. She had no idea what Garrett doing. And I'm sure she trusts him. I'm sure they in love and stuff like that, but hey, I'm just saying, if I was out here dating WNBA player, I'd be scared. I'd be nervous.
I like how you say playa. Like it's gone from player to playa. He a player.
Hey.
He a player for the New York Jets.
Yeah. Hey, man, that's a good gig. It ain't like he a scrub either. Like, this dude, over 100 catches this season. Like, Garrett Wilson, yeah. He got movement going on. I ain't gonna lie. There's a lot of motion going on with Garrett Wilson. So, I'm just saying, dude, that's a good-looking couple. Real good-looking couple. That's a good-looking couple, man. I'm sure.
Good-looking couple, man. Cheer him on. That's
what I hope the best, but hey,
you sound like you're predicting danger, Will Robinson around the corner.
I'm just saying 25%, 38. I'm trying to figure it out. Vic's probably trying to figure it out. What's going on? Because we're one of the Marvin Gaye. What's going on? We're one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the league, in the nation. Shea was one of the best 3-point shooters in the nation last year. I'm just saying, don't want to put that on Garrett, man. That's wrong of me. That's a little cold, but it could go both ways. The thing's undefeated.
My man spends 5 minutes talking about, hey, that's wrong of me to bring that up. You know what I'm saying?
That's CB's fault. That's CB's fault. We're just trying to,
It's wrong of me.
Those comments mean something to us. That's all. CB brought it up. I just had to let him know.
Good.
CB asked, who's Shea Holly dating? Great looking couple. Right.
Yeah, man, I'm cheering for him. I hope Shea Holly is happy.
Yeah.
And
I know Garrett probably a little insecure too. Because, hey, Shea, that's one of them women that you be careful you go to the bathroom. Just because, you might come back and here comes some snake slithering his way trying to talk to your woman. Hell, where my man Rodney at? Rodney on here. He always talking about Shea. My man Rodney Smith.
Rodney's he's in here. Cheer. He's saying cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame.
Nah, man. No, I can't do that.
Yeah, I can't either.
I can't do that.
Okay, so have you seen this show, Special Forces?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
intense.
It's intense. Cam Newton's on it, Golden Tate, and the former fiance of Travis Kelce?
Oh, the sister. I don't know her name, but
she got dumped for
Taylor. Yeah.
And she's all shook up about it still.
That's her fault, though. She was trying to make Travis, pay for everything and stuff. That's not sorry. Like some guys might do all that stuff, but Travis was like, let me protect my money here, or I'll find somebody that will pay the check when we go out and has no problem doing it.
Someone who can write checks that make banks bounce.
Yeah. That's tough. I feel bad for her because I don't even know her name.
It's like Kayla, I think.
Yeah, I feel bad for her because she thought she had it all figured out. She thought she'd be in love. She's probably gone on dates, double dates with Brittany Mahomes and Patrick. Everything looked good. And then all of a sudden, Travis out here paying for everything. Travis' stock is getting better and better. Each year, he's getting closer and closer to being the greatest tight end of all time. And sometimes you get left behind, like what you doing? Like besides being an influencer, like what's your role? I get it. There's some men out there that want to be the breadwinner, that want to say, you know what, baby, you ain't got to pay for nothing. Phone bill taken care of, I might pay for your mama's rent. Might give your dad a new car. There's some fellas out there like that. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Love is love. However you navigate that, hey, I can't knock any of that. But there's also
Kayla Nicole.
There we go. Yeah, Kayla Nicole.
Kayla Nicole.
She wasn't pulling her weight. I'm sorry. Like, you got to be more than just fine. Like, it's Travis Kelce. Like, he had a reality show where he was the Bachelor. You remember that? Catching Kelce?
Oh, yeah.
And he wasn't even like, I don't even think that was first Super Bowl Travis. Like, I think he was barely scratching the surface of being an elite player. You know what I'm saying? Like, it might have been one Pro Bowl, maybe two. And then that horrible Catching Kelce came out and, he's a little ashamed of it. I get it. I thought it was a good show. But, yeah, I think Travis started to realize his worth, and Kayla Nicole, she got left behind. Like, Travis Kelce needs to call another Travis Hunter, because that's Travis Kelce saw it early.
Oh God,
Travis Kelce saw it early. Chip,
this is Zay's pet project.
Hey, I'm just saying, we haven't heard much, which is good. We have not heard of old girl Travis Hunter's getting prepared for the combine, which who knows if he'll even do the combine. He probably doesn't have to do anything. But yeah, Travis Kelce needs to hit up Travis Hunter and be like, hey, man, I saw the writing on the wall early. It's okay. Like, yeah, you'll be hurt for a couple of days. But then another fine thing will walk up into your life that actually has good motives. Unlike homegirl, who has made you look stupid more than once in a month span. Travis Hunter don't deserve that, man. We should have been talking about the Heisman. We were talking about her. Damn shame.
Well, I'll tell you what. We got a question here. Did Texas really pass on Damon Wilson, the pass rusher, linebacker, who's apparently committed to Missouri? And that's what makes me think Trey Moore is coming back. Because, this is the weirdest thing. I mean, his name's not in the underclass list for the NFL. Missouri's another team that's spending a lot of money for players. So, yeah.
I mean, if Trey Moore's coming back, I think it's a good pass, because you could argue that their edge rushers are the best position group in the whole roster. Got Colin Simmons coming back. Colin Simmons is going to be a monster in year 2. Absolute monster. I think Colton Vasek is going to show us something. Ethan Burke, contract year. And then Trey Moore. Yeah, man. Damon Wilson, he probably looked at that and said, yeah, I'm not trying to do all that rotating stuff. I'm trying to be the man. I'm trying to improve my stock. And I still think you can, with the way that, Texas rotates guys and whatnot. And they move you around everywhere. Sometimes you'll be on the inside. Sometimes you'll be on the outside. Like, it just depends on the situation. But, yeah, Damon Wilson, heck of a player. Still interesting that he wanted to get out of Athens, just because we know what Kirby does with all of these defensive guys. Like, those guys usually make big-time money when they move on to the NFL. So, hey, who knows what happened down there? And, yeah, I'm not worried at all about these edge rushers for Texas. Now, Trey Moore, let's come back, bro. Let's, got to be more consistent. Them first 6 games, I don't know who was on that field. But after Vanderbilt, he found his groove, and he looked really good doing it. Made some big-time plays and figured out exactly what Pete Kwiatkowski needed and wanted from him. But, yeah, Trey Moore, he could use another year.
Yeah, and I just got a text from a source I trust saying Trey Moore's coming back. That's the word. So
there we go. Yeah, you just gotta renegotiate that contract a little bit. That NIL money. I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why the game is played the way it is. But Trey Moore needs to come back, because the NFL, not yet. Not yet. He could take that jump. I expect him to take that jump. Go off the momentum that he had toward the end of the season. But, what we saw up until the Vanderbilt game, he could get better.
Yeah. Well, and they need him to play like that from the jump, because they need him to play like that against Ohio State in week 1, which I expect he will, because once he made a play, I talk about this all the time. It's that confidence play. And once he broke up that pass against Vanderbilt coming off the goal line, boom, 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 boom. He's making plays every game, big plays. He's the guy who put Carson Beck in Miami, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy who.
That's Kirby, though.
Yeah.
Kirby could have played that a lot differently. Kirby wanted to be ignorant and say, oh, they play harder for Gunnar Stockton than they do Carson Beck. Come on, Kirby. Come on, bruh. Like, that's stupid. Why would you do that? Because, like, Cavender twin, she had eligibility. So I'm sure he would have came back if he was welcomed back. Like, everybody thinks that he's going for his girl. Like, yeah, that's a part of it because, she's going to, stay her cute little self down in Miami with her being an influencer and stuff. Like, she could work with what she's got in Miami, definitely. But that's not the biggest reason. I mean, Miami's throwing paper around too. But, yeah, I thought Kirby handled that horribly. And, yeah, Carson didn't look happy at that Sugar Bowl either.
No, listen, that's a tricky position to manage. Steve Sarkisian, I think, deserves a ton of credit for managing his quarterback room the way he did the last 2 years. He clearly made it to where Arch and Quinn were friends. Arch said at the Peach Bowl, I feel bad I know it's hard having me be the backup because he gets asked about it all the time. And he said, Quinn's just one of the guys and one of my good friends. And both those guys, I believe it. Like, Quinn gave him a heads up when he said he was going to film the Fansville Dr. Pepper commercial saying, backup? We don't need no backup. Even if he has great hair and famous relatives. Like, one of the best lines of 2024. And Quinn told Arch, hey, man, we got this line in this commercial. You good? Yeah, good. All right. And then, of course, it got weird there at the end, but it was never weird between Quinn and Arch. And that's kudos to Quinn. It's kudos to Arch. It's kudos to Steve Sarkisian because with all the noise, it would have been real easy to let ego step in, fan the flames. Didn't happen. To the point where, like, if anyone could have said, hey, you know what? Y'all want Arch? You can have Arch. I'm going to go make this $8 million over here. It could have been Quinn Ewers.
Mm-hmm.
And Quinn Ewers still cares about being a Longhorn to the point where he didn't want to go start over like Dylan Gabriel did for 1 year. And Dylan Gabriel looked like a mercenary. Dylan Gabriel's agent said, hold up, OU. Let me see what else is out here. And Oregon came through big. So it wasn't, OU obviously had Jackson Arnold, but now where's
that right?
Now where's Jackson Arnold, Zay?
Auburn, Alabama.
That guy's got the keys to Hugh Freeze's career. Because if that doesn't work out, Hugh Freeze is in trouble.
Yes, I know, Hugh.
Like, he bet on Peyton Thorne, which I still to this day cannot believe. Like, you saw Peyton Thorne for a year and you went back to Peyton Thorne. Now you got Jackson Arnold. I mean, you think about the schools that could have put up $8 million. Auburn. I mean, it's an amazing thing to me.
Yeah.
And I know people are calling BS on the 8 million number. I'm just telling you, it's real. That's where we are in this age of NIL. And I think it scares the crap out of schools, honestly. Because here they are, they're hustling to get this 22 million set aside. Because even though the money's there, you have to rearrange things. You got to put off projects. You got to maybe, okay, we're not going to spend as much on baseball players or women's basketball players. We got to get this guy. It's a shuffling for the top, I'll say 20 schools. It's an easier shuffling than it is below that, but it's a lot. And, SMU has a ton of money. And so it's crazy, but I applaud Quinn. I hope he gets everything he wants. And you know what? He's a man of faith. That interview he gave before the Cotton Bowl was really, really interesting, really telling. I used a lot of it in my story today. It's a free story if you want to read it at horns247.com about Quinn turning down an $8 million NIL offer to move on to the NFL and preserve his college experience at Texas. But Zay, if anyone could have said, hey, y'all want Arch? You can have Arch. I'm going to go over here and make this money. It could have been Quinn Ewers because it was tough. It was tough. There are a lot of critics out there. I'm sure there are critics right now listening to our show who are like, good riddance, Quinn.
Yeah. Peace, dog.
Should take the money. And that's a bummer because I don't know Quinn, know him. I haven't spent all kinds of time with him in his private time, but you get a pretty good read on someone when you're asking him questions for 3 years, and he's a thoughtful guy. And I always go back to that spring where he's like, I feel like I let Longhorn Nation down. And I was like, man, you didn't have to say that. And you were learning on the job. And then he came out, gangbusters, goes to Alabama, wins. He's always doing well until the injury. And then he's got to fight through that. And, if you're going to look at his pothole games, the games that you're like, everyone's going to say Oklahoma State in 2022, but I'm talking about,
Sark's fault there.
Run the ball.
But yeah, beat Ron Robinson. What are you doing?
Right. And Rojo. But what games, would you say were just, he had 3 turnovers against OU in 23, and then he rallied them back.
Yeah, just probably.
Yeah, he had
Georgia's last year. First one, October 19th.
Okay, because the first one, he gets benched. He comes back in the third quarter, goes 7 of 10, 2 touchdowns, and it's 23-15. It was bad in the first half. The offensive line was terrible. And he's under siege. He gets hit by Dalen Everett on a great call. Terrible. Turnovers, everything. In the Georgia SEC championship game, he threw for 154 yards in the first half. I
thought it was pretty good there.
Yeah. It's even his really bad games, he had really good play in them. And I get the A&M game. Everyone's like, he played great the first half to get the 17-0 lead. And he played great leading those drives right down into the red zone until he turned it over. So he's Vanderbilt throws that tip pass interception, leads to a Vanderbilt touchdown. Then he completes 17 straight passes, almost breaks his own record of 19 straight passes. And so I think fans look at him and say, can't close or this or that. That dude can ball. He's going to be okay in the NFL. I don't know that he'll be a starter right away. In his case, I think you'd want to go somewhere where you got a veteran quarterback, you learn for a year, and then you step in, get your shot. And, it's, I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah. And he could have been a huge a-hole too with the art situation. He could have been like old pervert Brett Favre, who did Aaron Rodgers wrong, which Aaron Rodgers, he didn't really do any justice for Jordan Love coming in, but certain guys don't want the team to win out of their expense. Like, they want to be the guy. They have to be the guy. And if they're not, I'm not going to help this guy. He's coming for my job. Like, Quinn Ewers was comfortable enough to not allow that to affect him. And him and Arch, they do got a good relationship. Like, I got to salute him for that, because I wouldn't have been that nice. Like, not to the media, not to nobody. People coming after my job like that, all the fans and stuff. I would allow that to get to me just because I'm way more insecure than Quinn Ewers is. Yeah, I'm very petty. Like, oh, okay, y'all, I'm going to take this $8 million. I'm gone. And I hope we play Texas later on. That's what I would have been like. Take the $8 million, go to an SEC school. Yeah, I would have been that petty, but
you wouldn't have gone Jonte Cook petty.
No,
Did you hear the deal about that?
I heard a little bit, but I'm sure you know more information than I do.
According to a source like tied into the Washington program, Jonte was like sniffing around in guys' lockers. A security guard came to get him. He like almost started a fight with a security guard. It was bad.
Damn. Why? Sniffing in guys' lockers. What you stealing for? Why you need that? Come on, man. NIL money ain't there down there in Seattle. That's a bad look. I'm saying he got issues, man.
Yeah.
He has some serious issues. Like, and he's a hell of a talent. That's why it's so sad. Because Steve Sarkisian, he understood how good Jonte Cook was. But if he's going to be a problem like he has been, you can't afford that to be on your team. You can't afford guys to beat the hell out of somebody. And now it comes back to you, but like, man, why did Jonte Cook get his ass whooped by somebody in the locker room? Like, before that even happens, get rid of the problem. And he goes to Washington, like sniffing around in folks' lockers. That's just all types of ignorant. Like, I can't even tell you how ridiculous that is. And you're about to fight the rent-a-cop. Come on, man.
You about to fight Paul Blart?
Paul Blart, my man Kevin James, Mall Cop. Like, that's just...
He was reaching for the pepper spray. Because that's all those mall cops carry.
Yeah. And at least Antonio Brown might have a chance to get to Canton, James. Like, Jonte Cook's career hasn't even popped off at all. Like, he's killing himself. Like, he was way better than Ajay Hall. I know we like to compare the two, but Jonte had way more upside than Ajay Hall did with his ignorant self trying to get the boot off. That
we had someone in the comments yesterday, and feel free to join in if you're listening on the app on the Circuit of the Americas text line 512-222-9328. We had someone in the comments yesterday say, yeah, but Ajay Hall's kind of a legend for trying to get that boot off with his bare hands. Oh,
did.
Jai Hall. Apparently, he was like,
He did that.
what kind of place is this? There's no damn parking for the players. And there will be soon once they finish this indoor football practice facility.
Where do they park now? Where are they allowed to park now?
Anywhere they can find a space.
Damn.
And now they'll have 500 parking spaces for student athletes underneath the indoor football practice facility. So they can all park there and ride their bike to their dorm, or whenever they're on campus, they can park there. So that's a great feature to have, because that UT campus, trying to find a parking space,
oh, it's a joke.
And then the tickets are like $75, $100, depending on
run
which
you up.
They do.
They run you up.
There's no warning.
Nah, hell no.
This whap.
The warning is you should know about us by now.
Oh, you park in a faculty space? That's $100.
That's what, I can just see them all, getting together, having meetings once a week. Just can't wait to ruin somebody's day.
Because they probably work on commission.
Yeah. Can't wait to ruin somebody's day. Are we going to get these idiots today? Like, Bijan Robinson.
Oh, you should have seen this guy at Jai Hall. He was trying to rip that boot off with his bare hands. We gave him $1,000 fine.
Yo, Bijan Robinson said, I can't take this. Auntie, come drop me off. Drop me off on campus. I'll be all right. Not everybody has that auntie that Bijan had, but you can find someone.
She moved from Arizona.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a cool little setup that Bijan had, but yeah. Shout out to DJ Campbell, man. We haven't talked about DJ Campbell coming back. Good on him.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's the guy. He's the guy. He and Cole Hudson have the most player snaps on that offensive line. So they need to lead. They need to lead that group like Jake Majors and Kelvin Banks did. Be a little different.
A lot different.
But you never know. I mean, you never know. Daniel Cruz is another guy they love who's coming up in that center role. Connor Robertson stayed. So that's impressive because they got a bunch of guys, Jaden Chapman, Andre Kojo, guys who they need for the depth. And those guys are still there. So is Malik Agbo, who's their jumbo tight end, but also a guy who can play guard. So amazing job by Kyle Flood to hold on to all those offensive linemen.
Who you got winning the center job right now?
Cole Hudson right now.
Cole Hudson.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, they were sniffing around. They had that Emmanuel Pregnon from USC in for a visit. He didn't leave with a commitment, so that may not be a thing.
Yeah, I like those homegrown guys on the offensive line. Kyle Flood and Sark done a really good job having those guys. Transfer portal's there, but it's different going from the transfer portal and trying to figure it out on the offensive line. And when you're brought up in the system and you've waited your turn, like majority of those guys going to get the opportunity. I think that's good. I think that's good for chemistry. Those guys have been working together too on scout team and second team and stuff. So the chemistry, it should be a lot better than what you would assume it would be. But hey, you can't knock that experience. And that first game of the season in Columbus, it's going to tell us a lot. Only in game one, which is fun. I'm excited about that. But okay, so Cole Hudson playing the center, left guard then.
Neto, Umazulu, he's ready. he's put in his time. Trevor Gooseby at left tackle, DJ Campbell right guard, and I think Brandon Baker will be the right tackle. Brandon Baker was pushing Cam, so and Gooseby's he's a level above. Like, I think Gooseby's going to be, no, he's not going to be Calvin Banks, but he's going to be, he'll hold up. Yeah. He's going to hold up against the best competition. He's athletic. He's got good feet. Calvin Banks had really good feet. Brandon Baker has really good feet. I think he'll be better against the speed rushers than Cam Williams. Cam, once he got his hands on you, you were done. But if you could get your shoulder underneath him, he wasn't doing much. So that's going to be and everybody's got guys moving on. I looked at, well, I'll find it here in a minute. Ohio State's got a lot of guys moving on.
Oh, yeah. Their team's going to look completely different next year.
I mean,
besides Jeremiah Smith, yeah, they ain't got much, which he going to break the bank this next year. Oh, my gosh. What his NIL situation is going to look like. I got him and Arch Manning on the cover of the new video game, 2026 college football. It's going to be one of them at least.
Will Howard, Travian Henderson. These are all the guys who are leaving. Emeka Egbuka, G. Scott. Their left tackle, Donovan Jackson. Their right tackle is gone. Jack Sawyer's gone. Ty Hamilton's gone. Tyleek Williams is gone. JTT is gone. Cody Simon's gone. Lathan Ransom's gone. Denzel Burke is gone. And their corner, Jordan Hancock, is gone. That's a lot of dudes.
Yep. They be all right. They about to win the Natty. Whoop-de freaking who. They'll be fine. Ryan Day is going to get to keep his job and stuff. I'm still so mad about that game. Still, just.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it for a fourth time sooner or later. I don't know why I'm going to do that to myself.
Maybe the ending will change. Maybe we'll get a different call on second and goal.
Yeah, maybe something else was going to happen to put a smile on my face because, the third time was even rougher than the first two.
So 14 starters for Ohio State will be moving on, 14 of their 22. So I'm sure they've recruited well. Not saying that they haven't, just saying 14 starters moving on. We'll have Lance Taylor join us in about 10 minutes. Let's get he's joining us right now. How about that? Our man, our SEC insider and prognosticator, Lance Taylor, next round live. The Lance Taylor on the Twitters and lanceslock.com for the picks. LT, how you doing? Uh-oh.
I'm good, fellas. Are y'all going to Atlanta?
No.
Yeah.
Hell no.
It's tempting
Are you?
because it's so close. Nah, we didn't get credentialed just because, there was not a team even close to it this year. I just heard Chip from our buddy Ian Fitzsimmons, who's heading over, and was asking me if I was going over. And I was talking to him right before I jumped on with you guys. So I was just wondering how many people are going over for this. The get-in ticket's like $1,800. I mean, I'm not surprised. High demand with Notre Dame playing for the first since 1988, and it's been, over a decade for Ohio State. So I guess it's not a surprise with those brands of tickets in demand like this. But weather's going to suck over there. It's going to be maybe sleet. It's going to be damn cold as hell. So, I'm not going either.
Yeah. All right. Before we kind of lock in on your pick for that game, let's go back to the Cotton Bowl. Your thoughts on Texas and Ohio State?
I mean, 3 plays. The end of the half, the 75-yard screen was just a complete backbreaker. But even, with that said, you got a 1st and goal at the 1. And by all accounts, at that point, I had Texas +6 and I had the under. I just didn't want Texas. Like, I wanted them to go to a 3rd down, but like a 3rd and 1. Because I wanted to take a little time off the clock and get that thing to overtime, or who knows, maybe Sark goes for 2. I doubt it. But that 2nd down call going wide on that defense was, it's easy to criticize now, but that was an absolute killer. And then obviously and then before that, the Will Howard 4th and 2, the 18-yard run, that was massive. But yeah, Texas was right there. Like Ohio State, I think, and I know you want to get to the game in a little bit, and I do think Ohio State's going to win the game going away Monday night. And I think we're going to look back and we're going to be like, man, that was a dominant Ohio State team, and especially if they would have beaten Michigan. But, man, Texas was right there with them. And I know the narrative is, who did Texas beat this year? And it's a fair question because you, I guess, either go Michigan or Vanderbilt. There's no great wins on that schedule. But, man, they get in there and they tie that game up. Who knows what happens?
Yeah, Lance, you've been pretty critical on Steve Sarkisian, which rightfully so, completely understand that. But now that the season's over for Texas, your thoughts on Sark and how this Texas team did this year?
No.
Are we there?
We're there.
Yeah, we hear you. You hear us?
I don't know what happened. I'm on like literally the most traveled road in all of Birmingham. So I don't know why I would not have a good signal here. Zay, what were you saying though? I was critical of Sarkisian after the season's over.
Yeah, well, last year you were. Now, how do you feel about him?
I don't know how much more they accomplished. They've obviously got a ton of talent, but you had a more experienced quarterback coming back this year. You played for the SEC championship, but you had one of the easiest, if not the easiest, SEC schedule. You didn't beat a team of substance. You got to a college. You got this far last year. I know they won some games. I don't think Clemson was, a high bar. Arizona State, look, I know the Sun Devils had a special season, and now Dillingham's getting paid, but that was a game they should have won going away and had to struggle in double overtime. I don't know. I was wondering from you guys, what is the fan base saying? We talked about this after the loss. I don't know how I would feel if I'm a Texas fan. I feel like I'm going to be in the mix. I feel like I'm going to be good every year. But is Sarkisian going to be able to win these games? And it's going to be multiple games against big time opponents to actually win a championship. And he and I still think he's one of the best play callers in all of college football. And I'm sure it's so easy to second guess this, but we saw Arch for one play. And, that play was around the right end for 7 or 8 yards on a critical 4th and inches. And I just don't understand why you don't see Arch in that situation on the goal line. That was kind of weird to me. And again, it's easy to say now, but I don't know, Zay. I think Sark has done a good job putting this thing together. Texas is in a much better spot than they were before, but I don't know. Is Arch Manning going to be better than Quinn Ewers? Who knows?
Well, the fan base sure thinks so.
Oh, we've got a couple of Texas fans that listen to us daily, and one of them reached out and said, everything's great because Arch Manning is Sark's Tim Tebow. And I was like, maybe you're trying to do the correlation of Sark's not going anywhere. Kind of like when Urban got Tebow, you're going to go through those years with Tebow, and then if you're going to make a move after that, and I guess this maybe is alluding to the Dallas Cowboys conversation that might or might never take place. But he was like, this is Sark's Tebow. And I was like, boy, there is zero chance that that Manning is going to achieve what Tebow did on the field, in my opinion. We shall see. If he was that good, he would have been playing this year.
Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, and that's out of Sark's comfort zone. Urban was all about, hey, I'm good moving the quarterback. Sark is pro style. I want guys in the pocket. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, Lance. You lived it with Alabama and Mac Jones and Bryce Young. You didn't see Bryce Young running a lot of, read option. So he's got to get out of his comfort zone from time to time. And that 1st and goal play, though, is a culture play. Like I told Zay, that's got to be a play that you practice every single day in your red zone work. And everybody's got to know what you're.
And I don't know about you guys. Sorry to interrupt, Chip. You get a little too cute there, and I think sometimes Sarkisian is maybe too imaginative for himself, for his own good, because that's one of those when you get in that situation, you're like, dude, we are just as good as Ohio State has been in these situations on goal to go. We are just going to if we're going to run the ball 4 times, and we're going to do it up the gut, and if we can't get a yard, so be it. And I know it's easy to say and second guess, but that's the way I felt on 1st and goal. I don't know how you guys felt. And again, we don't get paid to call plays, but I just felt like you've got all the momentum. I just didn't see a way, especially with a jumbo package with Arch in there, how you're not going to pick up a yard in 4 chances. I mean, the only thing you can do is screw it up by throwing the football or running wide or a penalty.
Yeah. Yeah, get under center and push. I mean, good heavens, 1 yard.
But with all that said, I mean, look, if you would have told Texas fans, and I think you guys would agree with this, year 1 of the SEC, regardless of the schedule, you're going to lose to Georgia, and then you're going to go to the SEC championship game. You'll lose again, but you're going to win 2 playoff games, and you're going to be a play away from playing for a national championship. I think most fan bases outside of Ohio State would have signed up for that.
Yeah. Well, let's get to it. Notre Dame has been coached beautifully. They've done just enough to get to this point. Give me your take on Notre Dame and how they match up with Ohio State.
Well, we had this conversation today, and Marcus Freeman, what a job he's done. 14-5 against top 25, 7-0 this year. He's such a likable guy, and he has done the unimaginable. He's made Notre Dame likable. And Zay, you're not as old as us, but Chip, do you remember a day that, like, everybody in college football, if you weren't a Notre Dame fan, you hated Notre Dame. And now I think, the masses, if you don't have a dog in the hunt, if you're not gambling on this game Monday night, you're probably pulling for Notre Dame. With that said, I don't think their defense, Al Golden has done an incredible job with that. And if they are going to pull off what I believe will be a pretty sizable upset, the defense is going to have to play lights out. And I just don't know if they've got enough offense. I mean, the way Ohio State got their scare game, I thought, against Texas. And now I think Ohio State will jump out. I mean, for Texas to hold Jeremiah Smith to 1 grab for 3 yards, I mean, that's just incredible. And now I think Jeremiah Smith will get back to what he did against Tennessee and Oregon. I think he goes off, and I think more than likely Notre Dame's going to have to play from behind. And if that's the case, I think Riley Leonard's a good, solid college quarterback that's athletic, and he's got some good intangibles. But, their game, they don't have a receiver that had over 500 receiving yards this year. They just don't have the playmakers on the perimeter to play from behind. So, I mean, their path to victory legitimately is grind it out, low-scoring game, be, +2 in turnovers.
Oh! Did we lose you?
Agree with me on this.
Oh, wait, you broke up for just a second. What was that?
I said I don't see a path to victory for Notre Dame. A lot of people disagree. We had Jacob Hester on the show today, and he's like, I don't think Notre Dame will win, but I think they'll cover the 8. Like, I think the complete opposite. I think this is one of those, much like the 2020 national championship, maybe not the 21 national championship with Georgia and TCU, but I think more Alabama, Ohio State, where, if you're a Notre Dame fan, you'll have a glimmer of hope for a little bit. And, by the 3rd quarter, you can pretty much say that one's out of reach.
Yeah. Let's just rewind a little bit. Quinn Ewers declared for the draft yesterday, and there's been rumors that $8 million were on the table for him to play another year of college football. Do you think he made the right decision by staying in the draft and not chasing that paper?
Yeah, I've told you guys before, Zay, I'm a big Quinn Ewers fan, like the kid. I think he's just there's just something about him. He's an easy kid to pull for. With that said, I thought he was too inconsistent this year. I don't think teams always reach. I was looking at another mock draft today that only had two quarterbacks in Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders going in the first round. I think Jalen Milroe, just based on the way that he will grade out in the measurables once you get to the combine, I think he will end up going in the first round, and I think that's a massive reach. But I don't think Ewers is going to go in the first round. And even if that number's half, you look at Will Levis, who was starting this year for the Tennessee Titans, or a good portion of the season. He was an early second round pick, and he only made $2 million this year. Like, if you're not for sure going in the first round, I don't know why. And I know, and I referenced you, Chip, because I was talking about this on Monday before the decision came out. You brought up the fact that Quinn really wanted his legacy to be as a Texas Longhorn, and obviously if he goes somewhere else, it could be a Dylan Gabriel situation. But just the upside, the money he can make, and then potentially being the number one guy overall next year, because you start to look around. Carson Beck will be a guy that will be mentioned back in the mix. I think they downgraded from Cam Ward to Carson Beck. Drew Aller is a quarterback that people are talking about could be the first overall guy. Like, if Ewers came back and played, his best A game, I think he could be that guy. So I'm a little surprised that he ended up going. But I'm pulling for the kid, but I don't think he'll be a first round guy. If he goes in the first round, it was worth the decision.
Yeah. He's an interesting guy. I agree with you. I'm pulling for the guy. Okay, so what do you make of the transfer portal? Any moves that really grabbed your attention? Damon Wilson to Missouri.
Yeah, not so much. Again, I heard Carson Beck had an opportunity to maybe go to Alabama, and Georgia wanted him back. For him to go to Miami, look, and there's something that's undefeated we've talked about, and maybe one of the reasons he went. But I'd be like, you get. Like nobody makes phone calls anymore. I've gotten 2 phone calls in the last 5 minutes. I just makes no sense. But I was a little surprised that Carson Beck went to Miami, outside of the obvious reason. I just you're not going to win a championship with Mario Cristobal. Impossible.
Yeah. That's kind of break down. NFL. What's your thoughts for the playoff divisional weekend?
I love that the Rams extended their season. I hate matching up with Philadelphia. I do think when you look at the quarterback coach combo, it's not even close. McVay and Stafford versus Sirianni and Hurts. But going out to Philadelphia is going to be really difficult. The Commanders aren't going to beat Detroit, even with that beat up defense. I would love the Rams to get another crack at Detroit. I do think the winner of the Rams and Philly is going to beat Detroit, just because Detroit's so jinxed on getting to the big game. On the other side of the bracket, obviously Kansas City is going to move forward. But I do think the winner of Buffalo and Baltimore, and I lean Buffalo, believe it or not. I think Buffalo or Baltimore will end up beating Kansas City. And I think you will see I ultimately right now would say Buffalo and Philadelphia.
Wow. That hurts.
I mean, hey, I'm wrong a lot. So there you go.
Well, it should be a wild and woolly NFL divisional weekend. Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, Lance. Why not Baltimore?
I mean, look, that game's a pick for a reason. Like, I just lean Buffalo. I mean, Baltimore is so freaking good. And, the sad thing coming out of this, I mean, obviously the storyline is going to be either Allen or Lamar loses in the divisional round again. It's a coin flip. I've just got, I just said Buffalo a couple of months ago because Josh Allen, I just think he's playing a little bit better than Lamar. Of course, Josh Allen doesn't have a Derrick Henry. I wonder the health of Zay Flowers. Is he going to be close to 100%? I just, Buffalo, much like Detroit, just a jinxed organization, though. So Baltimore, the much better, consistent organization. Whoever wins that game, I think wins it all.
No one talks about James Cook. That dude's pretty good.
He
All right,
is
what's
good.
going on?
James Cook's really good.
What's going on over at Lance's Lock?
It's been, we're winning in the postseason. We're winning in not only the college football playoffs. We got a winning record there. We're winning in the NFL postseason. But just basketball, just this week, we're starting the first 3 days 16-3. So we're smoking it. We've got 11 plays up and available. NBA college hoops tonight. We'll have obviously NBA or NFL playoffs all weekend long. The championship game with props on Monday night. $100 the entire month. Again, 16-3. We've been doing it more than a decade. We'll win for you. Jump on board. Free winner every day. LancesLock.com.
LancesLock.com. LT, we appreciate. Oh,
Lance, right before you go, did you have Ole Miss beating Alabama? Basketball?
I didn't play that game. I did like Ole Miss plus the points, but I didn't play it. I'll tell you, man, Chris Beard, we've talked about him a million times. The guy knows how to coach. And, wow, for them to go in and do defensively what they did to that Alabama team total was 87.5 before the game was tipped. And I thought that was, they averaged 91, but I was like, damn, man, I said before the game, Ole Miss is going to get better each and every game under Beard. That's going to be a really scary team once we get to late February, early March.
Yeah, and Texas plays them late in Oxford. All right. LT, you're the man.
I did have Texas minus 2.5 last night. Easy winner over Oklahoma.
Nice.
Boom. Yeah. Boom. Count it. LT, let's do it again next week.
Sounds good. You boys enjoy the games.
Appreciate it, Lance.
There he is, Lance Taylor. Lance Taylor, the Lance Taylor on the socials. Go to lanceslock.com for the picks. Appreciate Lance every Thursday here on Chip and Zay. All right, let's get to a few mentions before we get into the commentary. You know what I'm saying? Passes.com/Texas One Fund. If you are a Texas fan and you want to help out with NIL, but get something in return, then go to passes.com/Texas One Fund. That's where you find all the cool podcasts. They got an Arch Manning podcast that'll go up next Wednesday. And they've got the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast that you can get for $25 a month. Again, it's really more about the fact that your money is going to help NIL, but you're getting something in return. They need your help. There's no doubt about it. Texas One Fund. It's expensive to keep players, attract players. They're hoping that Texas fans will pitch in $10 a month, $20 a month, or go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and subscribe to the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast for $25 a month. You'll get all the cool podcasts with the different UT athletes. Go to passes.com/Texas One Fund. And of course, Cover 3. I mean, this is the Chop House Burger at Cover 3. Texas Monthly says is one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. Have you had the Chop House Burger? Because it is fantastic. And the cheddar bacon hickory burger. Love that. The food at Cover 3 is outstanding. The brick chicken and mac and cheese, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. You're going to go for the food and you're going to keep coming back for the food. The brunch on the weekends with the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. You're having great food, a great time with great friends, and you're watching your favorite teams. So make plans now to watch the national championship game Monday at Cover 3, all night happy hour on Mondays at Cover 3. Make your plans now. And AV consultations, baby. You know where to go when you want the big screen of your dreams.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of television televisions, and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
There you go. You know what to do. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. If you're ready for just some melt in your mouth seafood, then you need to get to Salt Traders. 2 great locations right there at Zilker, Rollingwood, and Mopac, and up north in Round Rock off of Old Settlers. If you're going north on Mopac in traffic after work, get in there for happy hour, 3:30 to 6:30 every weekday, 3:30 to close on Mondays as well. Take advantage of the best selection of raw oysters anywhere in Austin. $5 off the appetizer menu, which includes the mussels, the crab cake, the grilled oysters, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Treat yourself. You deserve it. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Zay, the Big Ocho, Coach 420 says, the Big Ocho said, run it back, baby. Trey Moore. Now we know why Texas didn't go hard after Damon Wilson. They got the Big Ocho coming back. Come on now. So your defensive end rotation in Texas next year, you have Ethan Burke and Colton Vasek taking over for Baron Sorrell on the strong side. You'll have Colin Simmons and Trey Moore on the other side. That's pretty good. Yeah,
you'll take that any day of the week, twice on Saturday. Like, those edge rushers, they're going to be a force, man. And they might have to do even more because kind of like what we said last year leading up to the 2024 season. What's the interior going to look like? Like, that's a big question mark, man. Like, yeah, you bring in Shaw and you bring in Bavard, but after that, you're going to rely on these freshmen? We'll see. But the freshmen have a ton of upside, leading with Justice Terry. I'm sure Kenny Baker is going to whip those guys into shape. But, yeah, this defense, Mookie Taft coming back, obviously Anthill, Leoga Lafau's there. This defense should still be stingy.
Yeah, and Brad Spence. Look, you lose David Benda, who's so good. Mo Blackwell. Those guys were solid. David Benda was a difference maker. Brad Spence coming in from Arkansas, versatile guy. He's got lots of experience. He's got 2 years of eligibility remaining, had 7 sacks and a sack against Texas this past season. I like him. I like what I'm hearing about Brad Spence. So even talking to Anthony Hill at the Peach Bowl about him, Spence wasn't doing the scout team practicing like the D linemen were, but he was in the meetings, and Anthony Hill said, yeah, man, this guy fits in. Like, he's chill. He's easy to get to know. And that's big. I think that was a good pickup for Texas, because you lose David Benda, you lose Mo Blackwell, your depth needs to be there. And you got guys coming up. Ty Anthony Smith's going to be he'll take on the role of Mo Blackwell.
Yeah.
And Brad Spence will take on the role of David Benda. As you mentioned, you still got Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau. Those guys are just tight. And then let's see what Bo Barnes brings to the table, because that was an important area for recruiting. Jonathan Cunningham. So Bo Barnes is 6'1", 239. Like, he's SEC body. And then you got Jonathan Cunningham, who's more like the Ty Anthony Smith, 6'2", 191, but can fly. He's long. So we know Johnny Nansen will coach the hell out of him. So I think the linebacker situation is in good shape. If I'm looking at the portal, I think you make a move for another defensive tackle because you got to have depth there. It's not like emergency, but if there's a good guy to add, great, because what you have in Brevard and Shaw are two good run stuffers, which is great. You know, in Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, you had run stuffers who could also get you some pass rush. And maybe Travis Shaw is like, hey, man, wait till you get a load of me. He does have some ball get off, which I like. He anticipates the snap and he goes. So,
yeah, certain guys just might not have been coached the right way.
Yeah.
Like, you never know. Like, it's North Carolina. I get Belichick's there now, but love you, Mac. We knew Mac those years, and Mac was stealing money at the end. Again, love you, Mac. Glad you're back in the ATX with Sally. Hope you're around campus a lot, but just got to keep it a buck with y'all. We knew what was going on in Chapel Hill wasn't it. So, yeah, hopefully Pete Kwiatkowski and Kenny Baker with Travis Shaw, they can show us why he was a 5-star coming out of high school.
Yeah. Got to have it. Got to have those dudes. Those guys are gold bullion, as my man Rick Neuheisel likes to say. He's right on the money. You got to have those interior defensive linemen. I'll never forget Guy Morris when he was the head coach at Baylor. We're at the ESPN Home Depot College Football Awards in Orlando, and we're walking down the boardwalk, and he goes, Chip, I'm going to get fired if I can't find me some interior defensive linemen. And I was like, man, those guys are hard to find, aren't they? He goes, they are the hardest to find.
Yeah.
You got to find big guys with a motor who just burn. And he said, that's hard to find. You find one worth its weight in gold bullion. So looks like, and look, Texas with that recruiting class, Justice Terry and Josiah Sharma and Myron Charles, those guys, all three have a chance to be difference makers, and maybe sooner than later. Like Josiah Sharma, 6'4", 348. I can work with that. I can work with that. If he's got a motor, oh man, he's going to be playing.
Mm-hmm.
And Justice Terry is your pass rushing interior defensive lineman. The comparisons are to Jalen Carter. Yeah, you'll take that all day. Like if these guys turn out to be Jalen Carter, Deontay Wyatt, Jordan Davis, which is asking a lot, Christian Wilkins, Dexter Lawrence, which is asking a lot, but if they turn out to be in that vein, Texas is going to they're going to be in the mix. I don't know if it's 2025, might be 2026, might be 2025. We'll see. We'll see how they can coach them up, Zay. All right.
So let me ask you this before we get to the mentions, because we're stay on defensive tackles a little bit. Why did some of the current players, no longer current because they hit the transfer portal, but why was there so much of an overhaul there to begin with? Like what was going on? Why didn't those guys that left, why didn't they buy into, what Steve Sarkisian and Kenny Baker had going? Because I don't know, Sadir Mitchell didn't work out.
So
what happened there?
I think you fell in love with Sadir Mitchell's size. Sadir, what was he? 6'5", 350. you get a guy 6'6", 372. You get a guy like that who can move, and again, you're set. But I think Sadir lacked that internal motor. Like we said, when Bo Davis left, there was like a month without a position coach, and Sadir blew up in weight. Like he needed a guy on him all the time, and you gotta be a self-starter if you're going to be a difference maker. Now, look, that was an unfortunate situation, and it put Sadir really far behind. He came in really overweight in the spring, and he was running laps around the field, like to start spring ball. And after, redshirting's tough. Dan Neal will tell you that. Dan Neal redshirted. He said, I don't know if there's anything harder. You're practicing your ass off every day. You're getting your ass chewed every day, and you're not going to play. It's super hard. You got to be a guy who can just keep looking forward. And I don't know that Sadir, I don't know that he felt I don't know if he felt at home at Texas. I don't know that he'll feel at home at LSU, but I hope the best for him. He's a nice guy. And then Aaron Bryant, I think, is a little stiff. So he was a little bit of a project. Tough guy. Like, I think he'll be a good college football player. I don't know that he's SEC. And then Jere Bledsoe is the guy that makes you frustrated because that guy has bend. He's got athleticism. He just didn't have the discipline. Like he didn't have the want to. Like, and people said that about Alfred Collins, but at least Collins was getting some game action in flashing. He'd show you something, and every once in a while you'd be like, oh, wow, okay. Yeah. With Bledsoe, that happened in fall camp in the second scrimmage, and then we never saw it again. It's like you gotta have that internal motor. And Tia Savea, a little undersized. I think Tia Savea was insurance in case they couldn't get Bill Norton, and so Tia Savea asked to redshirt, and Johnny Nanson's like, cool, I want you to go somewhere where you're getting the love. And so, I mean, Texas is being very high bar on this. They're looking for SEC difference making interior defensive linemen, and they're willing to pay for it. So that's what I would say, because there's no doubt that set them back an entire recruiting cycle at that position. Two. To lose 4 guys, 3 of whom you recruited in your program. 2 of them were in your program for 3 years, and Sadir was in your program for 2, and they're all gone. So all of that's a lot of investment both ways. That just goes out the window. Now you have to nail it with Travis Shaw and Cole Brevard, and then you need Justice Terry and Josiah Sharma and Myron Charles to all be dogs. And hopefully them coming in together, they'll push each other. They'll, that's what happens when you get a great recruiting class. They push each other, they bond together, and they vow we're going to be the ones that break through. And that's what's going to be interesting about this 2025 season. This is the third year for that 2022 class that had Arch Manning and those offensive linemen. It's going to be interesting. It's a big year for those third year guys who came in that 2022 class. So
my man Lance says, Sark, you ain't really done nothing, bruh. That's what I heard from Lance when I asked him that question.
Remember who you're talking to, Mr. I had Nick Saban in my backyard for 17 years.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's easy to look down on others. Look, Kirby banged his head against the ceiling a couple times. He went to the national championship game, lost. He got to the national championship game and lost with Nick Chubb and DeAndre Swift and should have won. Like if he'd have kept running the football. Anyway, he finally broke through. And so you got to develop that hunger, and then you got to break through. Look at Dabo. And again, who was on Dabo's 2 national championship teams? I get it. You had Deshaun Watson, you had Trevor Lawrence, but you also had Christian Dexter Lawrence. Those dudes are difference makers. Those dudes stopped. Well, they did everything they could to slow down Jalen Hurts, and they did just enough. But you still needed Deshaun Watson to drive that last second, for that last second touchdown pass to Hunter Renfrow. That was another, that's another play on the goal line, Zay. Is that little pick play? Yeah, the Quinn Ewers article is a free story on Horns 24/7. So check it out. I think the kid's a different cat. He's just a different dude. And I'll that's where I'll go for the chip shot, because I think you look at Quinn Ewers. The first thing you hear about Quinn Ewers coming out of high school is he's reclassifying to take NIL money. And you're like, what is this dude all about? Like he's ditching his high school team that was probably the favorite to win the state championship at South Lake Carroll in 2021. And he reclassifies, graduates early, goes to Ohio State in the middle of fall camp in August, and signs with GT Sports Marketing for $1.4 million. Now that's life-changing money. And he said before the Cotton Bowl that was for the family.
Yep.
And he was
family man.
And he said, that was my chance to give back to my family. I heard Quinn didn't really get any of that money, that it all went to his parents. That's pretty selfless of a kid like that.
Yeah.
But from that point on, Quinn was making the decisions. And he said, I want to go to Texas. I think there were some in his camp that were like, hey, let's get out the bidding. Let's go to the highest bidder. And Quinn was like, no, I'm going to Texas. And so he goes to Texas. He didn't even want any real NIL assurance from Texas, from the collective. Texas helped him set up some NIL deals, and Quinn's done fine. You'll read in the story, he's made $6 million the last 3 years. He's, as my man Sean Adams would say, he's going to be able to afford cheese on his Whopper. But he did the commercials. He very successful, Fansville, Hulu, the 444 guy, the lawyer, and
video games.
The interesting thing is when you're the number one recruit and you got a perfect recruiting rating, everybody expects national championship. And the guy delivered on a conference championship. He got to the conference championship game. If a couple field goals or one field goal goes through, Texas wins the SEC championship this year, and then it's two conference championships. Razor thin margins we're talking about. throwing into the end zone against Washington. If it's a back shoulder ball instead of a jump ball, maybe it's a touchdown, and maybe Texas plays for the Natty last year. And then 1st and goal from the 1. If you tie it, who knows how that game ends. So the guy was really, really good, and won at Alabama, won at Michigan. And with all the noise and all the criticism, even from his own fans, he could have taken the money and said, you know what? I am going to be Dylan Gabriel. I'm going to go where I think I have the best chance to win and get paid. And he said, you know what? I'm going to the NFL. I'm ready to start that journey. And he has said part of the reason he came back for this season, because he could have gone to the NFL after last season, was that number of college starts for a quarterback that Sark told him about. 25 to 30 is like the sweet spot. And, you know, college quarterbacks who have 25 to 30 starts in college tend to transition better to the NFL. And he wanted to do that. He was devastated that he got hurt, that he missed game time, because he wanted to show everybody what he could do with a full season healthy. But that's the way life is. I mean, life is not easy, you know. Life is difficult. The minute you acknowledge that, life becomes a whole lot easier. But you got to expect adversity and hope for the best. But I like the way Quinn handled himself. He never seemed fazed by having Arch Manning behind him. They became friends. I just think he's a different dude. I'm cheering for him. And I think it says a lot that he didn't want to change his college football experience. He wanted it to be about Texas. That was his school. It's a school he grew up wanting to be a part of. He did it his way, and now he'll move on. And he turned down a lot of money to go try it somewhere else. And a lot of people will just look at it from the outside and say, this is a bad business decision. Mm-hmm. And you know what? Quinn Ewers has $6 million, hopefully all of it still. And he's betting on himself. So good for him.
Yeah. I'm saying way nicer guy than I was, because mom, dad, y'all been working for a reason. Like, I'm going to put this in my savings. You know what I'm saying? Got mama on payroll and stuff. Come on, mama. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, mama. Like, you're going to have to keep working. We going, you know, I got some partying to do. I got some things that I got to get accomplished. You know what I'm saying? Quinn Ewers, he's a sweet boy, sweet son, good son. You know, I'm popping bottles. I'm on. I'm basically Johnny Manziel. You know, that's how I'm ready to roll. We going Johnny football with it.
Can't have you on an episode of Broke.
Johnny ain't broke. Johnny doing good. Johnny got a little podcast going on. What? The podcast is good. He got VY on the podcast. They talking shop. You know, it's a good story.
VY's had to learn the hard way.
Yeah. That's an understatement right there.
Yeah, 50 million. Like, he got signed before the rookie salary cap came in. He had 50 million gone. So
you think it's all gone?
Well, he was taking loans to throw himself a $1.3 million birthday party at the end of his time in the NFL. It was like,
Vince, you tripping. You throw a cookout in the backyard for your birthday party back at your old Houston house. You know, we's 1.3 mil for your birthday for one night. Nah, I don't want my people to have that of a time.
I love VY, and I love his uncles, Keith Young, great guy. But Keith, I'll never forget, I went down to do the parade after the national championship. I went down to Madison High School, and I'm talking to Keith, And I was like, have you all hired an agent yet? And he's like, yeah, we got Keith Adams. And I'm like, I'm not familiar with him. And he's like, oh, he's kinfolk. Or Major Adams. Sorry, Major Adams. And I said,
he's kinfolk.
And I said, well, who's going to be his business manager? And he's like, I am.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And I just got to chill because, I remember Ricky Williams signing with Master P. And some of that was Ricky. Ricky wanted an incentive-laced contract. And you don't do incentive-laced contracts in the NFL. It's a brutal world. Get every penny you can up front and move on. And so I remember talking to Sandy Williams, Ricky's mom, and she said, if I could just tell Vince one thing, hire the best agent you possibly can and let your family run the foundation. And I remember, this is long ago. This is long enough now. I can say, the super agent at the time, he had Peyton Manning. I want to say it was Condon. Like he was trying to get through to Vince, like through the high school coach. Like everybody was trying to get in with him, and VY was like, no, I'm going with my, Major Adams and my uncle, and they missed it on a lot of deals. Like his trading card deal was way less than it should have been. They thought there was big money in shoe deals. There's not big money in shoe deals for football players. That's for basketball. Like people were trying to help them, inviting them to parties to network, and they weren't going. It just was kind of look, Vince still made a ton of money. So I'm not saying he didn't make a ton of money, because he did. And it's just tricky when you have family involved with the money. You got to draw really clear lines and say, okay, well, this is how it's going to be. Like, Mom, you're the CFO. I'm going to pay you $75,000 a year to do that. And if you do a great job, you get a bonus of $50,000.
Oh yeah, you gotta hold Mama accountable. Like you can't have Mama running through your paper. Lamar Jackson's mama is his agent.
Yeah, and they did great.
Yeah, they do a great job. Like life's easy for Lamar.
There was no 3% off the top for the agent. I mean, probably went to Mama, which is fine. But let's get to the right call.
Man, great story, great chip shot, man. You were on one today. That's why this is the best show out, Chip and Zay. But let's get to the right call. Before that, though, shout out to McCall Custom Homes. When it comes to renovating your home, trust the experts. Have been doing it for over 40 years. Family-owned and operated company. It's all about quality. It's all about craftsmanship. Kitchen, dining room, bathroom, living room. Doesn't matter. McCall Custom Homes will hook you up. And look, they're Austin Knights. That's why they will make it truly special when they renovate your crib. Check them out on Facebook and Instagram. Search for at McCall Custom Homes and give our friend Mike a call at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580, or shoot him an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com and hit up their new website, mccallcustomhomesatx.com, to just see everything that they have to offer. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership, that been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it well. Again, 100 years, you have to be doing something right if you last that long. And the Covert BK crew, They are A1. So go check them out. My guy Marcus, my man Jerome, and Daniel, and the rest of the crew. They'll hook you up. It's not about meeting that quota. It's not about making that sell and just moving on. Like, they actually want you to feel comfortable in your vehicle like they did with my wife and I. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're looking for trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, rare plants to fulfill any type of landscaping job, Leaf Landscape Supply, they're the ones to go to. Full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Go visit both of their locations, up north off of Pond Springs and down south off of Monterey Oaks and 290. And remember, when you make a purchase, let them know Texas Sports Unfiltered told you about it. 10% off. 10% off. Can't beat that. Visit their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. 10% off. Go in stores. Make a purchase when you mention the TSU crew. Can't beat that. Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip. Well, little twofer here for the right call. First off, got to give another shout out to Texas basketball, man. It's been a rough go. The SEC didn't do you any favors, had no idea this conference would be this brutal. The coaches, top coaches in the country, top players in the country, had to go against A&M. Tough loss, awful loss, disappointing loss, embarrassing loss, the whole nine. All right, chalk that up, L. Move on to Auburn. A little better, but no moral victories here at the University of Texas. A loss at home. Then Tennessee gets you at home too. Where do you go from here? Play against another team that is 0-for in their SEC record, and you get the win, a much-needed win. Even though they got a little too close for comfort at the end, you still got the dub, and a lot of your players were consistent. Like, you got to start with Jordan Pope. His ability to hit shots on the move, you need that from different guards, man, because Trey Johnson can't be your only one. Other than Trey Johnson, Jordan Pope's the only guard. Well, Trayvon Mark has his moments, but I think Trayvon Mark, with that injury early on, with the ankle and just trying to find his groove, I think you need him more as a defensive stopper than you do scorer at this point. If his scoring comes along like it has, then Trayvon Mark's going to be solid. But Jordan Pope, 27 last night, any way you wanted it, Jordan Pope gave it to you. And I said, this guy needs to be that A.J. Abrams type of player where it's all about a bucket. Screw the point guard stuff. Screw it. Like the same Julian Larry, when he comes in, he could be that point guard option. But when you have the starting lineup of Shedrick, Kaluma, Johnson, Mark, and Pope, everybody has to be out for theirs. You want to play good basketball within that, but you got to look for your shot all the time. Whenever that ball swung towards you, you got to look at the rim and you got to be in attack mode. If everyone's in attack mode, then positive things could happen from that. I still don't like all the ISO play. It could be a lot, and I think that's what got them in trouble in the second half of last night's game, Chip. Man, those guys, they're playing a lot better. They're still enthusiastic. As you know, somebody mentioned that Trayvon Mark doesn't seem that happy on the court. No, he was getting into it with some of those OU guys. Like, he was pretty turned up, and he just had this game face on. I think he expects better from himself. So if you see him disgruntled in any way, I don't think it's because of, not being happy on the team. I think he just expects to be playing some high-level basketball, and it's been hard for him to find his role when you got so many different scorers on the team. Like, people forget Trayvon Mark, he played at U of H. Different role with Kelvin Sampson and them. Then he went to Arkansas, where he was the man, and he had the green light every time he got the ball up the court. Now you're at Texas. There's so many different options that sometimes you might only get 3 shots up in a quarter or in a half. Like, basketball is all about rhythm. So sometimes that could be very difficult. It's Rodney Terry and Frank Hafe's job to make sure everybody's in the right position to where those shots are quality shots. So yes, I don't like them giving up a 23-point lead. You don't like that at all. But at this point, you're desperate. You need any type of win. They got that last night. Jordan Pope, his ability to knock down off the dribble shots, get in the paint, hit floaters. He had a nasty little, I don't even know what it was, Chip. It looked like a double dribble from the original view, but it was just a nasty little pitted pat, 1-2 with a spin move involved. He has a bag. He has a serious bag. And Trey Johnson making the right play, not attacking so much. Always be on the attack, but you got to be smart, Trey Johnson. You can't just take bad shots. And when you see other guys like Pope and Mark getting busy and scoring, you say, okay, I feel better passing the ball to these guys and letting them roll. Trey Johnson had 2 huge buckets in clutch time yesterday, and they weren't forced. They had fears on him, hit a nasty fadeaway, hit another pull-up jumper to extend the lead and give the Horns the game. That's fine. You're not going to average 25 a game. That's just not realistic. I know you want to, but there's too many good players on this team for Trey Johnson to want to be Superman. So if he could understand that and continue to develop, then this Texas team, they could still be good. But when they're playing just, too much ISO ball and taking bad shots and not moving, and they did some good stuff offensively, Chip, like the double ball screen that they were doing yesterday. I like that. I like that a lot because it's hard to guard, especially if you're trying to be a help side defender. It's tough to guard when you're hitting from the outside. Porter Mosier started blitzing it and started trapping it. Then you could get to the paint. Then you can make that hockey pass and get those hockey assists and keep the ball flowing. But, they just got to keep playing within themselves and keep playing for each other. Shout out to Caden Shedrick. We've been brutal on Caden Shedrick all year long. The front court has been the Achilles heel for this team. He was solid last night. He was really good. Had some big blocks, hit some free throws in clutch time, had that big seal towards the end of the game. You'll take that from Caden Shedrick. He is not an offensive player. You just need toughness from your big man. And he was that last night, which is a big reason why the Horns got their first win. So,
Let me ask you this.
Somebody go ahead.
Because we know Kendall Weaver can play some D. Who's the next best defender on this team?
Tremont Mark.
Okay.
Tremont Mark. Yeah. Even though Fears had 20 and went 7 for 13, he made Fears' life tough. It was tough for him. And I think Tremont Mark, if he could embrace that role, then you're in good shape. And I think that's what's, he's been going up and down with his game, just trying to figure out his role and his place on this team because of that injury and stuff. But when Weaver's out like he is, Tremont Mark's that defensive stopper. And Trey Johnson's defense was a lot better last night. You could be a good defensive team if you don't have individual defensive players. If you just play smart team defense, you could be good as a whole. Not letting the other team get easy looks, only allowing one shot every trip down. That's how you become a good team. They're not a good defensive rebounding team, which will continue to be a problem. But if they can rebound by committee and, again, take good shots on the offensive end, they should be in every game just like they have been. The A&M game, embarrassment. But you get better against Auburn. You get better against Tennessee, even though you don't win those games. Both of those teams have a chance to win the Natty. So, that wasn't even hard on Frank Hafe. Somebody on the text line, I was nice to Frank today. Frank's offense looked a lot better. Let's keep that up, Frank. Let's keep that up.
Keep it up, Frank. Come on, Frank. Go to Gainesville and keep this train rolling. All right, let's bring in the fellas. Chris Phillips, SEC Unfiltered, and Cole Thompson, just a bit outside. Oh man, R.I.P. Bob Uecker.
That's that was one that actually hit me hard today. So most of you know that I love sports movies. My favorite sports movie of all time is Major League. So
Major League.
That is the one that was the one that made me fall in love with. Oh, it's gonna be on my television screen tonight. Kirsten, love you, honey. Don't really care what you got going on. That's on the television tonight. We're watching Jake Taylor. We're watching Wild Thing. We're watching Toronto hit a blast against the Yankees. We're watching them go ahead and call that game. That's what we're doing. Lou Brown is going to be on my television screen tonight. We're going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate Bob Uecker.
Favorite baseball movies, boys? What are y'all's favorites? Because mine, I like Major League. That's not my favorite. So. Which one?
Where do you think you're going? Taking my first steps toward the Hall of Fame.
I'll say, is that your favorite?
Willie Mays Hayes. I love that line.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite, and it's the most quotable movie that I have in baseball.
So my favorite is Bull Durham.
Yeah,
I just love Bull Durham, man. I don't know. That's just that one hits me. I think Bull Durham probably did the best job of any baseball movie of really depicting what it's like, what that's like. I think they did.
Lollygagger.
Yeah, that's a fantastic.
Lollygaggers.
Yeah, that's a fantastic movie. So, by the way, I want to make it very clear. Put it out there. I believed in the Horns last night. I had the Horns. I picked them. Dave, on the other hand, picked OU. So I had the Horns getting the dub, baby. How about
8-0.
How about it?
8 straight against OU. Crazy. Yeah. Who knew that a arena-wide balloon animal would be the downfall of the Sooners?
No Sooner magic last night. No Sooner magic.
Stupid.
You guys see the message boards this morning? They're down bad. Sooner fans are down bad right now. This is about as low as I have seen them in decades. Like probably since the start of message board material. They
got softball.
Yeah, okay.
Quick.
They love softball, by the way. Like love softball.
I have pork chops in my fridge.
We talking about things nobody cares about?
I thought we were talking about shit that nobody cares about. That's what I thought.
Yo, and they're cheating in softball too. Chip knows they cheating. I've been saying it for years.
How they cheating?
Texas is good in softball, right?
Texas is very good in softball.
Yeah,
Texas is very good in softball.
We always run into Oklahoma. They're in the way.
It's crazy though, man. Like you say shit that nobody cares about. Our buddy Tyler McComas, you guys might know who that is, but he hosts on the Ref, whatever. He's got his own YouTube, and he just talks OU softball. And, man, the views are crazy. I'm like, dude, Oklahoma fans love softball.
Yeah.
Patty Gasso.
They love it.
And then the College World Series is right there in, like, Oklahoma City.
Yep.
So it's just there.
We've talked about this. You think it's a cheat code, don't you? Because they're playing in front of their hometown crowd.
Yes.
You think it's a cheat. Okay.
Like it's just the expensive ticket. They go right down the road.
So are you saying that Patty Gasso's ego is expanding? It's like it's filled with gas, filled with that? It's about ready to erupt? Is that what you're saying?
Something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
hey.
Chip, Zay, always a pleasure.
Here's to Major League. Here's to Bob Uecker. And here's to y'all. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, man, we'll see you. Good stuff. Cole, what's up, man? How you doing?
How we doing? Yeah, another dog eat dog world. I'm wearing styrofoam pants, so it's always fun like that.
Styrofoam pants.
I don't know.
Is that a line from a movie? Is that
it's supposed to be from Cheers. And it's supposed to be a dog eat dog world, and I'm wearing some type of pants, meat covered pants or whatever. I don't know. That's what it is. It's from Cheers. Norm says it in one episode. You know me, I can't say anything right. My brain's always moving like 25,000 miles a minute, so it like screams right in front of me.
Milk bone underwear.
That's it. There we go. Chip Brown from downtown.
Coming in the clutch.
I'm so glad that he was waiting behind closed doors, waiting to go ahead and drop that. See, but he knew what I was talking about.
Well, guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. I will just say this, Cole. Admittedly, I feel pretty good today. Earlier today, I was feeling a little bit rough. We celebrated last night accordingly at the house. Had a good time because when you sign a deal with FanDuel, you celebrate accordingly. So in case y'all missed the big news, SEC Unfiltered, officially powered by FanDuel, is here. So they're going to be sending us all over the place. I think the SEC Unfiltered Tour in 2024, but on steroids, essentially, truly on steroids. And they'll be our lead partner for all of our content. I mean, everything we do. So it's a huge accomplishment. It's a game changer for the business. Again, in case you guys missed that news, I want to say thank you to you all tuned in, because without your love and support, certainly without the love and support of Texas fans that we felt, to this point, it wouldn't have been possible. So I really appreciate it. I'm actually meeting with FanDuel tomorrow. We're going to start executing and strategizing and figuring things out. I'm sure we'll have some sort of promo code or something to promote when it comes to FanDuel. But yeah, congratulations to Cole, Dave, myself, Harrison, the entire team. Our guy Reese, who's the wizard behind the scenes with the graphics. Yeah, man, it's a big win for us all. So yeah, I had a good time last night, Cole. It's just FYI.
I went to sleep, just normal, just random stuff. Didn't do anything.
That's what I'll do tonight. I'll sleep like a baby tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, just had to do it, man. It was a really good time. Really good time. So
I saw the cigar you were smoking. What was that?
So it was a little Hog's Head. I probably
Where's that one from?
I think I've got one right here. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. It's Toronto.
Canada?
No, not Toronto. Torano. Here you go. It's right here. Toronto. I don't know if you can see that, but
no, I can't.
My buddy put me on these. Pretty good. They smoke well. They smoke very well. So
that's the only criteria I think really good about at this point. It's not black and mild.
No, God, no. Oh, I would never. No, I'm not a smoker like that, and I really only try to smoke cigars more often for like occasions, if you will, not just randomly. The good news is I feel like we got a lot of reasons to light them up these days. That's the good news. So anyway.
I just don't smoke in general. Now I will every once in a blue moon, but I don't have the money to afford to get a cigar case or any of that stuff.
A cigar's not expensive. It's like $10.
$10 that I could use towards beer. $10 I could use towards a 40. Trust me, I pick my battles. What would I rather do?
You know, Cole, that one of my I don't know if you knew this. One of my old business partners was they were sponsor of our show. Everything was Carolina Cigars.
Really?
So, yeah, they actually. So this cigar caddy. They gave me this. That's their logo. They are located down in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. So, yeah, Carolina Cigars. They would send me cigars, and their lives are pretty fun, Cole. I mean, they just run the cigar. So there's a dad and then his son Eric. The dad is a retired firefighter from Chicago. So they, long story short, they bought that cigar lounge a few years ago. I think like 2021, maybe like right after the pandemic. Bought it a few years ago, and they just run the shop, smoke stogies, and play golf. That's like that's what they do like every day. So
are they all in or Spurs up?
They're Gamecocks.
Good. Yeah. All right, cool. So now I have to show my face, and then when I show my face, they'll know exactly.
Well, I'll tell you this: they're Gamecocks, but they're not like. I mean, they're not born and raised, right? They're very level-headed, like you know what I mean. They're actually like the best kind of fan. They're not like that.
They're the worst kind of fan. The logical ones.
I mean, the worst of the logical ones.
Yeah, they're the logical ones. They're terrible people. You always want people to go ahead and call you out for being non-biased or actually forming an opinion that comes with facts behind it. No, that's always a positive. When people call you an idiot because if you don't pick them to win the national championship every year, how dare you, Chris Phillips? How dare you?
The hype train for South Carolina is going to be pretty outrageous this offseason.
Well, you know what? They earned it. They earned the hype train. You know who did it? Auburn. But somehow, some way, we have people putting them in their way too early top 25, like they did anything to deserve it.
That's insane.
Some of them in the top 10. I'm sorry. What are we doing here? What are we doing saying in one breath that the SEC is overrated and then saying, you know what? Let's just make aneurysms happen throughout the Southeastern region. Auburn, welcome to the top 10. Like, what are we doing in this stuff?
Was that Staples? Was that Andy Staples? Was that his preseason top 10 that he had Florida and Auburn? And
it was not Staples. It was the other. It was the other one whose name we do not say.
Was.
We do not say his name because we care about college football, unlike him. So we just make sure that we keep them out of the conversation.
Listen, I don't have a problem with the guy, but man, if you have Auburn in your preseason top 10, I think you're on drugs.
Chris, we do not reward bad behavior in the world of college football. We do not go for the clickbait. We give you compelling content. That's what we do here. And so we don't say the names of the bad juju that decide to go ahead and curse the SEC because it's a curse. Chris, it's a curse. He's doing that to make sure that the SEC is overrated next year. So when he comes back and says, and look at what Auburn did going 7-5. I had them in my preseason top 10. Yeah, but none of us did because we're smart, because we're not idiots. We're not going for the clout chasing at this point. We know college football.
I want to highlight some comments. Jose says, congrats. Thank you, Jose. Again, we appreciate it, man. We truly, truly appreciate it. Yeah, it's just been really, really, really cool to see the growth with the Texas fan base. And, yeah, we couldn't have done it without you guys, man. Really, really appreciate it. We'll be in Austin soon. Looking forward to getting back to Austin. 6th Street awaits, baby. 6th Street awaits, among other things as well. Yeah, Rodney Smith echoing you guys. Milk bone underwear.
Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate you.
Jack Burton says that SEC welcome Texas is getting from the refs to the umpires to the judges. Lord, I think Texas has been welcomed pretty sweetly. I don't know.
I mean, you're the last team standing in the SEC. I think that's pretty welcoming. Yeah. I think that you've done a pretty decent job in college basketball. You're doing a pretty decent job. Get ready for the college baseball season. Like, name one website that doesn't have Texas inside the top 20. Is there even one?
You're crazy if you don't. I mean, that's...
Yeah, but that's my point. Is that, like, I don't hear anything about this. I've never heard anything like this before.
Cole, did you see the big news that, speaking of Texas, Trey Moore's coming back?
It's a good move. It's a very good move. I love this
for Texas as well.
Well, it's like, here's the thing. You're just doubling down on having veteranship to where it's a wash, rinse, repeat next year. To where it doesn't matter how many reps Colin Simmons plays. Now you have 2 Colin Simmons ready. Because the thing that I loved about Trey Moore's game was you brought him on in to basically be the veteran of that position. And Colin Simmons would be, hey, do 3 things really, really well, find out how to build your relationship, kind of get comfortable in the system, and then take flight. Well, now you got 2 of them. And I got 2 of them that can work on any side of the field, that can add incredible pressure up the upfield. It's fantastic when it comes to the sack rate. It's going to be fantastic for Pete Kiewatowski to kind of have now 2 veterans. And it's a wash, rinse, repeat method where we're talking about a team that's probably losing enough defensive talent and will still be in a good position to finish with the top 25 unit next year. And Trey Moore, I love it because of this was a kid that was dubbed to be the next big-time playmaker at Texas after having a successful tenure at UTSA. He had a good first year. I think he thought he was going to have a better first year. Well, maybe now next year he has an incredible second year. And then we're talking about him as a day 1 talent. And then moving forward, you still got Colin Simmons going into 2026. So it's a win, in my opinion, all the way around.
Yeah, I think it was a really good move. It's good for him, good for Texas, good all the way around. So let's see. Double D says, I'm excited for the baseball season. I have a shirt design that says, suck my Schlossnagel for the 8 games. But too much of a wimp to make it. You got to make it now.
Now you have to make it.
Now you have to make it. And rock it proud.
If you make it and then send me one, I'll wear it to a game. I'll do it. I'll go out with Chris. We'll go make it a weekend.
What's crazy is that'll be like the least absurd thing that's going to be worn or will be said that weekend.
Oh, sweet Lord. I mean, can you I'm already picturing the guillotine heads that are like rolling down on t-shirts. I'm already thinking of every single sound that's going to be played inside of Bluebell. Like I'm thinking of everything at this point. Like what they're going to do.
The series is going to be in Austin. Yeah, it's at the Ditch.
It's at the Ditch. Okay.
They had to do that on purpose. They had to. Just because like Schloss, I don't think would have made it out of Bluebell. I really don't.
No, his assistants would have had to coach the first game. Wiener would have had to coach the first game. Damn it! Why do I keep laughing whenever I say his name? Wiener would have had to do it.
Listen, he has a funny laugh. Like, dude, I'll never forget last year, Cole. I was doing a preseason, like a preview thing, whatever, with Browninger at Texags, and obviously he was there last year. And when I did the interview with him, I said Wiener because I was like, "There's just no way this dude's last name is Wiener." And then he said it, and I was like, "It's Wiener. His last name is Wiener." So
no, when he came down
come on, that's good, clean family humor right there. That's funny. I don't care who you are. That is funny.
When he came down from Seattle last year, we got to do an interview with him, and he addressed it immediately. He's like, "Yes, my last name is Wiener. What do you got?" And it's like, okay,
you got to embrace it.
No, what do you got? I need 5 seconds. The fact that you just said it, I need 5 seconds. That's what I got. 5 seconds for me to laugh my ass off and then treat this professionally. Yeah. Like. It's fun. Why not? But he would have to be going back to Bluebell. Like, there's no way that Slosh would be able to make it out alive.
Yeah.
No way.
On a side note, since you brought up baseball season, we're obviously really pumped for it. We'll really start ramping up the baseball content in a few weeks. And I should have told you this, Cole, but again, we're going to start traveling. I'd probably say, again, I'm meeting with FanDuel tomorrow. We'll probably start traveling no later than the end of January for sure. Heck, maybe next week. I don't know. But certainly the end of January, we're going to hit some basketball arenas, hit some venues, see some games. I'm really excited. I will go ahead and announce this, Cole. We haven't announced this to the masses. We haven't announced this to really anybody. I think you guys obviously all know in the group chat because I put it in there. But
I know what it is.
Yeah, we will be heading to Arlington for opening weekend. We're going to go to the Shriners College Showdown. Check out Texas, check out Ole Miss, and just check out some great college baseball. There's no better place to be on opening weekend when you look at the schedule, who's playing who. Most of it is just kind of your normal, very, pedestrian non-conference series. So, yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. SEC Unfiltered will be on hand.
Who else is in that tournament?
So it is, off the top of my head, Texas, Ole Miss.
Yep.
Clemson, Oklahoma State, Arizona, Louisville.
Okay.
And there might be one more.
I think it's 6. Usually 6 go to these tournaments.
Let me see. I'll tell you real quick.
Is Oklahoma State is Holiday's kid playing?
Oh, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Louisville, Okie State, Ole Miss, Texas, Arizona, Clemson. That's it.
Is Holiday's kid playing there, or is he still in high school?
Because Matt Holiday's kid?
Yeah, Matt the one that was Jackson's little brother. That was because Jackson was supposed to go there and then got through it.
Jackson Holiday? Is he? Oh, he was the first overall pick by the Orioles in 2022.
Yeah.
Who is it? Ethan Holiday?
Ethan Holiday. Yeah. Is he still in high school?
I'm about to check.
Because his uncle.
Yeah, he's class of 2025.
So he's going to be the number 1 overall pick in 26. Great. Cool.
That's crazy. Fun.
Yeah. No. Imagine
to have 2 sons that go number 1.
Yeah, and then you were like a first-round pick too. It's the Manning family of baseball. Very sick.
Yeah, here we go. Top baseball draft prospects on MLB.com. He is number 1.
What do you believe?
No, he's 17. He's 6'4", 200.
Dude, he's huge. He could eat me.
Bro,
I'm
literally the prospect rankings for 2025. Number 1, Ethan Holiday. Number 2, Jace Lavalette. Like he's ranked ahead of Jace Lavalette.
Is number 3 the high school kid, or is it the kid from not Clemson?
No, this is Jamie Arnold, Florida State lefty.
That's it.
He's
pitcher,
ranked 3rd. Right? Yeah, and then Tyler Brimmer, 4th from UC Santa Barbara, right-handed pitcher.
Let me ask you, because I've always wanted to know this. Why the hell are the most random people that we see get drafted from schools that are never brought up in conversation?
Well, UCSB, I think, is ranked in the preseason top 25.
Guachos.
But I mean, how much are we going to talk about them? I mean, they're just. But yeah, I mean, Cole, it just.
I mean,
it's interesting. Baseball is truly I say it in football, guys that enter the portal in football. It's like, I mean, dude, if you really want to play, there's plenty of D2 schools that you could go be a star at. I understand though why. School. Yeah, FCS too. I understand why they're these guys want to play at the SEC level, because if you show out at the SEC level, you're gonna probably get drafted. But dude, in baseball, it really doesn't matter where you play. If you're good, you're good. They're gonna find you. You know what I mean?
Paul Skeens was at Air Force and then went to LSU.
Yeah,
and he still was going to be a first-round pick from Air Force.
Cole, there's guys at D2 throwing mid-90s. It's.
Do you know where Jacob DeGrom went to high school? Went to college.
I don't think I do. Missouri Valley or Stetson?
Stetson.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Chris Sale, a 2-time Cy Young Award winner, went to Florida Gulf Coast University. I mean, like, it's random where you see these people. Chris Bryant, when he got drafted out of college, was at the University of San Diego. Like, not San Diego State, the University of San Diego.
Yeah.
It's just like you'll find these players out of nowhere and then be able to watch them become all-stars, gold glovers, silver sluggers, compete for MVPs. Paul Goldschmidt went to the Saints, goes to Lexington. He did. And I know his little brother, and his little brother's a freaking asshole because he's from my hometown. Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, by the way, Jake says you can look at the 2023 World Series banner in person.
Oh, yeah. I think I have seen it before.
I meant to. I'll ask you on air, Cole. Do you want to go to that?
I would consider it. When is it? The 14th?
14th to the 16th.
I don't know if I can. That's
Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not the problem. Kirsten doesn't give a crap. We're past the Valentine's Day stage of doing anything. Oh, cute. You want to care about me? It's like, nope, not really. No one really cares about that. We've been married long enough to where it's just another holiday.
I'm asking because if you wanted to go, I could add you to the credential.
Is Harrison going?
Yeah, I mean, I got him a credential, so we're yeah. I mean, I think so. We'll see, but
potentially.
Potentially.
I will look into it, but then I'll give you an answer by the end of the week.
I mean, no rush, obviously, but I just wanted to make sure if you wanted to slide through, at least you got access. So
Alexis, Texas,
because you're a baseball guy, right? I mean, I know you're going to be like our lead football guy, but you like baseball. I mean,
if we do live streams during the college tournaments and stuff like that, I'll be able to talk about it. I won't sound like an idiot the way I will with college.
Right.
I make this abundantly clear. When you guys ask me to talk college hoops, okay, cool. It is literally like hearing an alien try to learn a new language. That's me. College baseball.
I mean, listen, we've all got different strengths. I'd rather you just here's the thing I know about you, Cole. And I think the audience knows about Cole Thompson. Cole Thompson is skilled from the standpoint Cole Thompson could talk his way through anything, but you'd prefer not to talk college basketball.
Oh God, no.
I mean, I don't love it either. I mean, I like it. I was watching some last night. It is fun, but it's not my favorite. I'm more of a baseball guy for sure. I mean, I fully embrace that.
Oh, look, here we go. Here's a college basketball question just right now. Cole and Chris, if Texas moves on from Terry after the season, any coaches you guys love to potentially be the new coach? Oh God, I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't really have a short list, to be honest. But
here's the problem: where do you go? Because do you believe that Texas is one of the top 15 jobs in college basketball? And if you do, you're going to have to steal from a different school. Who's the guy?
Bring back Chris Beard.
Yeah, that was my first thought. It's like, look at what he's doing.
Oh my gosh, would Texas go back down that road?
No, they would never go back down.
Would Chris Beard go back down that road? Is the real question.
Would you go after Johns? He's got Mississippi State ranked.
Oh, Jans. Chris Jans.
Yeah,
Chris Jans. That'd be a good one. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good one. I mean, I don't know. You know what, though? I tell you, stealing a SEC head coach, Arkansas is proof right now that may not be – it may not –
the best thing possible.
Dude, so we just had a convo drop. Speaking of college basketball, we had a convo drop. Good buddy John Neighbors inside Arkansas joined me. Just talk, high level, 15, 20 minutes about Arkansas basketball. Bro, Arkansas fans are down and out. They are I feel bad for Hogs fans. I know nobody else in here does, but man, they are just they're looking for any reason, you know what I mean? Like any reason for hope for any sport. Because you know what sucks about them, Cole, is like baseball, they'll probably win the SEC regular season, but they're going to blow it when they get to the postseason.
Yeah, of course they are.
Like a given at this point.
What, baseball? Oh, Dave Van Horn's never winning what's it called? He's never won a College World Series.
Yeah, because every year, Cole, I come into and I maybe am a little jaded because they were my pick to win the national championship. Like when the postseason started last year, Harrison and I, we all right, let's who you picking to win the national title right now? And I went with Arkansas. And damn it, they couldn't even meet SEMO. They couldn't get out of the regional.
Did they go 0-2? Or did they go 1-2?
I think they won a game.
Okay.
But they lost back-to-back to Kansas State and SEMO.
Yeah. Because I remember Kansas State with Deshaun Culpepper. They went on and they won the regional out in Fayetteville. I remember that. Kalen Culpepper. Why am I saying Dante? Why am I thinking about the Minnesota Vikings old quarterback? Maybe it's his son. I don't know. Now I'm game. So that's pretty cool. Kalen Culpepper. But yeah, no. Tennessee, that was always the pick. Like I know that you want to go outside the box, but sometimes staying employed means being safe. That was the pick.
So so Arkansas, they beat SEMO 17-9 in their first game. Lost to Kansas State 7-6, and I think that's when Hagen Smith pitched, I think.
Yeah.
I think Hagen Smith started that second game. And then lost to SEMO 6-3.
A fellow
to
member
get eliminated.
A fellow member of the Montreal Expos. That was my first overall pick in this year's draft.
Who? What are you talking about?
So in my fantasy baseball league that I have with a bunch of beat reporters,
you guys have already drafted?
Oh, we do it. We do it.
Fantasy baseball?
Oh no. So we were in a dynasty league. So I took over a team. Yeah, so I took over a team 2 years ago, and you do the draft right after the draft. So you're allowed to get your players, and it's a 3-round draft. So you can pick whoever you want, and then you can pick up guys off of waivers. And Hagen Smith was my first round pick this past year because I needed pitching help. My farm system is dead. It is just depleted.
So you're a fantasy baseball guy.
I just got into it like 2 years ago. One of my buddies, Nate, decided to ask me. He's like, hey, we got one of the guys that decided to drop on out. Do you want to fill on in? We've been doing it for like the last 8 years. I knew most of the reporters. I was like, sure, let's do it. And then my first year, I got number 1 seed in the playoffs, and I lost in the first round. I was like, all right, now I give a shit. Now this has become my entire life to where I'm up at 11:45 at night watching what's going on between Seattle and Los Angeles because I have Julio Rodriguez and I need a home run or I need an OPB. I need my slugging percentage to rise on up. Yeah, Kirsten was not really happy with me a lot of the time when it was like in the summer and I'm screaming at my television, what the hell are you swinging at? What are you watching? The Mariners versus the Angels. Why? Because Julio Rodriguez has to get a hit. I'll be in bed in 20 minutes.
Yeah, fantasy baseball is when you really start getting deep in the weeds. Like fantasy baseball sounds really fun, like the idea of it. But I'll tell you this, Cole. You want to know something crazy? I'm on the verge of not playing fantasy football anymore.
Why?
Bro, because I don't pay attention. I'm literally just throwing away $25 a year. Just to draft. I'm literally paying $25 to draft. Because I don't even set my lineup. Dude, I'm just speaking for me. I'm so busy and my head is spinning during football season and we got content. Like, dude, I think I watched maybe like 2 NFL games this season. Like,
really?
Start to finish. Yeah, I was traveling every Sunday. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care about the NFL. I got to be honest. Like, I don't have a team, none of it. So I'm pulling for the Texans. I'm pulling for you.
Yeah, more work for me. I love it. By the way, good news. Good news coming out right now when it comes to college football and for Texas A&M.
What happened?
5-star wide receiver Texas A&M's Micah Hudson has stepped away from day-to-day football activities.
No way.
What are we doing now? What's going on? Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful because I had heard stuff about Micah Hudson. Now from a talent standpoint, he was one of my favorite players to watch. He really was. He's a great route runner. He's got great separation, incredible hands, and was phenomenal in high school. But I had heard some things about him with his attitude. I had heard some things about him with how he and his dad reacted to the role he had out in Lubbock. And I was like, for A&M fans, like, it's a really good player. Like, this is a dude that almost committed to you coming out of high school. This is somebody that that was a big time get. And he goes and takes the NIL money to go to Texas Tech. But then I kept hearing, he's going to come in and he's going to want certain criteria. And it's like, it's Jonte Cook all over again, where it's just like, stop getting in your own freaking way, because the talent that you have is going to put you in a spot to where you'll make millions just by getting drafted. You could suck in the NFL. You're still going to get paid. Just don't do dumbass things for like a span of 2 years. You'll get paid, and then they owe you that money because it's part of your contract that when you sign on the dotted line.
I was going to say, Cole, he's kind of like their version of Jonte Cook.
Oh, yeah.
Just golly, that's crazy. And how about Jonte Cook already goes to Washington, already out? God, it's a shame when you see kids like that, man. It really is.
Yeah,
it's a shame.
I mean, it's a shame. It's a really funny story, which I'm not gonna share on air.
Right.
I'm not gonna share it on air, but I know what happened with Jonte Cook out in Washington. Let me just say, it happened out in Austin too. And so if you think that you know what happened out in Austin, it happened out in Seattle. It's the exact same story. So just give you a fair warning if you want to know what happened with that.
Interesting.
Why are also, by the way, Jose Rodriguez is bringing up a good point. Why are we now seeing them translate from the height from the NFL level to the college level? Why are we becoming divas at wide receiver?
Yeah, the receiver position, probably the biggest divas on the roster, them and DBs.
I would say it's wide receivers 100% more than DBs.
Yeah. Jake Bayless, I think, knows.
That's not
I don't know if I should put that comment up on the screen, but
no, but that's not that I'm not saying that's entirely wrong. There's more to the story, but Jake Bayless is getting high.
You're getting high.
Jake Bayless is sniffing out the trail all the way to the finish line. He's getting close. No, but seriously, like with the DB, here's the thing. A DB gets blamed if they have, let's just say they have 20 pass breakups and they're in a game and they shut down a wide receiver, but they give up one touchdown pass. They're at fault the entire time. A wide receiver can get 4 balls in a game, go for 122 yards and a touchdown. Another wide receiver could go get 7 balls in a game for 86 yards, no touchdown. And then a third wide receiver could go and get 9 catches for 62 yards and 1 touchdown. And the guy who only got targeted 4 times is the one bitching. He's the one's like, you should have gotten me the ball more. Meanwhile, the DB's sitting over here. It's like, I broke up 20 passes in a game, and now I'm getting blamed for us losing because I gave up 1 touchdown. Screw you guys. If anybody's allowed to be a diva, it should be the DB over the wide receiver. It 100% should.
Yeah. No, it's hard. I mean, I would probably say that's the hardest position to play. Defensive
DB,
back.
I would.
Yeah, I would say so. Guys, in case you missed it, by the way, other fun news today. We're officially getting EA College Football 2026. We've got that in the pipeline, going to come out this summer. Cole, who do you think should be on the cover? I will say I don't know how you feel about Hayes Fawcett, but I do agree with what he said. I think it's pretty – the low-hanging fruit is Arch Manning, Ryan Williams, Jeremiah Smith. That's if you're going to have 3 on there again. But you got to have Arch, right? I mean, if you want to move the needle and sell copies and generate – and I know Texas fans already know this, Arch Manning is going to get abused this offseason from the standpoint of people using his image, name, image, and likeness to push content. I mean, like you want to generate buzz, talk about Arch Manning for 20 minutes. That's all you got to do. So
okay, can I pick the 3 that I think should be on the cover, and then the 3 that
give
I
me
would put on the cover?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, the 3 that should be on the cover is Jeremiah Smith. I would go with Arch Manning, and I would go with the defensive player because if I think that you have to show some love to the defensive side. So who is that going to be? My personal pick would be Dylan Stewart from South Carolina. That'd be my personal pick.
Okay.
That is what I would say. My team, the one that I would do, front center is Diego Pavia. Diego Pavia is front and center.
That would be
That's
awesome.
not even up for debate.
Awesome.
He is 100% right there. Number 2 would be Kevin Concepcion from Texas A&M because I just love Kevin Concepcion. I think he's the best route runner. I think he's one of the best. He has some of the best hands. I think that he was underutilized during his time when he was at NC State. But the kid is a stud, absolute stud. And then my third guy, I don't know who it would be. I want a 345-pound defensive tackle. Fat men need love. They need to be appreciated.
If Bill Norton was coming back.
If Bill Norton was coming back, that's guy on the cover. I want that dude getting some appreciation. I want Diego Pavia. I want Kevin Concepcion, and I want a fat guy. Give fat people some love because they are the reason why your team is making it to the college football playoff every single year.
I like it. Dude, Pavia, I can't believe I didn't think about Pavia. Pavia is Yeah.
How do you not? He is one of the biggest benefactors of the new NCAA rules. This is you in the future. Come on back to school. Make it work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who would you do as your top 3?
Well, now I feel like I got to say Pavia.
You don't have to say Pavia.
I don't have to, but I want to. I want to say Pavia.
Exactly.
I'd go Diego Pavia. I would go. Man, who else? I'm not going to put another quarterback. I mean, I feel like I want to put Arch, but I'm not going to put another quarterback. I'll go Pavia for my defensive player. I like Colin Simmons.
Okay.
I think Colin Simmons would be a good one.
That was number 2 for me.
Some Texas representation. And the third, I'm trying to think outside of the SEC, but I don't know. Let's just make it a GOAT edition and put Nick Saban on the front.
I mean, that was my first pick was always Mike Leach. And then my second pick was Nick Saban.
Mike Leach would be awesome.
My first pick was Mike Leach. Just honoring the dude.
It was really cool when College Football Revamped was doing the mods for the old game.
Yeah.
Their final mod was like a pirate edition. It was very cool. Very cool. So very, very cool. Oh, Desmond Watson from Florida. My
100%,
God. Put him on the front.
Throw him on the front cover. Put him center.
Throw him on the front.
Have him carrying Diego Pavia. Have him holding Diego up like this in his hands. Do that.
Yeah, what is he, like 420 pounds?
I think it's even more than that. I think it might be 440.
So Jackson Callaway, who I'm sure everybody in here is a huge fan of, that covers A&M.
Aggie today?
Says Micah Hudson is dude. I could just tell you. I when I was in College State, not everybody even in the A&M fan base likes the guy, but I got no problem with him. He says Micah Hudson's backing away from day-to-day activities. There's a good chance he's back soon. It's something personal, nothing to do with the fit at A&M or anything like that.
Okay, that's fine. Then why are we reporting it? Just why is it coming out then? Why?
That is a good point. Like, why is that leaking? Like, who is around? Yeah, Pete Nakos follows up on the report. This is just temporary and has the full support of Texas A&M.
That's great. Well,
you're fishing for.
We're in the off season, and yes, there is an off season. Like I'm tired of people saying that there is an off season. There is. Now, I'm not saying there aren't day-to-day activities that still are like active football. I mean, they're hosting one of the wide receivers from Penn State this weekend, but Texas A&M is in the off season. They're going through off-season workouts. They're doing off-season drills. They're doing off-season film study. The practices aren't as long. They aren't as strenuous right now. Like, if he misses a couple of practices and he leaves campus for, say, a day or two, why do we have to know this? There's nothing. It's not like he's missing a game against South Carolina. It's not like they're going to Mizzou and he's stepping away from the team for this one. Like, that's where I have the issue of it. I understand you're doing a job. I understand that you're having a reason that you need to relay the information. But unless it is actual, he is stepping away from the program for the foreseeable future and will not return until a certain date, then just leave it be. And also, if you say, here's what you can do. Here's the best middle ground. Wait for him to say, I'm not coming back for a while, then report, I'm not coming back for a while. But say he's gone for 72 hours. Okay, now everyone's asking him, what went wrong? Like, he's going to go into a press conference this first time and go, when you left the team for a little while, what was going on? What was happening? And it could be, hey, my mom died. My grandma got really sick. I had to go help out with something with my family. It could be something like that. It could be he got in a lot of trouble we don't know about, but now it's out there. And that's the problem. That's the frustrating part.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I would say this. We're in the content space, so we get it. We get it from the standpoint of, like, you know, engagements, interactions, like, you know, piquing people's interest, stuff like that. Like, we totally understand. But I am seeing, like, more and more of that, Cole. Like, some of just the random news that's dropping. Like, the one today, it was like, Mercedes-Benz Stadium will not sell Pop-Tarts for the national. I'm like, what is this? What is this headline? Like, why is this a thing?
Sell Pop-Tarts?
I don't know. But they reported it as if, I don't know. And then another funny one I saw was the transfer portal account for On3. And again, I like On3. Shannon Terry's done a great job. We follow each other on social media. Love, On3 does great. But it is just like funny. Like this transfer portal post, they literally just posted, Josh Heupel and Tennessee are pushing for a transfer portal flip. I'm like, how is that news?
Okay, well, who's the flip?
They didn't say.
No, because you know why they didn't say. You know why they didn't say? Because you got to click on the link.
Right, and it's a paid. It's a paid.
It's a paid. I have an account. Dave has an account. I strike that. Dave has an account, and I use Dave's account. Let's just go with it that way.
Love that.
So, anyways, I thought about creating a fake Twitter profile of just On3 leaks and screenshotting, and every single time Nikos or one of them post it, just go, here's the post, click, 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 until they put me on the payroll, so that way I stop giving out the information. I would make thousands off of that. I would get so many retweets. Click. Here's who they're flipping. This is the dude. Here's the paywall. And they get so mad. And I understand it because in journalism, especially in today's day, you get paid based off of your subscription base. But still, it's like, can you make it a little bit more known? Like maybe just throw the dude's face up there and we can find out the information on the inside. Trying to flip coveted quarterback. And then it's like a kid from Louisiana Monroe. Oh, okay. Very coveted. Very, very excited. His offers were from Mississippi State, Grand Valley Rapids University, and Toledo. And Tennessee's trying to flip him. Well, God bless him. God bless that coveted cornerback.
Cole, other news. I'm curious to get your take on this. What are your thoughts on the people that say that Army Navy should move and be played like week 0?
It's dumb. It's dumb.
You like it where it is?
It's a tradition. And I'm sorry. This is one of those ones where initially I thought about it and it's like, yes, I understand the reasoning. You want to put it at the forefront of all of college football. You want to kickstart the season. But there's something magical about knowing that the college football regular season comes to an end. The college football regular season comes to an end with Army versus Navy. And it's like, oh, well, now it's passed up because of the college football playoff. You still have sickos that are watching FCS semifinals that same weekend. I was one of them. Oh, well, it's taken over because of the Heisman Trophy presentation. Yeah, once. And by the way, the presentation starts right after. So it leads into the Heisman Trophy presentation, which when you're sickos like us, we're going to be paying attention to the Army-Navy game and then want to find out who's playing in the national. I mean, who's winning college football's most coveted award. It's taking away from, the atmosphere of those 12 teams that are playing. Okay, cool. I still want to see Navy beat Army every single year. It makes me happy inside that my side, Navy, beat the brakes off of the Black Knights. That's something that brings me joy. And it's like, oh, well, Army, at that point, maybe it would be an unqualifier to make it to the college football playoffs. It's like, dude, if they won the AAC, they're already in line. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it's not. Are you just saying that because if you want to make sure that just in case of anything, an Army were to lose that game like they did this past year, they're going to be left out on purpose? Like, what's the reasoning behind it? There's no reasoning behind it. It's a tradition to close out college football with America taking on each other. Our armed forces doing battle like they will, protecting our troops in front of our troops and in front of fans and in front of all of America. And we honor that. Don't ruin tradition because this is a corporate thing. And the biggest thing is that I know who you're talking about, and I don't like to name names. You know who we're talking about. But this past year, he has really started to piss me off because it just feels like everything he is doing is for corporate gain. You don't care about the sanctity of college football. What you care about is making sure the corporate sponsors are winning. And what do we know? You take revenue away at the end of the year from Fox. You take revenue away from that complex because it's on CBS every single year. So CBS gets all the money and all the accolades. But when you throw at the start of the year, you can have another game at the start of the year right alongside it. Week 0. It works and everyone gets paid. It just is ridiculous.
Yeah, I wouldn't move the game either. Dude, I don't know if you saw today. This just came out a little bit ago while we were on air, actually. I mean, Paul Feinbaum gave his opinion on it. And, you'll really like this, Cole. Paul Feinbaum on the scheduling of the Army-Navy game. Quote, I know I'm going to upset somebody, and that somebody's Cole Thompson.
All right, let's hear
He
it.
says, I know I'm going to upset somebody, but the week of the Army-Navy game needs to be the playoffs. That is a wasted Saturday, end quote. How dare you, Paul, call that a wasted Saturday? How dare Paul?
Wasted Saturday.
How
Wasted Saturday.
dare
Wasted
Feinbaum?
Saturday. How dare
he?
you? How dare how dare Paul Feinbaum actually act like that his opinions for the last year have meant anything to the world of college football besides just a good hearty laugh and a couple of chuckles that we go say behind closed doors? How dare Paul Feinbaum act like that that's a take that we're going to take seriously? Well, actually, he thinks that we take him seriously, so it means right up his alley. That's just that is beyond disrespectful. And this is not fake outrage. I know I do the fake outrage BS all from time to time. This is not fake outrage. It's a sanctity of the sport. Oh, because if it's boring to you, well, what's boring about it, Paul? That because of when the game ends, your bedtime is about to come on up? Is that the issue? Because if I'm sorry, I didn't realize that because of you have to have your can of wheat and then go to sleep, that we all have to suffer because if you don't want to watch the game and you want to watch college football playoff instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's brutal to me to call it a wasted Saturday. Jake Bayless says, you mean to tell me that Paul Feinbaum has terrible opinions?
Shocking.
Joe K., I'd rather see the first round games of the college football playoff start. Rose Bowl on New Year's Day should be the championship game. FYI,
No, I agree with
I'm
that.
ex-Army Field Artillery. Well, thank you for your service, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
I mean, I'm not I'm not totally opposed to starting it sooner, just from the standpoint of like, does the college football season need to end on January 20th? Like,
no, God, no.
You know, it is long. I mean, it is long. So,
I mean, think about this for a second. The Senior Bowl is going to happen 11 days after the national championship.
Yeah.
Like, no, my bad.
February 1st.
Yeah. 9 days after 11 days after the national championship.
11 days, yeah.
And that's the game, by the way. That's not the practices. The practices are happening 6 days after. That's the frustrating part. It's like, my God, really? Really? You want to go from, because there are going to be players that are currently in the national championship right now from Notre Dame and from Ohio State that will go to the Senior Bowl. They have roster spots already available. They have to turn around immediately and go right into football. They don't get a minute to breathe. They have to still decide if they want to declare. I mean, you got to realize that the window initially was from January 15th to go declare for the NFL draft. So yesterday was the window. Yesterday was cutoff. You had to decide if you want to go pro or if you're going to come back for another year. Now, when you look at it, they have until the 24th if they're currently playing in the national championship. If you're a dude that's kind of like a fringe second or third round pick, or maybe you could be a 5th round pick and you realize that you can come back for another year, or if your draft stock is not going to get any higher, you have to make that choice call within 48 hours. What if, again, that you're a player that's like, oh my God, I'm going to be a 7th round pick. Well, I'm going to go pro. And then you ball on out in the national championship. And it's like, oh, my draft stock just rose by 3 grades. Now I'm a 3rd round pick. Do I go, or do I come back and get more prepared? Do I train my body? Like it's just ridiculous. You got to start it earlier. I mean, I'm all for starting the college football playoff earlier.
Yeah. But would they start it on the Saturday that is Army-Navy?
But no, what you do is you move the playoff to a Friday or a Thursday, like you did it this past year, and you let it stay on Saturday for Army-Navy.
But then you run into the problem of NFL on Thursday, and if you're playing in a conference title game, you have a short week to get ready.
Okay, well, I mean that stinks, but if you're good enough, you should be able to go ahead and kick ass immediately. Maybe just don't lose your conference title.
Cole said, "To hell with them. To hell with them." If you're playing in the SEC title, tough.
Well, think about this for a second. In a span of 2 years from now, in 2 seasons from now, what we're going to see is that we're going to have 14 teams. So 2 teams are getting a bye. Then there's everyone. Then 12 teams are playing week 1. So there's 6 games that weekend. Are you going to change that? And also, are we expanding the season even further to where now college football is ending January 28th? Like, is that what we're going to do because you want 14 teams? I mean, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up with the schedule. Oh, by the way, all these players, they have to be properly compensated now for their work because they're now playing 18 games.
Yeah. Yeah, the season just keeps getting longer and longer. So Jake says, what if Army or Navy gets into the playoff?
We close out the 2024 season. I mean, we close out the college football season after the national championship with one more Army-Navy game. That's what we do. That's what we do. We wait.
What do you think about this, Cole? You think we're at risk in the future of just getting rid of conference title games?
I just think we should. I mean,
really? Your team get rid of conference title games?
Because here's the problem. Are you going to be punished for losing? Because a perfect example, a team like Texas this past year was the number 1 seed. They would have had the first round bye. Now they don't get a first round bye. And until we get clarification that it's just the top seeds, it's no longer, if you win your conference, you automatically get a bye. Who does that benefit? It benefits every other conference besides the SEC and the Big Ten. Because the SEC may have the number 1 team, the number 3 team, the number 4 team, the number 6 team, the number 8 team, and then Arizona State comes in at number 15 and Clemson comes in at number 17. But because they won their conference championships, well, now Tennessee, who's number 5 in the country, is actually number 7. And Texas, that's number 3 in the country, is actually number 5. Like, it adds no value to the teams that have already played, and they have a short week already to prepare. And then it also does no value for the teams that are currently getting that bye, because we just watched every team that had a bye, they didn't advance. So it's like, at some point, you have to realize that either you have to financially compensate these teams and not punish them for winning their conference championship or losing if they were the favorites in that game, or you're going to have to get rid of them. Because of now, with you're adding in more games, Chris, we're not done. Like it's 14 in 2026. We're going to watch as the revenue comes on in from every single bowl game. They're like, money bags.
I mean, the problem too, Cole, is that the revenue's never going to decrease.
No.
So why wouldn't they keep expanding it? I think beyond 16 is where I really start to be like, man, that's just way too much. I mean, even 16 is too much. I mean, it is. But,
if we had 16 this past year, it would have been the 3 schools from the SEC and Miami. Or it would have been Alabama, Ole Miss, Miami, and Iowa State. They would have gotten in because they were the runner-up of the Big 10. I mean, the Big 12. And then you would have heard South Carolina fans lose their crap and said, oh my God, we played a tougher schedule. So it's like, it's not going anywhere. And I always knew that 12 was going to be inevitable. So I said 8 was the right amount to begin with.
Jake's on Bayless. There you go. Jake Bayless, smart man.
8 was always the right number. You guarantee 1 spot for every conference if Notre Dame does its job. And I put it in an addendum because I know how you feel about the college football playoff having a group of 5 team that's basically just a sacrificial lamb for the first roster that they face off against. And this year they didn't get the number 12 seed, but still it's going to happen more often than not. I said it should have been Notre Dame or a group of 5 seed, whoever was higher ranked. That was the team that got the bid. So now you get 4 conference champions, Notre Dame, 3 other teams. Congratulations. You would have been fine. But if you had 8, everyone plays that first round. Everyone in those first rounds has a playoff game at home. And then you save some bowl games of prominence. Because remember back when we were growing up, winning the Peach Bowl meant something. Winning the Cotton Bowl meant something. Throwing oranges into the crowd down in Miami meant something. It was a big deal. Now you know what it is? Cool, I get to go play in the national championship now. Next game. Next game. This trophy's coming home with me. Next game. Next game. Like, there are players that wouldn't opt out of those games that we were talking about. Like, can you imagine having a Syracuse versus Ole Miss Orange Bowl? Like, that would have been awesome. And they still would have gotten the same revenue. But we had to add it into the college football playoff atmosphere. And so it took away a little bit of the ambiance. Like, I'm not saying that bowl games don't matter, because bowl games will always matter. Winning your last game of the year, going out on top, is always the perfect addendum to off-season workouts, to training facilities, to helping with recruiting. Winning that last bowl game, it always matters. But now the New Year's Six bowl games, all it is, oh, well, now it's the Rose Bowl that we're going to now in 2 more weeks have 2 more games that we have to win. Now it's the Cotton Bowl, which, yeah, cool, we won in front of our hometown fans, but really we got to go play against a team down in Atlanta where we lost before. Like, that's now the New Year's Six games. And that honestly frustrated me more than anything else. Because you could have made those games still very prominent with quality teams, and you would have gotten your wish with the revenue. And what you could have done also is expanded when it came to bowl games, which again, more teams would have been more hyperactive about playing down the stretch. You wouldn't take away bowl games, you would be adding it because you get home and home games at, inside of stadiums, and you continue that pathway until you get to a certain level, the Final Four, and then a national championship. And you can do the rotation like you've done before when it comes to where the national title's played. You can do that, or where the college football playoffs were played. It's fine. Nobody would have complained. But no, we had to go make every New Year's Six game and now college football playoff berth.
Yeah, I do agree with you. It's kind of, I guess my only pushback would be, when the Orange Bowl was just the Orange Bowl, Florida State decided that nobody was playing and Georgia beat their brains in. So, I don't know. I love bowl season. So I was going to say, how do you fix bowl season? Bowl season's still awesome.
Yeah.
It is a very special time of year. That 3 or 4 week period where I have no clue what day of the week it is, or all that stuff. That's a special time of year. Very special time of year. So
you mean the time of year where you're saying, oh, I don't know if it's a Thursday, but I know that the Tax Slayer Gator Bowl's on and the Armed Forces Bowl is on earlier in the day. How do you plan your day around? Well, I got the Music City Bowl at 2, and then I have the Peach Bowl at 7.
It is so weird that there's a bowl game at 1 o'clock on a Tuesday. That's what that time of year is.
Oh yeah, and then by the way, you can't take off work. You gotta take a sick day to go watch Missouri play Iowa out in Nashville in Nissan Stadium, which you're willing to do. Which I'm all for it. Sitting at home, just you know what, this is the right call. I want to do this. This is where I want to be.
Yeah,
I do that.
We support it. We support it. So
absolutely, we support it.
Cole, anything else? We one last thing. I will give you this, just from since you're a baseball guy. Over under win totals for the MLB regular season came out, and this is also relevant to probably a lot of our audience. The Astros and the Rangers have the same over under win total going into the 2025 season. Yeah, go ahead. What do you guess?
85.5.
It is 86.
Damn it. I knew it.
You were on it though. Yep. 86 over under. The Tops the Dodgers over under win totals 103.5.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I'm going to guess number 2 on that list. Is it the Yankees?
The Braves and the Yankees.
Okay.
92.5.
I was just say they're going to still be about 8 or 9 games below the Dodgers, aren't they?
Yeah.
Here's what I want to ask.
Literally a whole 11 games.
Here's what I want to see. I want to see if I can guess the top 10 before we get on out of here. So Dodgers 1, Braves 2, Yankees 3. I'm going to say the Diamondbacks are somewhere in the top 10.
D-backs are over under 85.5.
So they're not in the top 10?
They are, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, they are 11th.
Damn. Okay, so then Texas.
Excuse me. I'm wrong. They are in the top 10.
Okay, so the Diamondbacks, the Astros and the Rangers, they're in the top 10. They would have to be.
Yeah, they are.
All right, so now somewhere at 5. Are the Mets in the top 10?
Yes, 91.5.
That's way too high. I know you got Soto. You have a ton of other problems. Are the Guardians in the top 10?
No, they're 82.5.
Okay, what about the Tigers?
They're at 83, so no.
Damn. Okay. Okay. Phillies are in the top 10.
Yeah, 91.5, same as the Mets.
Padres?
Yeah, 87.5.
Okay, I think I have one more left. It's not the Brewer. Is it the Royals?
It is not the Royals. They're at 82.5.
Damn.
Think West Coast. Think West Coast.
Okay. It's not the Giants. Or is it? No, it's not the Mariners. Is it the Giants?
It is the Mariners. 85
Is
and a
it
half.
really? God
85 and a half.
bless. They put the Mariners are the ultimate choke job. They are the Los Angeles Chargers of MLB.
The Giants are at 80 and a half.
Oh
dude, hey, you can get the White Sox at 50 and a half.
Stop. That's just mean.
50 and a half.
That's just mean.
That's bad.
That's just so mean. Let me guess. The next team in front of them is the Marlins, and they're at least at probably 60, right?
So they're not the next team. So the Rockies.
I'm gonna guess 61.
61. Marlins are at 63.
Beautiful. Look at that. 10 games over.
Yeah.
A White Sox team. That's ridiculous.
And then you got the Nationals at 70, and then the Angels and the A's at 71 and a half.
I may take the A's. The A's are going to be really sneaky this year. I like some of the moves that they've had. I like their farm system. I like some of their young players. I like that they went spent on Severino. They extended Rooker instead of trading him. The A's are a really interesting team, especially because of, I swear to God, as soon as they get to Vegas, I just want John Fisher to sell the team. Just have a brain aneurysm. Don't survive it. I won't call for your death, but don't survive it. And then let the team be bought by someone who cares, move it back to Oakland. That's all.
That's what I just love about pro sports, Cole. Again, pro versus college. College, you have to be like really careful with what you say. Oh, they're kids. Like, college fans take it all so personally. Literally, you can pull for the owner of a franchise to die and nobody bats an eye.
Nope. You know what?
The Cowboys fans are openly pulling for Jerry Jones to pass away. Nobody bats an eye.
Here's where you know that you're a giant scumbag. When everyone agrees, hey, you know what? We wouldn't miss him. When everyone is on the same page going, it wouldn't be the way. Hear me out.
The Cowboys won't be back until Jerry croaks.
Just hear me out. When you start a sentence like that, you've done a lot of bad. That's John Fisher. I'll end it with that.
Guys, you never know. You never know. Obviously, we come to talk SEC, but you stay for the randomness that is SEC Unfiltered. Again, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Cole, it's always a pleasure, my man. Y'all make sure you hit like and subscribe and follow along both Texas Sports Unfiltered and us over at SEC Unfiltered. You can find us all the same places. He's at Mr. Cole Thompson. I'm at C Philly 19. Again, BK and Bucky will be back tomorrow to kick you off. And, of course, we'll be in our normal 3 to 4 Central Time slot. Harrison and Dave will close you out going into the weekend. Cole, you'll be on here with Wags, right?
I believe so. I'm like 95% sure I'm on in the morning.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, you'll get more Cole Thompson. You'll get your fix.
Sadly, you'll get more of me. Maybe excited to me. I don't know.
You'll get your fix. Guys, again, appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in. Like I mentioned, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your Thursday, and we will talk to you all tomorrow.